I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! I would avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever. To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves!
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor.
Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
But of course, you could forget all that and just have fun.
Well played.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished, and you should all run. Malthael. Why? The Nephilim will stop you.
No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Dranu
poses unthinkable danger, yes. But you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heal at last.
You are weak.
Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsaw, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the warsong rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellstream. The warlord with the iron will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white frost wolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the guard will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us.
She's not dead!
Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going!
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What? No. No.
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face!
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son.
I saw our clan strong and proud,
Victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future. Why, then, do you seem so troubled? Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices. For the good of the clan. At last. This is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Branai who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves!
BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor.
Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
But of course, you could forget all that and just have fun!
Well played.
Hearthstone! Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know. Panda Fei Wanja Ya Huibong Suda Xingbei Song Hu Guan Shang Hui Liu Long Su Wei Gu Yi Biao Jia Fu Ma Shui Ya Ni An Fang Du Jia Fu Yi Qi Wan Zhao
The World of Warcraft World Championship. Players from Europe, North America, and Asia will put their teamwork to the test as they compete for the title of Best World of Warcraft Arena Team in the world. 8 teams are all that remain from hundreds of online contenders, and now all have the championship trophy in their honor. Through Blizzard Entertainment's global qualifier system, teams faced off in regional events to find out who would secure their spot at BlizzCon. In Europe, teams clashed at DreamHack Stockholm in the historic Ericsson Globe Arena to compete in the European qualifier. Fighting for 3 coveted slots, teams battled across 2 days of matches. With a trip to BlizzCon on the line, World of Warcraft witnessed some of the best matches of the year. Skill-capped EU, Playing with Fire, and Bleached Bones secured their spots representing Europe's finest in the World Championship. In Asia, teams from China, Korea, and Taiwan faced off in regional qualifiers before advancing to the Asia Qualifier Tournament. With fierce competition, teams from China and Korea grabbed the 2 Asian slots to the World of Warcraft World Championship. Pop CD No Skill from China secured their nation's slot, with Push Push from Korea representing their homeland at BlizzCon. In North America, the best talent on the continent met in the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. There, fans watched on as the best arena teams from the region faced off for the remaining 3 slots. 3 Amigos, a team who has been kicking tail in World of Warcraft PvP for years, managed to snag the first slot, with Penny for Your Thought, who escaped from the lower bracket, and Death Innovators grabbing the other 2. Despite their home turf advantage, the North American teams will have to give it their all in the quest for the title of champion. The World of Warcraft World Championship. Though their roads have varied, the top 8 teams have their minds, wits, and teamwork put to the test in a gaming event like no other.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of BlizzCon 2014. My name is Zoe and I have the pleasure of being the host for the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship, and we already had some amazing games being played yesterday. Who's been here yesterday? All right. Okay, so you didn't miss those games, and that's great, and we have some really, really great matches coming up today. So let's quickly take a look at the brackets to know what we will be seeing today. The first match will be Push Push from Korea going up against a skill-capped EU, and then afterwards we're gonna head into the second semifinals, which will be Bleach Bones going up against 3 Amigos. So some really, really, really good games await us today. So I would say, without any further ado, because I really want to get the first game going as quickly as possible, I want to welcome our first team here onto stage. So please give a big round of applause for Push Push from Korea. first match here today on stage. They will be facing off against Skill-Capped EU. So, Skill-Capped already got a little bit of a break yesterday and they were able to just sit down and enjoy the matches, whereas Push actually had a really long day with really intense matches behind them. What did they do yesterday after the tournament was finished? Did they sit down and practice or talk things over for today, or did they just relax and calm down a little bit?
어제 이제 경기 펼치고 나서 이렇게 준결승까지 올라오게 됐는데 어제 이제 경기 끝나고 나서 혹시 연습을 더 하셨는지 아니면 가서 오늘을 위해서 더 충전을 하기 위해서 휴식을 취했는지.
어제 경기 끝나고 바로 휴식을 취했어요.
Very simple. He was so glad he just went to his hotel room, just relax and recharge for today.
Wonderful. So we hope you guys got the energy you will need going up against an opponent such as Skill-Capped. So I saw you guys wandering around in the halls yesterday. Did you watch the tournament and take some notes on your opponents?
Yeah, we did watch, of course, the games which were really exciting. We did take some notes, especially Talbiashi. He literally wrote down notes of how they were playing. So yeah, we did.
All right, so you guys came prepared, and I would say we are ready for the game. You guys look ready too. Are you guys ready? Oh yeah, you are. So we're gonna head into a very quick video and then hand it over to our casters.
Every member of a team is responsible for using crowd control abilities on their opponents to gain an advantage. A crowd control ability is one that you use against another player to prevent them from performing actions such as polymorph, cyclone, fear, and stun effects. You might, for example, see a healer crowd control another healer to assist offensively for their team. Then, as a response, you might see the other team's damage dealer crowd control one of the attacking damage dealers to lower the incoming damage. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
Hello and welcome to BlizzCon. We are here live in Anaheim, California. I'm Azael, joined of course by Vihel. Lore, he's doing the live raid, but he'll be back later. And guys, have we got some matches for you today?
Oh, we do. I am so excited for today. Every match yesterday was incredible. Down to the wire, so many matches, and we have even better ones coming up today.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Only the best 4 teams are remaining. We're going to have Push versus Skill-Capped EU first. 3 Amigos going to be doing battle against Bleachbones later today. And then, of course, we will have our grand finals, crown that champion, and we'll find out who's going to go home with the trophies, the glory, and the 120K.
Yeah, and of course, as usual, we are playing our standard Blizzard rules here. Yep. Of course, it is going to be the groups into single elimination bracket, which kind of threw people for a loop, people at home who are used to maybe group seeding into a double elimination bracket. But we are going to run the groups from last week that we started the matches, which is why we had the 2 EU teams that didn't even have to play yesterday into the single elimination bracket. And of course, the round of 8 and the semis are best of 5, and we're going to be doing best of 7 for the grand finals. Those are always awesome.
Yeah, especially when it's close series, when they do go down to the wire. I mean, we've had a lot of fantastic games. We've had a lot of ones that were, I think, a lot closer. A lot of teams really did step it up for BlizzCon. Penny, for your thoughts, playing an amazing series, coming right down to the wire yesterday against 3 Amigos. When you compare that to just, like a month or so ago, the series that they had at Regionals wasn't even close. So many of these teams really have put in the time, you can tell, really practiced up, and the games are showing the results of that.
Yeah, and of course we are going to start in a grand arena as usual, and then the loser gets to pick. I mean, looking at a series that went down to 2-2 at the end. Can you imagine if those series went to 7?
Oh my God. I hope the grand finals are going to go to 7, dude. I mean, it would be so exciting. All 4 of these teams remaining really are deserving teams.
Oh, they are.
I think that any one of them has the ability to take this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about our favorites after last week was probably Skill-Capped EU, and they that was our early prediction once we were leaving the venue last weekend. But tell you what, man, Push is showing so well today.
Yeah, I mean, they're an incredibly dominant team. Their teamwork, I think, is pretty much as good as it can be. And after seeing them dismantle, a Shatter play, it is obviously Fire Mage versus Frost Mage, it's different players, but still, after seeing them completely dismantle a team playing the same kind of composition yesterday, we'll see if Skill-Capped EU is going to have, the ability to play the same comp in a different way, or if they're just going to go with something different. But here on screen, we do see Coding. He's going to be playing the Druid. Yun going to be playing the Mage, and it is Ung on the Warrior. And we did have that confirmed. That is how to pronounce it. It's not Young like we've been saying. It's Ung. So, yeah, these guys definitely looking excited to be here. You have to say that just how happy the Coding is all the time. It's pretty contagious.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing that stands out to me is he's always so very excited. You look at when they're doing the post-match interview and he's almost like shaking on stage. He's so excited to be here. And I'm glad that we see players like that are really appreciative that, their team is doing so well. And of course, they are going to be playing against Skill-Capped EU, and you guys know these players. They've been around for a long time. Zuniaki and No Lifer, and they picked up Talbytree, and Talby's such a good Druid.
Yeah, he's playing absolutely incredibly well, and the little fist bump there from Zuni. We do see that, this is 2 out of the same 3 players that were in the BlizzCon finals last year. That one definitely did not go how they planned, as I believe they got blanked. They might have taken 1 game, but I think it could have been a 4-0. So, definitely want to redeem themselves after that one. They definitely want to get back to the BlizzCon finals and take a win this time for Europe. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But both European teams, look so good in groups, but just as you see how the brackets are shaped out and kind of the matchups that they're ending with in the semifinals, you have to think that they really are up against it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be a scary situation knowing that, they definitely did have some practice matches, off stage, sometimes because we queue the matches ourselves, we can see all war games that are going on. So, we sometimes jump in and take a look at who's playing, but I don't know, not being able to practice on stage and play like big matches before the finals, kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously really nice to be able to skip all of yesterday's matches, but now the teams that didn't have to skip them and made it through anyway are going to be probably more warmed up. They are going to have those stage matches under their belt. Both of those 2 teams, Push and 3 Amigos, will have played 2 stage matches already, and these guys are going to be on their first one. So, for someone like Talbytree, who will never played at a tournament like this, nerves could definitely be a factor. But guys, we are going to be starting this game up pretty shortly here. It's going to be on the Grand Arena, and Skill-Capped EU not going to go for the mirror, something that I definitely thought they might decide to do. Zuniaki plays that Warrior, and a lot of people were talking about the fact that they might be playing this as a mirror, not feeling confident in the Shatter play, but they are going to be starting it off at least with that. They can swap it up if it doesn't work out, but we will see what's going to go down. And right off the bat, they're going to be on the back of No Lifer here, who is putting a lot of damage into Yun. The Deep Freeze ring onto Coding, just kind of used defensively there. Orb going to come out onto Yun, who's taking a lot of damage, but Zuniaki at the same time is already in trouble. The block is forced there onto Yun. Really good early pressure here from Skill-Capped EU.
It is, and Yun got so low. That block came so late. Of course, these guys are playing on 5 millisecond latency, so you're able to hold that block for an extremely long time.
Yeah, look at the wreck. Everything being popped here by Ung. He's going to be going hard onto Zuniaki. He was on No Lifer, but he got away. Now he's going to have to swap it up. Into the clone, though, he goes. He's going to sit through this. His cooldown's expiring. Nice start for Skill-Capped EU, but as the cooldowns do kind of run out, that initial burst from Skill-Capped EU, will they be able to keep this up? Or will Ung and Yun really just kind of start to grind them down? They are going to be going back onto No Lifer. We see that the Phase Silence is going to be played here by the Druid. That silence was up onto him, so he couldn't blink away. Coding has popped Heart of the Wild early on. So has Talbytree. Both Druids, relatively close on mana. No big discrepancies on either side that way.
I'm surprised more Druids in this tournament haven't been playing that glyph. It's such a game changer when Coding can just toss out that silence, set up kills by himself.
Yeah, definitely. And now tossing one over onto Zuniaki into the Storm Bolt. He goes off of that. We do see that Yun still kind of the target. Now Coding going to get face silence stuff. So both Druids actually are playing it this time around. Talby's, was CC'd there. He's going to be sheeped into the clone, and No Lifer's in a lot of trouble. He's down to 200k. He's going to have to block. Will it get shattered off? I believe it probably will. Yep, the shatter does come in. The Psychic Horror did expire, and now that block is gone. Talby is out of the CC, though, still holding onto his PvP trinket, so they do trade a block, but they hold on to their healer's trinket.
So you can see Talby playing excellent positioning. Of course, Coding is, really playing the LOS game a lot. As you see the charge, or the heroic leap into the fear onto Talby, followed by a blanket silence. Wow, look at all this cross CC all over Skill-Capped EU.
Yeah.
And if they're trying to set up a kill onto No Lifer, they're just going to train him into the ground now that he's missing his block and on hypothermia.
Yeah, and I mean, Ung had to wall there, but he trinketed and leaped as well. Definitely got a little bit nervous, I think, and of the damage he was taking. No Lifer is taking a fair bit of damage himself now. He's down to below half HP. Talbytree with no trinket. This could be trouble. No Lifer may go down. He just falls. No block from No Lifer.
Wow.
And way too greedy there. And this has been, one of the problems with Skill Cap DU in these big pressure matches. They seem to falter a bit. When we look at the matches they lost in the European regionals, it was on no block, no disperse. When we look at last year in the BlizzCon finals, at least half of the games were no block, no disperse, and this has been something that has really plagued them. The nerves coming in big time, and in a series like this, we're talking about how tough it's going to be for them. You can't afford to give up a free game.
And it's incredible, like that crowd control at the end that started on Talby. When the game ended, Yon had palm up. Like, he had the buff on him, so that chain was just starting too when they got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see. The start was great from Skill Cap DU, but things started to fall apart a little bit. I mean, I'm not sure if it was a bit of a misplay or if Zuni was just trying to silence the trinket of coding, but there was an entire fear silence overlapped, and it's both from him, so there's no real reason for that, unless he was, I think, trying to like pre-silence the trinket and trying to go for a big play like that. But sometimes those don't pay off, and No Lifer getting a bit greedy with that block. I thought he could maybe hold on to it. Didn't work out for him. But now they are going to be down a map, and the map advantage going to the Koreans, it means they only have to win on their selections. And we talked about how difficult of a matchup this is going to be for Skill Capped, even in the best of times. So it's like when you have a game like that, it's so devastating because if you go into a series and you're like, okay, we play a game or two. If it's not working out, we go to WMD. They could be saying that. But then when you have that game, you're down a game now.
Right.
And you can't judge anything from that. You can't say, oh, well, we can't win this. We can't win the series with this comp because it wasn't a real game. It was a giveaway. But, who knows if they would have been able to win it at all later, because as the game stabilized, maybe they wouldn't have had a chance. But they learned nothing from that game. It's a complete throwaway. And it really does, put a damper on things, especially if they're considering changing comps, because, what can you take from this?
No, not at all. I mean, there was no real learning opportunity there. They did have that great initial burst straight from the start, almost killing Yun right from the start. But Coding doing a great job of keeping his team up. And like we were saying, these guys are playing on a server that's extremely close by. I think it's 5 millisecond latency across the board for everyone.
I've seen any WoW event.
Yeah. So they can really hold on to those. And we were talking about how Laser Chicken, when he plays his matches, which we'll see coming up, he's always like, well, Earthsock.
I like no HP, but he hasn't died yet from it. So it's like, like I want to say that like, with him, I'm like, oh man, come on, you got to do it earlier than that. But at the same time, if he doesn't die, then you can't hold anything against him. So
of course,
we will see if that does come into play later. But for now, it is going to be Skill Cap DU. Pardon me.
And we have a replay coming up from the last match, so you can see the CC chain that ended it. So, this is when Young did pop his wall, and I like that he's using it while he was, pretty high on hit point at that point. And then you see once he has the double trinket up, he knows he can go for the kill. Because look at the CC chain starting on Talby right now.
Is he actually? Oh, no, I guess he's not. So he's not using the oil. He's pretty short cooldown because he did pop it once earlier. But yeah, No Lifer taking a lot of damage here, and this is where he needed to start being worried. Talby was in the trinket, and he's just kind of trying to kite out of there. I think they were hoping that they could pop that shroom because it looked like it was a fully charged shroom, and Talby was coming out of the clone. So if they were able to get that off, he probably would have been okay. But it's one of those things where if it's like a 50-50 kind of thing, it's totally not worth taking the risk. But it's easy to say that in hindsight,
right?
And so, at the same time, you never know. It could have been Talby saying, "No, don't block. You're fine. I can shroom."
Exactly.
So you can't place all the blame there, and they are going to have their map choice. So hopefully, going to be able to get back into it.
Yeah, so they are switching to Ruins of Lordaeron is going to be their pick. Good solid pick. I think that they're able, with this map, they might be able to punish the warrior a lot more, if he puts himself out of position.
And I think Coding is going to have a much tougher time on Ruins of Lordaeron as well. It's so difficult to actually avoid the CC on a map like this. As the Shadow Priest mage team, you can pull back, draw the warrior in. That's going to push Coding up to the tomb. And once you're that far up to the tomb, it's so easy to get those, those disarm fears, the sprint fears from the Shadow Priest, or a deep fear into silence, that kind of stuff. So these combos are pretty easy to pull off when you already have that just a short distance to cover. So definitely something that Coding is going to have to be worried about. But Skill Cap DU, this is a very important game for them. If they go down 2-0, it's gonna be rough. I mean, at that point, you know, can you even swap comps? It's like, if you're down 2-0, it's so tough to know. Can you really say, we're going to win 3 in a row in a mirror? So, I mean, they really need to win this one, guys. If you'd like to see Skill Cap DU take it, give them a cheer. And if you guys want to see Push take a stranglehold on this series with a 2-0 lead, let's hear it for the Koreans.
Got a pretty big fan base.
Wow, the Koreans, the Koreans building a lot of fans here already at BlizzCon, I think. So it is a 1-0 lead for Push over Skill Cap DU. It is the semifinals here at BlizzCon 2014. Zunyaki's going to be playing the Shadow Priest, No Lifer on the Mage, and Talby will be the Restoration Druid. I'm going to be on the Warrior. Yun will be the Mage, and Coding the Restoration Druid for the Koreans.
It looks like they're playing pretty cautiously at the start because, of course, in the last matchup, Skill Cap really did a number on Yun, forcing the block almost instantly in that match. But you can see the CC already starting, and Zuni already had to trinket.
Yeah, he trinketed and actually got cloned up right off of that, so not the start that they were hoping for. No Lifer taking some damage from that orb, but really doing pretty well to live through that. And they're actually going to be going hard onto Coding. Shadow Fiend's already out on him. Defreeze is sat through, and he is okay with that early Barks, and he pops the Shroom. No Lifer in a lot of trouble now. Rex has been popped. Block probably going to have to come out here. He's down to 100k. There is that block. He's not going to risk it, but it's going to get shattered off. No, the block now canceled as he gets topped up from that Heart of the Wild Tranquility. Yun being pressured hard now, down to 200k. He's going to have to block. Blows being traded back and forth very heavily here. Nice disrupting shout on the Polymorph, though, by Ung. We see the face isles coming down on Yun. He's going to be put into the sheep. Deep Freeze over onto Coding. Coding going to be in some trouble now as the Ice Lances come crashing in. Psychic Horror to follow that up. There's a Silence. Fear to follow that up as well. He's down to 200k. Urzox has to come out. He's still under pressure. Will he go down? The Symbiosis block has to come out from Coding, and Skill Cap DU is coming out extremely aggressive.
They are, and you can see that playing the Safeguard too, so being able to hit that on Yun to put himself in a good position. Like, look at the polys coming out, just across the board. I'm glad that they're choosing to go on to Coding. They're really making things happen with this.
This is trouble, though. Full fear onto Talby. The block comes out. This one's going to be shattered. No Lifer maybe going down here. This could be game 2. The clone follows it up. I think he's in trouble. Ung right now is Nova'd up, though. Nice CC. There's the poly comes out, but the charge is down, and No Lifer is in so much trouble. Defensive deep comes out. We just see a face silence onto Talby. He's going to have to block that, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 40k, he does go down, and Push
wow,
are one game away from the BlizzCon Grand Finals.
This WMD is so dominant. We see that, they were trying to score the kill onto Coding, but, he shrugged it off, hitting that Ursox pretty low on hit points, but was able to LOS and run away. Of course, running Symbiosis block. We talked about it yesterday where he was running the Fear for at least one game. Yeah. So really glad he decided to not go with that choice.
Yeah, I think he did just run the Fear the first game, and then, then he just swapped it up. But, it really did pay off for them there, and kind of sometimes getting those surprise wins can be important here. But, I mean, that game, although, Skill Cap DU did get a lot of pressure out, they did a great job. They chained their CC perfectly, their stuns as well, onto the Druid, and almost were able to take down Coding. It just wasn't quite enough, and I mean, the amount of CC that Talby was eating to be able to stay aggressive and kind of be up in their face was just like way too much. And I mean, it seemed almost inevitable that they were going to die if they didn't get that early kill. But we do have a replay, so we can check that out, see these final moments of the game, and we can see how much CC was on Talby. He gets a Stormbolt there. He's going to trinket the Stormbolt, unfortunately, into a full Fear. So that is definitely not a good start already. Now the Shatter comes out, and we are just going to see this more and more CC. Now a full clone onto Talby. We see No Lifer did get away. The trinket came out on the sheep. He's going to have to do deep defensive here. Another clone, meanwhile, onto Talby. Now we see the disrupting roar there. That is actually Symbiosis blocked, but he's deep frozen onto that. Just no chance to really control his character. And I think, the main problem there was, you can't really, I don't think, afford to trinket that Stormbolt when there's still CC available to be followed up. I mean, Intimidating Shout, not on cooldown. There's NS clones available, all those kind of things. And trinketing the Stormbolt, yes, it is definitely a rough situation, but at the same time, I just don't think it's something you can afford to do when all that CC is available, unless it's like a complete desperation situation. And I mean, No Lifer actually almost lived through all that CC, including the full Fear. So had Talby had his trinket for that full fear, or for one of the longer CCs, No Lifer may have been able to survive, but at the same time, it's just so hard to make those decisions because No Lifer was put into a block, and Ung actually very intelligently didn't use his Shatter on the first block because there was a Heart of the Wild Tranquility coming out. He knew he was going to be topped off, so he saved it for the second block. And Talby, seeing that No Lifer's down at like 150k in a block, felt he had to trinket it no matter what, even though it was a short CC. And in this case, it didn't really work out.
Yeah, and we saw great plays, out of No Lifer towards the end, the deep into the sheep, playing defensively, but once the Warrior was able to get out of that, because he just previously trinketed too. If they would have had some good cross CC onto Coding at that point, they may have prevented that dispel, and kept the Warrior off of him. But it's those split-second decisions that you have to make, and of course, CCing the Warrior, whether the Shadow Priest wasn't able to get over to him or not, hard to say. And that could have been the game changer at that point. We're just waiting for these players to get ready, and I can't say enough about this team. Look at they seem so excited and happy to play, and they are just dominating all their matches.
Yeah, they're really looking absolutely awesome here today. Well, and really throughout the whole tournament, even in their only loss against Bleach Bones, they still look damn good. They almost beat the LSD2 on Blade's Edge, which seemed to be a near impossible feat. But Skillcap DU, they crushed through the opening bracket last weekend. But they haven't played a single game since then. This is now their first stage match at BlizzCon. Push is fully warmed up. They played 2 stage matches yesterday. Now here in their third one, this is going to feel like a little bit more comfortable for them. And that could definitely be playing a role here. Jitters on the no block in the first game. Second game, a trinket that was maybe a bit questionable from Tally. But as we said, it's extremely difficult to make those calls. But still, you have to play basically perfect. This is a matchup that we talked about being extremely difficult for that shatter play, for the team that Skillcap DU is playing. And if they want to beat Push, they are going to have to outplay Push. And you just can't afford to have any mistakes against this team because their team play is just incredible, and Push really doesn't make many mistakes at all.
No, they really don't. I can't even pick out one mistake that was made in those last 2 matches out of Push. Like looking
the only thing I guess you could look at is maybe the second shield wall was questionable or something. That was maybe early, but at the same time, it's allowing his crew to stay more offensive, and it's I don't know. There's really no big mistakes that they have made, and Skillcap DU has had a couple, and they're going to have to play perfectly if they really want to be able to do it.
And this is what we were talking about. This is a very risky decision, especially after not playing on stage for a week. It's such a big gamble, but they have to do something. Those first 2 matches were completely one-sided in Push's favor.
But it is going to be the comp swap, and Skillcap DU going to be playing the mirror here against Push. They're going to be going up against it. Zunyaki will be making the swap to the Warrior, and he's going to have to play very well if he wants to compete against Ung here. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it, and having to make that call after the second game instead of the first because of that missed block is definitely something that could come back to bite them. We'll see though how this one's going to play out. No Life are going into the Invis. They need to win this, and they need to win this now. They're going to have to take 3 straight against the Koreans who've been looking nigh unstoppable. Zunyaki now going to be storm bolted up, coding into the deep freeze, clone over onto Ung. Zunyaki going to be over onto Yun. Heroic Leap does come out. He throws the fear over onto coding. That's going to be the trinket there. We see disarm over onto Zunyaki. Now that disrupting roar. Talby Tree actually triggers the roar into a full clone. Not a good start there for him. But Yun is getting absolutely rocked right now. Coding does have the Heart of the Wild pop, but we do see that he's going to be charged right back over onto him. He's down to 200k. A Reckless has been popped by Zunyaki. Looks like he's actually going to try to hold onto his block. No Lifer's in a lot of trouble as well, but Yun does get topped off. Talby Tree has his Heart of the Wild pop. Zunyaki going to be sheeped up. He does get out of that now in battle stance, just doing so much damage to these 2 mages. We just see that No Lifer throws the MCS over onto Yun, and Zunyaki trying to get right back over onto him. Talby going to be thrown into the deep freeze. Yun down dangerously low, coding into the deep freeze. Now the full sheep comes out. There's the block. Is he going to go for the shatter? He is. Oh no, a nice charge comes in from Ung, blocking that out, but he is going to get the shatter off now. Yun sitting very low. There's still some CC over onto coding. He's going to have to use the symbiosis block to get out, but a good roar comes in. Coding is going to be into the full clone. Great CC from Talby Tree. Could this be the start of the comeback down to 100k? It looks like he's going to go down. No, he's alive. He's still alive. He's down to 30k, but he's back up to 50. Last stand comes out. Coding's into the deep freeze. They're trying desperately to finish him off. Will they be able to? And it's Yun. He falls. Zunyaki, Talby Tree.
Wow.
And No Lifer play an amazing game there. And Talby has to take a lot of the credit there. Fantastic CC throughout the whole game, really, manipulating the Koreans, controlling the pace of the game. And, he says, maybe I messed up last game, but this one he certainly didn't. Talby was playing just incredibly well.
What an amazing match that was. It just was so back and forth. We saw there was a couple scary moments for Zuniaki when he got storm bolted in battle stance while they were going on him. And there was a great charge from Ung to interrupt the shatter. There were so many good things that both teams did. And unfortunately for Push, Skill-Capped EU just able to land that last CC chain.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a series. It is not going to be a clean sweep. The Europeans not going to go down without a fight here. And now, a very actually convincing game has to be said. And that was super fast-paced. And I think, if you're Skill-Capped EU, you want it to be a bit messy. You don't want Push to be able to get into their comfort zone. This is a comp that they're going to have played so much more than you. So, I think that you really kind of want it fast-paced. You want it rushed down. You want it, one of those games where you can maybe just have it a bit more unpredictable.
Now, these last few moments, as we will see, the hypothermia, he was just trying to kite as much as he could with his druid. But we do have a replay of those final moments for the mage. And you can see he did literally everything to stay alive, non-stop. You see he's even playing Ice Ward, smart across the board.
Yeah, but just so much CC was coming out from Talby. The clone, another clone after that. He had a beautiful roar on the trinket before. And Yunyun getting away here, but No Lifer, spamming out those ice lances, just desperately trying to finish him off. And Zuniaki was disarmed, but No Lifer able to secure the kill there. Ung was just desperately trying to keep the warrior off him, but it was not quite enough. And, now they are down 2-1 still. They have to win 3 straight overall, but, they looked damn good in that. And,
yeah,
the possibility is there.
And that switch, down 2, there's so much pressure, and they were able to score the first point. This is big momentum for them at this point.
Definitely is, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of a map the Koreans want to go for. They may want to try to, spread it out a little bit, look at a map that maybe would be a little less aggressive so they can kind of control the pace of the game a little bit better, get more into their comfort zone. Because I think, if you're the better team, you kind of want it to go longer. If you're saying, okay, we're better at WMD than they are, the longer the game goes, the more mistakes they'll make, the more things we can capitalize on.
Yeah, that's the big thing, especially when it's your comp that you play. You know your flaws. You know that when the CC chain starts on the Druid, you really need to have the Warrior trying to break it up. It's just going to be a nail biter this match because, of course, Skill-Capped EU, even though they did win that last round, they are still facing elimination.
They definitely are. They are not out of the woods just yet, not even close. Still going to have to win 2 more mirrors against one of the best teams I've seen in recent memory. So it's going to be an actually incredible match. Zuniaki, of course, is going to be sticking on the Warrior. So it's going to be Zuniaki playing the Warrior for Skill-Capped EU, Talby Tree on the Restoration Druid, No Lifer on the Frost Mage. It's going to be Ung on the Warrior for Push, along with Yunyun playing the Mage and coding on the Druid. The gates are about to open for Tiger's Peak. It's game 4 here. We are live in Anaheim, California for BlizzCon 2014. This is the semifinals. Push, 1 game away from the grand finals, but Skill-Capped EU refusing to go down. Will they be able to tie it up here? Let's find out.
And straight from the start, we did see a lot of early pressure from Skill-Capped this entire match so far. Immediately, look at this CC starting already on Push.
Yeah, both Warriors just trading Storm Bolts. Shockwave comes out on Zuniaki. CS over there onto Talby Tree. Yunyun down dangerously low, maining to block. He's down to 100k again, 60k. Are you kidding me? He needs the block. He does finally do so. The fear comes out on coding. The NS heal with Heart of the Wild. The block did come out, was not able to be shattered. Now the shatter going to be canceled by Zuniaki as he does try to get right back over onto Yunyun. Yunyun could be in some trouble here as this is a great start for Skill-Capped. It's going to come down largely to who can get CC on the opposing team's Druids earlier because neither of them do have a trinket. The pressure, though, heavily in the favor of Skill-Capped as the Deep Freeze. Sheep comes over on a coding. That's going to be full. Stormbolt thrown over at Young. We can see that Yunyun's in some trouble. Zuniaki pops all his cooldowns because his Skull Banner is up. Full Shockwave onto Yunyun. He's in trouble, but the Shroom gets popped. It's going to be a crit. He's right back to full. And Yunyun going to be sheeped up. Nice reflect there from Zuniaki. Now the pummel comes out from Zuniaki, interrupting his second sheep in a row. Well played there by him. Ong on the other end of things does pop die by the sword. He's trying to get right over over onto No Lifer. Deep freeze onto Talbytree. And Talbytree is going to have to do some work here if he wants to keep No Lifer alive.
So it looks like he's playing Mass Spell Reflection this round. Smart choice. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was Safeguard that went off. So Yunyun is going to be the target still from Zuniaki, but Zuniaki's cooldowns are down, but look at how much pressure he's putting out on him by himself. Big Sheep onto Coding right now. Second one with DR, but Yunyun down to half right now.
This is bad though. Zuniaki got Sheep behind the pillar, and we couldn't see Talby get over there to dispel it. Yunyun does get forced into the block by No Lifer though. Full Sheep gonna be maybe come over onto Coding. Another reclone does come out. Last stand gonna be up for Yunyun, but he could be going down. MCS over. Here comes Zuniaki. The X2 is gonna be stemmed out. Yunyun goes down. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
They are pumped up. Zuniaki and No Lifer on their feet. And they are saying, we are here, and we are here to play. They want the grand finals, and the Koreans are on the back foot. They are going to be asking the ones to step it up if they want to take this series.
Oh, they really are, and we saw Zuniaki stand up and cheering, and of course, at that moment, Ung and Coding still trying to play it out, because you never know, you just got to try for it.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes teams do cheer a little bit too early. I'm sure you remember back in 2009, it was, the Orange Marmalade, the 1v2 against SK Gaming. That's one of those famous moments in WoW Arena history. One of the things that a lot of people actually don't know about that is that, in that mirror, SK Gaming was actually standing up and cheering. They thought the game was over. They weren't really paying attention. And they got 1v2'd, and they lost the series after that.
Oh, yeah.
So pretty insane though. We're all tied up 2-2, and now I mean,
look at the damage difference.
Yeah,
it is a massive difference between these
No Lifer
teams.
Did triple the damage of Yunyun.
They did. He was just shut down the entire time. We do have a replay of the final moments for Yunyun, and it was just, you can see he was trying to do everything by himself. But the big moment for me is coming up on here is that the block was forced while Zuniaki was sitting in a full sheep behind the pillar.
Yeah.
Like, that's it right there.
And
because of
really,
the CC chain.
To me, these two games have come down to Druid versus Druid. Talby is the one always getting the CC out first on a Coding. And Coding is just falling behind as a result of it. I mean, when you look at that situation, Zuniaki sheep behind the pillar, out of LOS, Talby is the one that has to push forward into Coding, and yet he's the one getting the CC off first, which to me just seems kind of crazy,
Yeah.
You would think that in that situation you would be at such a disadvantage, but Coding was actually the one that got CC'd up. No Lifer is able to solo force the block onto Yunyun. Well, Zuniaki's in a full sheep behind the pillar, and it's like, out of nowhere, the game just completely kind of got turned on its head.
Yeah, just waiting for the pick, and now that it's tied up.
I mean, now that it's tied up, and you're push, you're the ones that are the WMD. You're the ones that are not supposed to be losing this kind of a mirror. And do the nerves really start to set in for them now? Is it like, oh crap, are we actually going to get 3-0'd in a mirror by someone playing their alt? I mean, it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it is, and this is the, I'm really glad, of course, that skill cap did change, because those first two rounds were not anything great for that team, and of course Zuniaki just showing absolute dominance on
And I mean,
warrior.
imagine if they had started with this comp.
Yeah.
I mean, the first game was a gimme with a no block. The second one, they're like, okay, this isn't going to work. Yeah. And then they swapped. Now they win 2 in a row in the mirror, which I don't think anyone would have predicted. I don't think they would have predicted that. But they have a lot of confidence in their team that plays really well together. And I mean, the damage difference between No Lifer and Yunyun was ridiculous. He literally tripled his damage.
Yeah.
And that is just unreal.
Not only that, Ung's damage was not even close to Zuniaki's.
No.
I think that Zuniaki definitely
did
had
at least 50% more.
Right, yeah, and he just had way more opportunities to effectively use his cooldowns during that match.
And I mean, I really just feel like a lot of this, it all comes down to the difference between Talby and Coding in this game. And I feel like Talby's really outplaying him. He's getting the CC out more onto Coding, and Coding is not able to get the dispels onto Ung. As a result, Zuniaki's sticking harder onto Yunyun. They're getting the cooldowns out of him earlier, and it's just kind of snowballing. So a lot of pressure here, I think, on the Koreans now. There's no smiles on those faces right now, and it's going to be push versus skill cap to you. We're in game 5. This is for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear a cheer for these two teams.
Fans on both sides for this match, and I'm glad it went down to a 2v2 because of that. We're going to follow No Lifer out to just see how much damage he does. Straight from the start, we've seen a lot of very, very early pressure onto Yunyun from No Lifer. Kind of mage duel going on from the start while the Warriors are kind of
Interesting, yeah, because both times the Warriors were the ones kind of starting off early last time, and now Zunyaki going to be the one to get this first Stormbolt off. There's the Deep Sheep on a Coding. Yun going to trick it immediately into the MCS, though. He could be taking some major damage early on. No Lifer at the same time, though, getting hit pretty hard. Ironbark up onto No Lifer. Deep Freeze over onto Talby Tree. Both Druids. Actually, no, Coding now, they're both Druids who do have their Heart of the Wild up. Talby is going to have to trinket. The fear comes out on Coding. He has to trinket as well. Yun being pressured very hard. The Sheep does come over on him. Full fear onto Talby, though. He's going to try to sit through this as No Lifer does kite away. He's trying to get out of there. Reckless has been popped by Young, but he is sheeped up. He actually not able to connect too much, but No Lifer may be forced into the block anyway. Talby needs to get back to No Lifer if he wants to keep him out of that block. Nice Stormbolt into the clone onto Young. Great play there from Zunyaki and Talby to hold onto the block from No Lifer. Zunyaki, though, at the same time, was getting a little bit low, down to half HP, now being topped back up by his Druid.
Yeah, especially where they chose to go with the Cyclone instead of the heals. You know, Talby and No Life are doing a great job of communicating at that point.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff. And I mean, you know, getting that Stormbolt allowed them to do it, but they're turning around on Zunyaki. They're trying to maybe take advantage of this ult. He's going to be put in the Deep Freeze. Shockwave off of that. He's down to 200k. He's taking a lot of damage. The Ironbark is up, though, but now they're turning around, comes in on Ung. We do see the disorienting roar onto Coding. Talby getting the CC as always. Shield wall comes up, but will it be too little too late? He's getting bursted down through it. Was down briefly to 60k. Drops the Mocking Banner. Shield wall. Die by the sword. Last stand. Those are all of his cooldowns. One more CC onto Coding. Could be the series. Ung is in a lot of trouble here. He needs to get picked back up. In comes the Ironbark, though. It's a Warrior versus Warrior duel right now, and Zunyaki is coming out on top, but the Deep Beast comes crashing in. Yun gonna be CS. Out comes the Orb. No Lifer sheeped up now. Both Warriors just still pumping damage into each other back and forth. Full sheep now onto Coding. In comes the swap onto Yun. He gets out of there with the Ice Ward, though. At Talby into the full sheep. No Lifer may not be so lucky. He's getting pretty low here. We may see the first block from No Lifer. A fear, though, onto Coding. That's gonna be full from Zunyaki. Ung put into the Shockwave sheep, and now it's a 3v1 onto Yun. Talby just needs to keep No Lifer alive. Will he be able to do it? No Lifer getting pretty low here. May want to block. We'll see if he's going to hold on to it. A nice meld, though, does come out from Talby on the clone from Coding.
As Yun is going to look like he might make it out of here as he is trying to kite away back. But look at No Lifer's health at this point. So dangerously low with Talby trying to get back into line of sight.
He's got a block, man. He's down to 50k. That was so close there. And I mean, he does hold on to that block, but you really want to risk, you know, losing a game like this on no block. And Talby is healing him up pretty well here, but No Lifer still has been so low for such a long time. Now the MCS does come in. There's a Stormbolt onto No Lifer. He's going to trinket that. Talby is out of the CC for now. Coding has his trinket back, so the advantage has to be said to be in the Koreans' favor.
Zunyaki had to trinket that Cyclone. He really wanted to stay offensive during that onslaught right there. As look at the no trinkets on for skill capped EU. Of course, Coding and Young and Ung both having their trinkets available. But of course, Yun just is going to be the man who's going to be taking all the damage during this match.
And look at Talby's mana, man. I mean, he has no trinket and he has less than half the mana of Coding. The Koreans really starting to take advantage here in this final game. Talby, though, put into the Stormbolt. Deep Freeze onto Zunyaki. Deep Freeze over onto Coding as well. Zunyaki's in some trouble, though. MCS now onto No Lifer. We just see that Zunyaki down below half HP. He is in that defensive stance. Talby into the full sheep, though, and Talby is No Lifer's in trouble now. Things looking really bad for skill cap to you. Will they be able to turn this one around? Another sheep comes out on Talby. This could be the game. That Will the Shattering Throw comes out. He pops the die by the sword, so he can't get disarmed on it, and he's trying to finish him off. Ung is going to use his trinket as well. Full sheep over onto Coding, who had used his trinket also. Yun's in some trouble now. He's going to blink out of there. Ironbark comes out. Deep Freeze onto Talby, but he gets a good roar on the Deep Freeze. No CC able to come out as a result of that from Yun. No Lifer is still the one getting lower here, and a full fear over on Talby. This could be bad for No Lifer. He is on hypothermia, but he's kiting well. He is staying alive, and Yun is taking some damage here as well. There's the blink from No Lifer, but here comes the leap. Ung is in hot pursuit. He has the Recklessness pop, and No Lifer is getting very low. Second block comes out. Talby is into the MCS. Now he is out of it. Clone over onto Zunyaki. Full sheep onto Talby, though. He has no trinket for some time, and No Lifer is in a bit of a 3v1 situation as the Stormbolt lands on Zunyaki.
Yun is going to trinket to stay offensive right there, desperately trying to get onto his target. No Lifer needs to take a lot of damage right now if they want to secure the win, because the CC is starting on Talby. No Lifer taking a whole lot of damage as he's down.
Oh, he gets blocked. That blink lock comes in from Yun onto Talby, and this could be the game. No Lifer in so much trouble, but Yun's forced into the block. He's trying to get the shatter on, but a good disarm from Ung. The Reckless was popped by Zunyaki there. Yun going to be topped off. Both teams do stabilize somewhat, but look at the man on Talby. He's into the full clone, has the trinket, but he has no
mana. Zunyaki gonna trinket as well. He knows he needs to keep the pressure on if they want to stand a chance in this match. Yun down low. Coding has no trinket available. Deep Freeze comes out. Rallying cry bought by Ung. Could they get the kill here? Both mages are just trying so hard to stay alive. The clone offensively is gonna be thrown on Talbotry, but critically, the fear was used at the same time. The overlap could be huge, but Yun may be going down. Second block comes out. The shatter is gonna be used by Zunyaki. Ironbark is up. Can he get out of there? The Deep Freeze roar onto Talbotry. He's trying so hard to keep Nolifer alive, but he's been running on fumes for way too long.
He has the shockwave comes out onto Coding, as you can see with the MCS onto Yun. Also, Nolifer not taking too much damage right now. Temporal Shield is going to heal him up a bit. Brain Freeze comes out.
Full on to Talby though.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be in trouble, man. Nolifer is gonna, if the follow-up comes out on Talby, this could be it. He's trying to blink out there. He's trying to survive, but will he be able to? The full clone now onto Talbotry to follow up that full sheep. They're trying to turn it around on Yun. Deep Freeze onto Ung defensively. He did trinket into that. It could be a full sheep. Can Coding get to him for the dispel? Doesn't look like it just yet. Talby comes out of the Deep Freeze, trying to top off of Nolifer. Nolifer still down low. Coding getting the full tranquility. He's gonna be okay. And both teams stabilizing. Talbotry catching up in mana. Zunyaki into the sheep. That's dispelled, but the resheep will sit.
Yeah, and I mean, dangerously low mana. We see the Innervate used by both Druids at the exact same time right there. Those aren't going to get spell stolen off, it looks like, as we see some clones coming out onto Ung right now, which is great for Nolifer, because he is seriously in trouble. I mean, how long do you think he has left on his Cold Snap before he gets another block?
It's almost up. There's actually 5 seconds on his Cold Snap, so he really needs to live just a couple more seconds. Talbotry going to use the Symbiosis block, but he blocks into a sheep. He's not able to shift it, and Coding's pushing in. He can get the follow-up. There is that follow-up clone. He's in trouble. Nolifer sitting through this block. He knows he needs to sit through it, but the CC may continue to come out onto Talbotry. Zunyaki, though, doing a nice job breaking that up with the intimidating shout onto Coding. That was critical to keep themselves alive.
So we see Zunyaki behind the pillar just trying to put damage into Yun, but fully hotted with the Ironbark up as Coding is going to be cloned. Looks like it may have been a reflect at that point.
Yeah, it was a beautiful reflect there by Zunyaki, which has really given them the edge here. And now Coding put into the roar. He's able to meld the clone from Talby, who's going to be deep frozen. He's shockwaved up as well. Zunyaki trinkets. He's trying to get back onto Yun down low. The MCS comes out on Coding. Yun is in trouble. He's got to get out of there. He's at 50k, 80k HP. He has a couple heals coming in. Coding's in the clone. He may go down 7k. He goes down, and still count to you. They turn it around 3 in a row against the Korean WMD in the mirror. One of the most amazing comebacks in WoW Arena history.
That was incredible. That Zunyaki just played so well. I mean, you have to put yourself in his mindset when he's going behind the pillar by himself, reflecting that clone to set up the kill. Those were awesome plays.
That was fantastic, and it really, killed the momentum that that Push had been building up until that point. A beautiful clone reflect there by Zunyaki, just incredible, and we are going to get a replay of those final moments. And all the hots fell off during that clone, and out of that, he was CC'd by Talby. It was just such a critical point in the game. I mean, if he does land that clone, Zunyaki's doing no damage. Mage gets healed back up to full, but he has the presence of mind, notices the clone, lands the reflect, and that is, the big play that kind of just ended that game. And Push did step it up in this final game. The damage was very similar across the board, but let's have a round of applause for both teams, both these competitors, some of the very best in the world. And I mean, disappointing for Push, but they're still smiling.
But yeah, exactly, and they know that we can see our replay of the final moments, but during these matches, they really played, they did their best. There wasn't any mistakes that I saw out of Push to make anything, to make them want to go home, kind of ashamed or down on themselves. But you can see that it was just a very long, slow death for Yun, the CC just coming out on the Coding short clone. And that was it.
Yeah, just not able to survive there. Coming out of that clone reflect, Coding did land another one over on his Zunyaki, but he had the PvP trinket available, and just, Druids, one of their kind of struggles is playing from behind. It's catching back up, and Coding was a master of this. He showed it, in the dampening and everything, but sometimes you get too far behind, and it's like Druids are so good when they're ahead. When you have the team stabilized, you keep the hots rolling. But, in this case, he was just too far behind, couldn't pick his team back up, and skill cap to you complete the reverse 3-0 sweep. We have Zoe with Zunyaki and the rest on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. And I have Skill Cap joining me here. They are the first team advancing into the final. But before I'm going to have a word with you, I want to hear a massive applause for the guys from Push. That was incredible what they showed us throughout the last 2 days. And now let's talk about those matches. That was absolutely insane. What a comeback. Now, at the beginning, you guys stick to your initial comp, where a lot of people would say like, you probably would have a disadvantage there, and it did not really work out in your favor. What was the moment when you thought mirroring it would be the safer way?
Honestly, we wanted to mirror since the start. We had we were like 50-50. We were like, sure, what should we do? Should we mirror them? Which is, their main comp. This is an all comp for us. So people were like, there's no way you'll beat them as WMD. They're much better. So it made us think, maybe you will have a better chance as GOT comp. Our two first game were kind of sloppy. We could have played better and still probably won. I think we've played better. But as you said, it is a really hard matchup. And then we're like, we're down 2-0. And Nolafer was really, really confident on mirroring them. So we went with that.
All right, so before the game you told me that you actually took some notes, wrote down. What were the key points going up against Push Push? What was the thing you thought is really like the most important to take into account?
I would have to say, I don't know, because we started as GOT comp, and we had a few strats planned in our mind. We decided to go Druid because he does not play with Barskin Glyph, and it almost worked out. Unfortunately, we lost that game. So there's little things like that. We knew that we had few strats set up, but as WMD, we just knew we had to play good. We had to play better. That was the only way in a mirror match that you can win. You just have to, just try and hold CDs as much as you can. You have to try and save them. You have to try and play aggressive, go for CC at the right time, just overall playing better.
All right, and that you did. So once more, congratulations. Can't wait to have you back here on stage when we're heading into the finals. And now we're going to take a look again at the brackets to see what we can expect right after this match. So Push Push went up against Skillcap. Push Push unfortunately lost, but they put up a hell of a fight. And now the next one we're going to see is 3 Amigos going up against the guys from Bleached Bones. So that's going to be a very interesting match again. So for now, we're going to head into a quick break, but stay tuned. We'll be right back with the next semifinals. Hello and welcome back here on stage to our World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. We are about to head into the second semi-finals. The first one really already showed us what a good pace we're having here on stage. It was absolutely incredible. We saw an amazing comeback from SkillCap. So once more, let's bring up the brackets to see where we're standing right now and what we can expect from the day. SkillCap did just advance into the finals, and now it's going to be Bleachbones going up against 3 Amigos. So I think this game is going to be pretty darn intense too. Now let's see where we're here. I see a lot of 3 Amigos signs. So where are the 3 Amigos fans? All right. Okay, there's plenty of you, as I can see. Where are the guys for Bleachbones? Really? Oh, come on. Well, let's see. Maybe after the first game you will be convinced otherwise. So I would say we should get the teams on stage. So please, a big applause for Bleachbones from Europe. And they will be going up against 3 Amigos. All right, let's talk to the guys from Bleachbones first. You also had a day rest yesterday. Did you come to the venue anyway and watch the matches to maybe see what SkillCap is doing?
Yeah, we were. It was amazing games, and we were watching all of it.
All right. So you guys had some really, really great matches yesterday already, and now you're here going up against Bleachbones. A lot of people feel that your comp might have a little bit of trouble. I know that the guys from Bleachbones probably expect you also to maybe go for a switch. Maybe we see Windwalker. I just gonna assume you don't want to give anything away, but maybe give us a little bit of an insight how you prepared for Bleachbones.
I'm going to play Windwalker, Monk.
Oh, okay. He does give it away. Well, we all can't wait to get that game going. So, guys, thanks a lot for joining me. Good luck to both of those teams. This is all or nothing. This is for the finals. So now we're going to head into a very quick video and then throw it over to our casters.
Positioning of each of the players in an arena is important, as different spells and abilities have different ranges, and most require a clear line of sight to their target. You'll often notice players retreating to defensive positions near pillars or other obstacles in the arena. This allows them to break line of sight from enemy casters and pull enemy melee characters into positions where they may be out of line of sight from their healers or other team members. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
Hello and welcome back to BlizzCon 2014. We are here live in Anaheim, California. I'm Azale, joined as always by my good buddy, it's VHell. And oh my God, those last games, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're just tuning in, go watch the VODs.
Yeah.
That may have been the greatest WoW match ever.
It was insane. I mean, it's like, oh God, it was ridiculous, dude. I don't know, man. But anyway, we are going to be moving into the next semifinals. It is going to be 3 Amigos, the big fan favorites, and they're going to be going up against Bleachbones. And one European team has fallen, so we already, oh no, by mistake. Well, one European has team fallen, but anyway, we have one European team in the finals, and now we're going to find out if it's going to be an all-European affair or if North America is going to be able to make it on. And Venruki making the announcement, he's going to play Windwalker.
We get to see Venfuki, and if anyone is a big Venruki fan, you can tune in. Most of the time he plays mage, but he'll throw in that high-level Windwalker play. I'm really glad that people started picking up Windwalker for tournament play. Late into the expansion, their burst is scary.
Yeah, dude, he's sick good at it too. People, I think, underestimate him a lot. He's been playing for a long time now. I'm liking the hat there on Laguna. That's going to be the guy closest to us. He's going to be playing the Warlock. We are going to see Laser Chicken on the Druid. And Looney, of course, going to be playing the Shaman. And, definitely an excellent team. There's some fun guys as well. And, I mean, they're going to be looking to try to take this series. But I think this is definitely a match they would have liked to avoid. This is probably a team that's really going to be a tough matchup for them, I think. And as Windwalker Windwalker Warlock Shaman is so tough, I think, for LSD2. One of the biggest problems is, this team relies so much on spread pressure, but Windwalker monks can actually maintain very well with just their own self heals. So it allows C to just really kind of focus on healing himself, focus on healing Snuts, and he doesn't really have to worry about Venruki as much. So here we go for 3 amigos. It's going to be Snuts in the middle there on the Warlock. It's going to be C2 on the far end playing the Shaman, and it's going to be Venruki on the Mage. But in this series, very likely going to be holding it down on the Windwalker.
Oh, of course, and one of the things to note about Windwalkers, especially heading into dampening, is that the healing elixirs is so big if he chooses to play that, but he'll probably be playing that diffuse magic, which especially when it's going to be a long game, that cooldown just keeps coming up over and over and over, and just being able to reflect all those dots back onto the target.
Yeah, I mean, with Chi-Wave, there's a lot of different little self-heals they have, healing orbs as well, expel harm. There's a ton of different things that they do have to kind of get those self-heals going. And also, I mean, you can do the images. I think it's Earth, Wind, Fire, it's called, where you split
Storm, Earth, and Fire, yeah.
Storm, Earth, Fire, okay. So
the big thing to note is that they will spread your Mortal Strike, and
exactly,
that's huge.
Yeah, so for this comp going into dampening, you can actually have Mortal Strike on all 3 targets, and if it wasn't already hard enough to heal through dampening with dots and spread pressure, it's pretty much impossible when you have Mortal Strike up everywhere. But yeah, the biggest thing about this composition against the LSD2 is how well Venruki is going to be able to maintain on his monk. But these guys aren't going to go down without a fight, and we will see if this is going to be the case. And maybe Venruki was playing some mind games, who knows? But it is going to be Venfuki Human. He's going to be playing the Windwalker. And we are going to be going on into game 1 here of our second semifinals. If you guys want to see Bleach Bones take it, give a cheer. And if you want to see 3 amigos advance to the finals against Skillcap DU, let's hear it, boys.
Oh, they're pumped. They are pumped for this first matchup.
Yep. And I guess, there's no headphones sound canceling enough to stop that. I mean, those guys heard the cheers. They appreciate the support. It is Bleach Bones going up against 3 amigos here. Game 1, it's going to be on the Grand Arena. Laguna going to be playing the Warlock. Looney on the Shaman. Laser Chicken will be your Moonkin. And they're going up against Venruki playing the Windwalker Monk. Snuts on Warlock, and Sidu playing the Shaman. The gates are about to start. Let's get it going.
All right, right at the start, we are going to be following Venfuki. We got to see this monk play, come out right from the start, going to drop his port down, even toss the spheres down to make sure that he has a safe port back to it, and see if he's going to initiate right away. I like that, immediately using the flowers, trying to get the chi flowing already to stack up those. Look at that, 9 Tiger Eye Brews right from the start.
Yep, and Venruki, if you're not familiar with him, he has been playing monk pretty much since the start of the expansion. He's been playing it for a really long time now, so this is not some last-minute panic thing. This is something that they have been planning for a long time, and he's going to gate right in there. They want to get aggressive. They're going to be going hard onto Looney here, but a nice clone comes out from Laser Chicken immediately. Sidu caught into the Shadow Fury. Now Snuts going to be CS. Demon Soul active for Snuts. They want to get hard onto Looney, who has already popped Stewart Archer's Grace immediately, feeling the pressure. Venfuki, though, just going to get right over onto Looney once again. And look at the HP, though, on Venruki. Venruki down pretty low here, down to 200k. Snuts is low as well. Looney's in a lot of trouble. The Death Coil comes out. Sidu just sitting through this. Karma has been popped by Venruki, so prioritizing that trinket from Sidu. But look at Looney. He may actually be going down pretty soon here if he gets stunned again. He's down to 200k. He has to be careful of touch of death. He's going to try to get out of there. Clone comes in. Venruki's going to Flying Serpent Kick across the map right back onto him. You cannot run from a Windwalker Monk, and there's no one there for the link. So he's in a lot of trouble, but he does land a massive crit there with the Ascendance. Gets topped right back off.
As you see, Venfuki down to half, no trinket available, back up to 8 stacks already, but Sidu is in that stun right now, followed by a Shadow Fury on top, which was DR'd, which forces the Ascendance with the Tremored Fear, with a follow-up Fear too. Sidu just doing a great job right now trying to stay, but look at that, he now has the Hex and he's sitting it with the trinket up.
Yeah, and I mean, Snuts is in some trouble. We're probably going to have to see the heals come out here. Triple Howl does land. There's no Tremor available. Snuts may go down. The link has to be dropped, and 3 amigos falling way behind right now. Sidu may be being too greedy with his cooldowns. May want to try to start spending some of those to pick them right back up. Venruki, though, getting aggressive on Laguna. Look at his burst coming in. He could be in touch of death range pretty soon. The bargain has to come out there from Laguna. So does heals. That is the Dark Bargain as well, being used by him. So much being spent there defensively by Laguna, and he could be in a lot of trouble if they do get back onto him. Venruki just going to gate out of there, wants to heal up on the other side of the map. I imagine the rest of his team is going to be coming with him. And I mean, the damage is going to be slowing down a bit from Laser Chicken. His Heart of the Wild has expired. Healing going to be slowing down as well, but still, definitely doing very well is Bleach Bones.
Yeah, as you see Venruki trying to stack up what he can as the Port Fear comes in, as it is going to howl the entire team of 3 Amigos. They really need to turn it around right now as the Windwalk Totem and the Tiger Celeste is popped down with a clone on his Snuts, with a Dispel on his Sea-Doo. Venruki might be in trouble right here, as he is going to just use Fist of Fury just for the stun itself, but not too much damage coming out from 3 Amigos. I think Snuts' dot pressure this match is completely different. I don't see him doing the massive damage that we expect him to.
Yeah, and Venruki starting to use those images, though. He does have Karma back up. You know, his cooldowns are coming back up, so they are pretty short for that Windwalker Monk. You have to be getting through them pretty quickly if you want to be able to take him out. And I mean, Sea-Doo, you know, he is letting his team get kind of low, but he's holding on to his cooldowns. He's up at full mana. He's going to be put into the bash. Doesn't have the PvP trinket, so they could actually be in a lot of trouble here. We have to see the Karma come out there from Venruki. Will they be able to break through that? Laguna in some trouble, though, into the Death Coil. He could be in some danger, so Looney's going to have to actually trinket and drop the link there, as he knew he was getting close to the touch of death range, and with no bargain, you cannot take the risk. Sea-Doo now going to be popping Spirit Walker's Grace, wants to get his team top right back off. Here comes Venfuki, he's trying to get right over onto Looney. Flying Serpent Kick into the roll, and now up goes that Rising Sun Kick. Venruki's just trying to do a lot of damage, keeping the pressure up onto Looney. He's going to make it very hard for him. A full channel Fist of Fury. Will a coil come out after that? Not just yet. Looks like Venruki's going to be able to get that in-cap over onto Laser Chicken. And Looney, you know, handling this pressure quite well so far.
Yeah, he is. Not too much offensive pressure out of Venfuki because he was not sitting on any stacks. There we go. Now he's going to use the Diffuse plus the Tiger Eye Brew stacks on double trinket, as he is going to have to port away during that. So that's pretty unfortunate onslaught. But look, the Moonkin is going to push.
He's in trouble. He may go down, actually. He has no touch. And wow, a big trinket came out from Laser Chicken there, trying to finish off Venfuki. The last stand just in time. The Expel Harm not able to keep him up, and so close there to dying. And Snuts is in trouble. Snuts has to tap. He's going to have to use the heals, as he knows he needs that mana. Sea-Doo's sitting at 100% mana, but has not been able to put it out. His time is now to just be inefficient. He needs to get his team top back off, and he needs to do it very, very fast, but he's getting shut down hard by Bleach Bones, who has just been doing a masterful job controlling Sea-Doo, and this could be big trouble for Snuts, as Snuts is down dangerously low, 100k. This could be it for Snuts. He's down extremely low. Sea-Doo desperately trying to pick him back up, has the Ascendance pop. It looks like he's going to be able to land enough heals. They will survive for now, but Bleach Bones is just doing amazing. Laguna and Laser Chicken really manipulating the game well.
They are. They're forcing Venruki just to play so defensive. I mean, we saw him use his stacks and then run away with double trinket up. So they're really, and now that we're going into dampening, like, it is a scary point when your healer can't keep up with the Windwalker damage, but then you're facing a LSD2 into deep dampening. Like, it's scary for both teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. In comes the Howl there from Laguna, who has just been doing an amazing job keeping these dots spread around. Full Howl, though, over onto Looney. He's going to tremor that one a little bit late as it does come off cooldown. Snuts taking some pressure once again here. Sea-Doo has to stabilize his team somewhat, but out comes the Starfall. CS and Incap overlapped onto Looney. Laguna taking some damage with Venruki taking the worst end of the exchange as the clone comes out from Laser Chicken. Hex to follow that up. I believe it was an NS Hex onto Venruki, onto Sea-Doo, as Venruki has to use his Touch of Karma once again here. Sea-Doo is getting controlled so hard into the Incap, into the stun. Venruki could be going down here. We'll see. He's putting out the Fist of Fury. Snuts in trouble as well. No more touch for Venruki. He's trying to get out of there. Snuts is down to 100k. Will he be able to survive? Another Shadow Fury onto Sea-Doo. He's just not even been able to play at all. Great CC here from Bleach Bones. Sea-Doo drops the link. Battlemaster comes out. Healthstone's used by everyone. They're trying to pop themselves back off. Sea-Doo now popping the Spirit Walker's Grace. Really struggling to deal with this pressure, but Looney's in some danger as well. Gonna have to pop the Ascendance. He's trying to get out of there, but then Fuki's on the back of him, and the Hallowed Terror comes out onto Laguna. He's not gonna be able to dispel that. Into the Hex he goes. Dispelled immediately, though, by Laser Chicken, who has just been playing amazingly well.
Sea-Doo is sitting in a bash right now. Venruki really far away from his team. Sea-Doo really needs to make his way over, as you can see. Venruki playing, pretty offensive, kind of risking it, because Looney getting him down to
a big run Hex there. He goes offensive with his Spirit Walker's Grace Hex onto Sea-Doo while he's being trained. Will it pay off, or is it too risky? Looney taking a lot of damage. Venruki has to use the Diffuse there. A clone to follow that up from Laser Chicken, always there with that follow-up CC onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo drops the grounding, trying to stay out of CC, but Looney is just getting trained into the ground as dampening is up to 10%. The coil comes out. Looney is just getting so low on mana. He's in a lot of trouble here. Venfuki gets cloned off by Laser Chicken, though. Full fear rather onto Sea-Doo off of that trinket, and Venfuki could be in some trouble. Looney down so low, and mana is the real problem for him. If Venruki can get back to him, it could be the game. Laser Chicken now going to be swapped to. Into the leg sweep he goes. Venruki right back onto Looney, though. He is so They need to push Venfuki back, but they're not able to do it. Sea-Doo with the Dispel on the UA. He's going to be keeping him safe. Snuts is pretty low, though. He's as well. Has to pop the heals to stay on offensive. Looney gonna be put into a triple howl. Beautiful play there by Snuts. It's gonna be trinketed by Laguna. He knows he needs to get the pressure out. CS over onto Snuts. C2 still sitting high on mana, but he's low on HP. In comes the gateway there from Looney, but the gateway is available for Venriki as well. A nice clone gonna prevent that from Laser Chicken as he pops the Heart of the Wild Tranquility. They're gonna stabilize.
Yeah, Heart's been up for a little while there, you know, but you can also see not only is Looney getting the rejuve from the Heart, he's also getting it from the Warlock too. So they're really putting everything into healing up their Shaman. But look at Laguna taking so much damage.
Yeah, and there's the bargain coming out. It was an in-cap over onto Looney that made that happen. But Looney has got some mana back, so you know if they can keep this up, they are looking pretty good. We see a beautiful clone over onto C2 once again. He's just been getting controlled so hard by Laser Chicken, and we see the dampening is up. We see Starfall has been popped, but Looney's in trouble. If he can survive here, maybe they can make something happen. C2 into the bash. Laser Chicken doing a fantastic job, but can his Shaman actually survive? In-cap over onto Laser Chicken. Looney may go down. He gets killed. Three Amigos gonna take the first game, but it was not easy. It was not easy by any means, and I think the link was available there for Looney. He just couldn't get it off.
Yeah, Laser blinked in.
Yeah,
he tried everything, but he just wasn't able to. Venriki doing a great job. That match is scary for a Windwalk. You know, just we saw every time he pushed up with his timers up, he was either tossed into a clone or just had to play defensive because his team was just falling behind at that point.
Yeah, I mean, C2 was just getting, I don't think I've ever seen him be controlled so well by a team. Laser Chicken, Laguna, and Looney were just playing so well with the crowd control onto C2, putting him behind constantly throughout that game. I mean, Looney, he was at 200K. He just comes out of a death coil with Venriki on the back of him, and he goes for a Spearwalker's Grace Hex on C2. I mean, you know, that takes some balls, and he did pull it off, and they got very close to a victory there. And I think, you know, had they been able to get the link off, had they been able to survive a little bit, they may have been able to take that game, but it just, you know, wasn't to be. And the burst coming out of Venriki there at the end was absolutely massive, pumping out a ton of damage that game on the Monk, and we do have a replay of those final moments.
And I mean, look at, there's already CC up onto C2, and this is when the Heart is just gonna fall from Laser. And watch right at the end, when Looney falls, you can see Laser just shows up a split second too late.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those situations sometimes where you just have to press Link early. Just, did he actually get caught with that CS? He was actually silenced at the end there, so he wouldn't have been able to Link anyway. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's a desperation situation, and sometimes it's actually better, instead of waiting for your teammate to get there, to just press Link and say get in. You know, and I mean, that can be risky too, and it can look bad if they do just kill it off before your teammates get in. But in that kind of a situation, there's so many little CCs. I mean, it could have been a Spear Hand Strike, could be the CS, could be a DR Stun, but there's so many things available to stop him from dropping the Link that if you get that low, you just have to press the button, because I mean, if you get to touch of death range, the game is over. There is no living through touch of death. And that's something you have to be very, very careful of, because you only have like 90% HP against the Monk. You don't have that last 10%. You're just gone.
Right, and you know, even the times when you want to try to hold on to your Battle Master Trinket, which is what he was doing, you know, but he's using that preemptively to try to stay out of that touch of death range. So that was a great job. Great to see Venriki is rocking it on the Monk, but this LSD2 deals a scary amount of damage. And even at the beginning, it seemed like Snuts just wasn't able to keep up with his dot pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a lot of damage out. He did a good job, but it was just, I really think the difference was just how much CC was on C2. You know, they just did such a good job controlling C2, putting him behind nonstop. And I mean, it was like, at one point in the game, they were all low, and C2 was literally at 100% mana, but it wasn't because he wasn't casting. It was because they were just interrupting everything and CCing him so heavily. And they just did such a good job with that, you know, you can't really talk enough about it, because this is definitely a match that, you know, is supposed to be very heavily favored for the Windwalker Monk, and you know, they made that look so tough. And the Grand Arena is not like some map that's heavily LSD2 favored, and they're still going to have to get through things like Blade's Edge and Sewers, you know, ones where the knockoffs are going to be more important. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes for them. But at the same time, you know, one of the best things about the Monk is the mobility is just out of control. So, you know, even if you knock him off, he can port back up. Even if you gateway away, he can either gate after you or just flying serpent kick.
Yeah.
I mean, he has rolls. He has so many ways to catch up. He has, you know, he has the freedom sprint. He has in-cap to even catch back up if he needs to. So it's just like, it's almost impossible to kite against the Monk. And I think that what Looney did was actually so smart, just basically standing in the middle of the map for the most part, allowing them to get that much pressure out. Because the thing is, if you just try to sit there and pillar, all you're going to really accomplish is pillaring your own team, because the Monk is not going to get off you. He's going to be able to stay on the back of the Shaman as long as he wants to. And pulling him constantly through the middle was really what allowed them to ramp up that pressure. It put C2 in bad spots, allowed them to get the CC. So even though some people might be sitting there saying, oh, that's pretty silly, you know, why is the Shaman in the middle of the map? It was actually really intelligent with this comp in this matchup.
Yep, and we're not going to see any changes out of both teams. We are going to be going into Tolvaron Arena, which was Bleachbone's pick for their map. So this is going to be probably a little harder for Venruki to stay on his target. You know, having this spread gigantic map that we'll probably see Bleachbones do a lot of switching pillars where they're posted up, which is going to be tough for Venruki to follow most of the time. And the big thing is, you know, we really got to see Snuts moving those gateways constantly to keep up with the enemy team. Because as long as it's not too much of a deal for Venruki, because of course Flying Serpent Kick can go pillar to pillar. But
Peter needs to be able to get to him.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, and I am excited to actually watch LaserChick in this game. I feel like he's such an unknown player compared to some of these other guys, and he's just playing so amazingly throughout the qualifiers, throughout last weekend, and today as well. I mean, in that first game, he really has never failed to impress. I think he's just absolutely incredible on the Moon King class. Seems to be getting out CC more than almost anyone while keeping up the damage, and just I'm very, very impressed with his play.
Yeah, he is, and he lines up his offensive cooldowns with Laguna very well, waiting for double trinkets on Laguna, you know, laser popping even his racial to get out that extra bit of haste on his dots. So he's been doing a great job, and you know, look at him just sit back and wait for the opportune time to start.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to pretty much start it off with Starfall every single game, so I think he's just waiting for the right time. Like you said, both, you know, teams just kind of dispelling dots back and forth, but this is allowing Venruki to build up those stacks. I mean, he's up at 8 stacks already, and now it looks like LaserChicken says it is time. He's going to come out, treants are going to be popped, beam goes down immediately there, and out comes the Starfall as is usual, and he's going to be starting it off, you know, with a lot of single target pressure, trying to get it going onto Venruki. As the Haunt goes up, everything comes out onto him. Laguna the one taking most of the damage right now, though, from Three Amigos.
And his clone onto C2 right there, as you can see with the Starfall ticking on everyone. Venruki already having Karma, but look at the damage onto Laguna, having to use the healing cooldowns plus Dark Bargain pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, that Karma really kind of was an offensive Karma. I mean, he was fully dotted up with 2 rows of dots, that plus the damage they were putting out. Laguna had no choice but to blow those cooldowns, and he was wise to do it, otherwise he would have gone down. Venruki, though, could be in a little bit of trouble as a result of using those early cooldowns. We'll see if it comes into play. C2, you know, sitting pretty on mana, but has been just dispelling off those dots nonstop. A clone does come in there onto Snuts. C2 once again dispels the full dots off of Venruki. Wrath's now coming out. Star Surge proc comes out there from LaserChicken, looking for the clone on C2. He will land it, and he's just been able to seem to get the CC on C2 almost at will. Venruki getting pretty low here. His Karma's going to be up in a minute. He will have Diffuse if he does need it, and now a Hex onto C2. The CC is just not ending. Now comes the Shadow Fury out on that Diffuse, so they redot him up right after. If they can continue CCing C2, but they can't. The stacks have been popped. C2 cleans the dots once again, and then Venruki should be fine.
Yeah, as he's going to do a lot of damage for Laguna, whose Dark Bargain is going to be down. Now, one of the things is, wow, look at Laguna getting so low right there as he does part the Dark Soul, trying to get those dots out. But look, C2's doing just such a great job of keeping his team clean.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure seems much more heavily in the favor of Skill Cap, Three Amigos this game. Snut's getting pretty low, though, now. He's down to below half, and there's another UA dispel. Now the dot swapped over onto C2 with that. Fortifying Brew was popped by Venruki. That is that last stand, so he has worked through most of his cooldowns, but touches up in 10 seconds. Snut's in a lot of trouble, though, down about 300k. A triple Shadow Fury comes in from Laguna. Well played by him. So the Heart of the Wild is up from LaserChicken. He wants to get aggressive. Now C2 has to trinket. Everyone getting very low here from Three Amigos. C2 dispels the UA, but was this the right choice in this situation? Looks like it will work out, but can they get the follow-up CC? Not just yet. Snuts' heals are going to be coming up soon, but Starfall is available pretty quickly as well. Laguna down so low, though, he may get touched up. He gets posted down. The link is too late, and out of nowhere, Venruki double trinkets, stacks come up, and he just gets rocked by the Monk.
Yep, and that was great. Venruki chased when Laguna was trying to port away, just doing a great job of using that mobility to stay on his target. What a match.
Yeah, and I mean,
that seemed much different than the first one.
Yeah, I mean, that's more what I was expecting, honestly, out of this series. The Windwalker Monk, it just puts out so much pressure. And
oh, look at the damage difference.
Yeah, I mean, Laguna's putting out a ton of damage, man. He's doing very well with that, but yeah, Venruki really...
and Snuts, I mean, they each did more damage than the entire enemy team.
Well, no, Laguna did almost 5 million. Snuts did 4, Venruki did 3. So, you know, Laser Chicken did get out damaged, but not by a lot. And I mean, Laguna was the one putting out the most pressure, but still, it's just the burst in the final moments. Hopefully, we will have a replay of that. I'd like to see exactly how much he did. If we could see that, would be great. But I mean, just the burst that can come out from the Monk at the end is amazing. And we do have a replay, so we can watch once again that last few seconds. And you know, it's 2 games in a row. Looney hasn't been able to get off the link, and it's key.
All right, we'll jump into the replay. There we go. As you can see, Venruki, but watch Laguna's health just spike down so very quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, this looks so bad for Three Amigos. Look at all their health across the board. C2 in the bash, falling far behind. You know, at this time, the triple Shadow Fear comes in. I'm like, wow, Bleachbones is way ahead right now. You know, Looney even gonna get that full hex onto C2. That cost him his trinket. And then now, here comes the pressure. It's gonna swap around onto Laguna. Laguna, you can see him in the background just getting soloed actually by Venruki. The leg sweep did come out there. And here he does gate right over. Laguna is so low though, and Venruki just gets that rising sun kick crit right at the end and is able to finish him off.
Yeah, it's a great job by Venruki, not setting up that kill, but C2 just doing such a great job of again, it's as a healer myself, seeing all those life bars so low is just such a panic moment for me. Like, as a resto shaman, you don't have the blanket hots, you don't have anything like that. You really got to use like a cooldown to try to pick your team back up. But wow, he just does such a great job of, under pressure, just staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, he really is very good at rolling the riptides on everyone. He constantly is keeping those up, constantly dispelling the dots off and keeping the healing streams down and stuff. And that's a good poster. But I mean, it's a tough matchup for Bleachbones. And the first game looked amazing for them. It was very, very close. But the second one looked pretty commanding from Three Amigos. And can they really win 3 straight against this team in this matchup? It's going to be so hard for them, and it's I don't know, man. I just don't know what they can do.
They just need to play like they did in the first game.
Yeah.
I think it looked like a completely different team first to second. Bleachbone really needs to come out strong, needs to use those cooldowns early to force things out of C2. The crowd control was a lot better on Nagrand than Tolveron. I think that the team got split up a lot. There's a lot of things that really forced the loss out of Bleachbones. Having that shaman chasing him the entire time on the first match, really played well for the team of Bleachbones. So the fact that Three Amigos switched it up and was able to go back and forth onto both the Moonkin and the Warlock, just DPSing him straight through his healing cooldowns, through his Dark Bargain, forcing so much stuff out of him. But their choice is going to be Runes of Lordaeron for what could be the deciding round for this match. Bleachbones facing elimination, down 2-0 right now.
Oh man, and I don't know. Runes of Lordaeron is going to be a very aggressive map. But at the same time, are they going to be able to keep their shaman alive? I mean, we saw that they love to go on shamans, and this is the healer trained map. So
it is.
Looney has got to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, and
look how far back he's playing.
Yes, that's it. And you can see the placement of the portals. They know that they are going to have to play super defensive, being able to pull back. But look at this, Venruki using both of his rolls to try to get onto Looney, who is going to port out to the center, double Powell onto both Laguna and Laser at that point. But you see the Storm Within Fire at that point. Yeah. He's really trying to spread all the damage around as dots are coming out, empowered dots, plus Heart of the Wild already out of Laser.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Train the Blue strat. I mean, look at the pressure already on Looney. Where does he go? Into the coil, out of the stun. And I mean, he gets a big heal there from Laser. He's going to top him right back off, but still, this pressure is not going to end, and that's the problem. He's just going to get rode into the ground here, I feel, unless they can really force them back, and so far they're doing a good job of it. I mean, Snuts is taking a lot of damage, so is Venruki, but there's the offensive karma coming out. He's going to be cloned up on that. There comes the trinket. He wants to keep this damage rolling as best as he possibly can. Laser Chicken still has that hard active, but not for too much longer. Looney, doing a great job maintaining so far, but as I said, Venruki's just going to stick on the back of him the whole game pretty much and just try to ride him into the ground. Out comes the Fist of Fury. It is single target, so he's getting a lot of damage out with that. Down to half HP there is Looney. Venruki, though, pulling back as C2 gets put into the clone. Going to be a dangerous situation here. Out comes the Diffuse. A full hex onto C2. C2 may have to blow his trinket, but no. Venruki back behind the pillar. They feel like they're safe to sit through this. But still, C2 into the root. The beam comes out as well. Snuts down low. Venruki down low. He may go down here. He's got to be careful. We have to see if they can pick him back up. C2 decides to go for the Ueda spell with everyone at 200k. Pretty dangerous stuff, but Laguna is into the Fist of Fury. Healing Tide going to come out from C2, and they should be able to stabilize.
And there's a great stun onto Laser, which was trinketed instantly, really trying to score the kill onto Venruki because they saw the entire team so low. Double trinket with the stacks fading from Venruki, so he wasn't able to do much out of it. But look at him chase the Shaman just non-stop in this map. Cap Totem is dropped, Venruki dodges it a bit, and again, Sea-Doo just cleaning off all those dots. It seems like the UA Dispel is on him more than it's not.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it's just so hard for him to get away. He uses the gateway, but he decides better of that, goes right back to the room. I think, you know, they just want to have Venruki out in the middle, and he is getting pretty low. Full clone over onto Sea-Doo, but the touch is going to be up at 15. He's popped the Fortifying Brew. He's going to need to get out of there, though. This is a little bit of a risky spot. He's going to pop the stacks, though. He's going hard on Looney. Looney has no trinket available. There's the Fist of Fury coming out. Karma up in 4 seconds for Venruki, but he's into the Howl of Terror. Sea-Doo needs to do some big healing here, but he's put into the fear. Venruki could be in trouble. Karma's back up now, though. He's going to use the Karma offensively, and Looney's going to be in big trouble. Looney's going to be taking so much damage from that beautiful clone, though, from Laser. The Hex comes over onto Sea-Doo on his trinket. Venruki may go down into this. Can they time the Starfire to come out? He's down so low, but the Link does come down in time. He's going to get healed up, and oh, wow, that was very, very close. But Venruki does survive, and Looney, you know, in a lot of trouble now. You know, what does he really have left as Venruki does get right back onto him?
Yeah, as Venruki's going to stick onto him. He's got the Tiger Eye Brew out, the really long-range Fist of Fury, as Looney gets dangerously low with that huge NS crit.
Yeah, he does, and I believe Looney still has his Link, so he's gotta use the Link earlier this time, but Snut's getting low as well. He's down to 200k. Triple Howl comes out. Nicely played by Laguna. Sea-Doo gonna have to sit through this. Venruki getting low again here. Does have to pop the defuse. Snut's in some trouble also. Sea-Doo's gonna be rehowled. There comes the clone. Beautiful CC from Bleach Bones. They may be able to finish off Venruki. He's down to 100k. If they have any follow-up, this could be it. But he's healing himself up. Those Mug self-heals coming in huge. Full Hex does come out, and that could be it, but no. Venruki is just healing himself through it. He just doesn't even care.
Wow, able to run back to Sea-Doo's protection behind the pillar. He hasn't even been using his port a lot to get away. He's just been using his mobility as the option.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the man on Looney really starting to hurt. This is, you know, one of the biggest reasons that training the Shaman is so effective. He has to heal through that Mortal Strike. He can't keep the water shield up, and Sea-Doo, you know, has the luxury of always having it up, of being efficient. You can't go for those healing waves with a Monk on you. And in comes Venruki once again. He's going to pop the stacks. The trinkets go up as well. And out comes the leg sweep, I do believe there. No, it's just a rushing Jade Wind. Venruki, though, going to be cloned up there by Laser, and Laser doing a good job healing for a Shaman as best he can. They're going to be putting the pressure right back onto Venruki. He has his diffuse up available, I do believe, but Venruki may go down. Out comes the Karma. The Soul Drain is going through it. They're trying to just break this. Sea-Doo's caught into the Hex. Out comes the clone. Venruki trying to get out of there. Will he be able to stay alive? We do see that Karma doing so much damage to Looney. Looney's actually the one dying here. Looney actually going to have his Nature's Guardian proc from that. Venruki is sitting at 100k, but he's going to be able to heal himself up. That touch, the Chi Wave is just bouncing back and forth. Looney at 10k mana. Venruki survives. Still more CC out on a Sea-Doo the Bash, but he just sits through it, knowing that Venruki can just heal through this. These Monk self-heals are just out of control. Looney, though, this is key. He's getting a drink here. He needs this big time. Laser, if he can survive for a while, it's going to be good for them. The clone coming in on Venruki now. Another sphere lands on Sea-Doo, and just how do they get so much CC on him?
Yeah, it's just constantly they're pushing up correctly, which is what we were talking about, the difference between the first and the second map.
Yeah, but look at the pressure now. I mean, it's mounting so heavily. Laser is down to 200k. Laguna gets CS. They throw the innervate onto Looney, just helping him out any way they possibly can. Healing waves coming out from Looney. We can see that that Monk images are being thrown around, just spreading those debuffs out, you know, making him heal through double Mortal Strike. So tough for him when he's already behind. But there's the leg sweep onto Laguna. He's in a bad spot. He's back behind the pillar. He does pop all his cooldowns. The coil comes out onto Looney. Laguna may have to use his bargain here if there's much more damage coming out. Looks like he's okay for now, though. In cap over onto Looney. Venruki getting pretty low. Wow, a big crit there comes out onto Laguna. That's going to force out the heals. Sea-Doo into the bash. Venruki down pretty low again, but his Karma's up at 15. He has his diffuse available. He should be okay. The trinket, though, does come out from Sea-Doo. Snut's going to be feared up by Laguna. Laser Chicken, the one taking most of the damage.
As you see the Storm, Earth, and Fire coming out, and this is a great idea, you know, spreading the pressure between both the Shaman and the Warlock and the Druid, just choosing his targets. He can go on whoever he wants at this point, just setting himself up. They did have to trinket, so Three Amigos is definitely on the back foot right now because of all the trinket use. You know, Looney is sitting on decent mana compared to what he was earlier. Those innervates, you know, doing a little job, but look at Sea-Doo's mana. It's just full.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, they're getting so much CC, but you do get so much more regen during that when you get that out of combat regen. And we do see Looney in some trouble once again here. Here comes VanRookie. The trinket ceremony pops, so his Staxis could be it. He's down so low. He does get a big heal there, though, as Laser Chicken pops the heart and has to heal him back up. Snuts into the Howl. C2 once again just cleaning off his team. He seems like he's always UA silence, just dispelling so often. Laguna, though, in trouble. Look at the mortal strikes going up everywhere from those images from VanRookie. He's making it so hard for Looney. Looney and Laguna both dying at the same time. Laser getting low as well. Shadow Fury Fear comes out onto C2. He's going to have to tremor that one up. He does do so. Snut's going to get locked by Laguna. Laguna trying to battle back, trying to keep the pressure rolling. Doing a good job spreading those dots around, but will it be good enough?
As VanRookie is going to try to find his target. Seems like he's just going to LOS a bit to help out C2, because C2 needs to pick his team up. VanRookie down to half right now, kind of waiting out the Heart of the Wild at this point. Stampeding Roar comes out from Bleach Bone so they can stay really offensive, as Laguna is going to be caught into that stun, as we do see, there we go, the stacks are popped, as Laguna is down to half, and there we go. Now he's going to see the Dark Bargain out of that, forcing another important cooldown out of Laguna. Yeah. And do you think the switch was smart to not train Looney even more?
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. I think they're just trying to shut down damage at this point, knowing that dampening is ramping up pretty heavily. But Laguna's in some trouble. I mean, that Dark Bargain dot was doing work. He's going to have his heals very shortly, but Looney into the coil. He's going to get feared up out of this, I do believe. No, Snut's actually unbound UA. He gets himself very low and kind of puts them behind on that kill, allowing Laguna to stay alive. Looney pops the Spirit Archer's Grace. The Root Beam comes out on C2. C2 falling a little bit behind now. Snut's pretty low. He may have to use his heals here as he's down to 300k, 200k. VanRookie gets top, but Snut's still sitting low. C2 has some work to do. But Looney at the same time regenning quite a bit of mana. We see the images coming up from VanRookie, going to try to spread around those Mortal Strike debuffs. You can see it's up on Laser, it's up on Laguna, in cap over onto Looney now. VanRookie doing a good job keeping this pressure up. The stacks have been popped. Snuts pops his Dark Soul. They want to get aggressive.
Yeah, and there's Stormlash also, so they really mean it. Stacking all those cooldowns from both Snuts and VanRookie. Trinket procs up. He's got the Tiger Eye up. Everything.
C2 actually has to trinket that UA silence as the bash comes in. Right after that, he dispels the UA, and they're getting some good pressure over onto C2. Nice offensive surge forward here by Laser Chicken. He fakes the kick, he lands the clone. Now this one's going to be interrupted. He just Laser Beast out of there, but he could be in trouble. If VanRookie can get back to him, one crit could be the game. We'll see if he's going to be able to get onto him. Not just yet, though. The Ascendance does come out from Looney. He's going to top him right back off. Full Hex onto Laguna as he's out in the middle of the map. Laser trying to get back to him. Now the Howl comes out. It's going to connect on 2. Coil on the Tremor there from Snuts. Good job by him. Shadow Fury connects on 2 as well, though, from Laguna. They're just trading back and forth, blow for blow. Two of the best teams in the world here fighting for their tournament lives.
As the Laser is back up to full right now, looking pretty good for Bleach Bones, going into pretty deep dampening. C2 is going to be the target at this point, as you see the dots are just everywhere. He's not doing as great of a job as he was earlier in the match, cleaning everyone, but look at all the damage going on to Looney. Nature's Guardian procced, as he is going to have to run away and NS as the clone comes out of VanRookie.
Yeah, beautiful clone again. Laser Chicken really just stands out so much to me. Just such a fantastic player. He's always there offensively, defensively. He's doing it all. He's trying to propel his team to a victory here, but will it be enough? C2 getting pretty low there. He could be in some trouble. He has to be careful. Drops the Healing Tide down to 200k. Nature's Guardian going to proc, but Looney as well into the Death Coil. He's at 200k. VanRookie wants to finish him off, but Laser Chicken is there. He is always there, and he does land the clone, keeping Looney alive for now, but for how much longer? He's getting low on mana. Can he maintain? VanRookie getting pretty low himself. Going to pop the Garma offensively. This could be trouble for Looney. He's going to have so much damage ramped up onto him. 30% damaging plus the Mortal Strike. His heals are going to be doing nothing. I think this could be it for Looney. He's down to 300k, 200k. I just don't know if he's ever going to be able to top himself. The Link has to come down. He knows he's in trouble. VanRookie now being pushed back. He's down to 200k. C2 going to be able to land the Dispel up at about 95k. Looney sitting at 70. And, Bleach Bones, they need to keep VanRookie off their Shaman. Will they be able to do it? He's going over onto Laguna now. Laguna in a bit of trouble. Now the swap comes in on Laser. They're trying to keep him off of C2, allowing him to do his work. He needs to top the team back off.
He really does, down to half. He did have to NS earlier, but it almost didn't even move VanRookie's hit points. As look at all the damage going on to Laguna, who is going to park his Dark Soul. So they're going to, wow, look at the damage onto VanRookie. Yeah. Wow, double trinket though. He is going to diffuse so he can stay offensive. C2, using that Spirit Walker's Grace. Nature's Guardian proccing on C2 again. This is one of those situations I just can't believe when C2 is able to keep his team alive.
And the DR's clone actually going to be treated by VanRookie. He wants to stay offensive, but C2 into the bash. Going to picking that up. Immediately knows he's in trouble. Battlemaster comes out. There's the Dispel as well. The leg sweep over onto Laser Chicken. He could be in trouble. Barkson could be popped by him. We see the Alchemy Frenzy up as well. Venruki does pop the stacks. He's trying to finish this team off. They know they're in trouble. Dampening is kicking in big time. Another clone landed by Laser Chicken onto C2. That has been huge throughout this game. Heals pop by Laguna. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to stay offensive. Venruki's in trouble. Fortifying Brew comes out. C2 dispels the way off, but he's at 200k. Full clone onto Venruki. C2's got to get out of there. Will he be able to do it? Yeah, he does land a big heal. Now going for the healing wave. Is it going to be sheared? No, not just yet. Venruki is sitting at about half. C2's still alive somehow. Coil comes out onto Laguna. Full in-cap over onto Looney. He's going to be feared off that. The trinket has to come out. They're in trouble though. Both teams getting very low. Laguna has no bargain. He may go down. 90k. I think this is going to be it. No! The coil comes out. He lands the fear. Can he survive? He sent it to the pop. Looney definitely trying to keep him alive. He's trying to keep everyone up. And the clone now going to land on Venruki. C2 dispels the way. He's down to 100k. He's trying to stay alive. Stoneform being popped. Any little bit of damage reduction he can get, he needs. Laguna brilliant there to stay alive. And the triple Shadow Fury comes in. He's looking to finish them off. C2's down low. I think this is going to be it. He's at 50k. C2 goes down. And Bleach Bones battle back.
Wow. 44% dampening towards the end of there. C2 doing a great job of keeping his team up from that extreme spread pressure. And I got to give a shout out to Laser Chicken during that fight. That was crazy.
Yeah, Laser Chicken is just everywhere, man. This guy's out of control. I don't even understand how he does it. I mean, he's getting so much damage out. He's healing so much for the team. He's landing clones both offensively and defensively nonstop. It just seems like he does anything he wants to do, he's doing, and no one's able to stop him. It's pretty incredible stuff from him, but the whole team played very well to be able to get that win under their belts. I mean, so close to going down at the end for Laguna. You know, he had no bargain, had no heals, and was able to live with almost no HP. C2 at the same time, I mean, pretty impressive to heal through that 45% dampening against LSD2 for that long, and we are going to go to the replay, see those final moments. Also worth mentioning, I mean, Snuts, you know, we've been talking about his damage not being as high as some other players in these games, but he did 22 million compared to 17k from Laguna.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how low Laguna gets, and then watch the Ascendants come out, and then it's over. I mean, this deep into dampening, and it's just a crazy amount of healing.
Yeah, I mean, that cooldown being up was so clutch there. Laguna with the coil into the heal, and C2 at this point, you can see him popping that Stoneform just for the damage reduction. He just has nothing left, and everyone's getting so low. That Shadow Fury was huge from Laguna, and into the bash, a fear comes out after that, and C2 is just, you know, in a world of trouble. The Soul Drain to finish it off, but he's going to go down, and I mean, you know, they do lose the game. It's 2-1. But you know, sitting in the shoes of three amigos, they still have 2 map choices. You know, even if they lose the next one, they have another map choice after that. So they've got to be feeling pretty confident still. At the same time, I mean, if you're Bleach Bones, I mean, that first game could have been yours.
Yeah.
The second game was rough, but the first game could have been yours. And you have to be saying to yourselves, guys, we were like, you know, one little move away from being the 2-1 up in this series. Like, we can still do this.
Yeah, and it's funny when we're watching, you know, Looney try to kite constantly, and then every time that it seems like Venruki and Snuts put him to a bad position, out of the corner of the camera, there's a troll casting a clone every single time. And it's just, he's watching.
There is that troll right there.
He's watching constantly, he's paying attention to the cooldowns. You know, you're not at home, you don't have add-ons, you can't, you know, have some add-on telling you in your ear when, you know, when the monk is hitting his cooldowns and stuff. So they have to really, really pay attention to everything.
And that's where communication comes in as well. These guys are talking constantly. They're telling you, I need help, I'm okay. You know, I'm not okay, I'm going here, I'm going there. You know, it's you have to really communicate well, but at the same time, you don't really want to just be kind of like, you know, spamming useless information. You don't want to be saying every single thing you're doing, but there's a lot that needs to be communicated in WoW Arena. You need to be on top of it all. Defensive cooldowns, offensive cooldowns. You know, when you're going to be using what. You can't be overlapping. You can't be like being too greedy. You know, it's like there's just a million things you have to think about. It's pretty tough to deal with, honestly. But the teams are both handling it masterfully. Now, you know, looking at these games that we've seen, what do you think we're going to see here map-wise? Do you think we'll see sewers? I mean, there is that little knockoff, but at the same time, I feel like it's a pretty solid map for them. And they can, like, the gateway isn't going to be as good for this LSD2. They can really get in the face of Looney. They seem to like to do that, and C2 could still be in range to heal.
Right, and then that's going to be the deciding factor, I think. If they decide to go on to sewers, the Windwalker can just put so much damage by himself. You know, Snuts just has to spread his pressure, that's it. He can toss out his CC, you know, he can do his job from anywhere on the map, but when Venruki, he's going to be be able to drop his port, and that means the Shaman has to pay very, very close attention where that port is, because if he decides to take a gateway away from him into his port, that's it.
I mean, he can cross the entire map with a flying circle kick as well. Like, I mean, the whole map. So it's definitely something that he's going to have to worry about. I mean, I think Looney has been playing fantastically, but it's really tough to position yourself, put yourself in that kind of, where do you go on that map? You know what I mean? Like on we saw in Runes, what he was kind of doing was he was pulling back into the room and then standing on the edge of the room so that Laser Chicken could still heal him. And Sidu's kind of stuck on the tomb. Then Ruki is being forced back by damage. That's the only reason. You know, but if Sidu's able to stay in range and still kind of maintain a pillar, then there's no reason that he's ever going to get off him. I mean, he's just going to literally sit on him start to finish. It's like the only time you have to get pushed off him is when you're taking too much damage.
All right, so it looks like the pick from Three Amigos is going to be Tiger's Peak. Okay. It's a good choice. I like the that there's going to be a lot of mobility for the monks, since it is, you know, a pretty closer map in the center. You know, you've got the gateway options of having it very defensive pillar to pillar. You know, you can, if they post up on the opposite corners, you know, we'll probably see the bleached bones just constantly moving where they're going to be positioning.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, they're not going to have to deal with really the knockoffs on that map, which is nice as well. But one of I think the biggest deals with that map is that Sidu, like we talked about, he can still stay in range. If they want to push up on the opposing team's pillar, then Sidu just has to control the little raised platform in the middle. He can pillar on that a little bit, jump back and forth, and Benrique can just pop out, get a Riptide, then continue to chase the Shaman behind the pillar. So there is a lot of opportunity to kind of push forward for Sidu, but still have a relatively safe position in the middle of the map with those side platforms.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how they're going to deal with it. You know, especially with the two Warlocks are pretty much wash. You know, they're both playing very offensive. They're both landing the CC when they need to. We've seen great Shadow Furies onto everyone. You know, so both Warlocks just doing an amazing job. You know, normally we talk about Snuts' damage just being so overwhelming for enemy teams, but, you know, Laguna's just matching it.
Yep. I mean, I have to take a moment to say, look at this crowd. There is every seat in this entire place is filled. There is standing room only, and there's not even really room to stand anymore. You guys have been insane. I'm so glad to have you here with me. I hope you are enjoying the show. It has been an absolute privilege to be casting for you here at BlizzCon 2014. I'm glad to be joined by Vihel as well, the legend himself.
You know, I'd really like to see that that streaming has transformed the arena tournaments so much, because you have this long story. It used to be that, you know, we'd have MLG tournaments, we'd have ESL, you know, every month, so you could watch them, you know, your favorite players online. You would see videos that people would put together after frapsing, but now you can watch the entire story unfold over the entire year. I mean, these guys, you knew these guys were going to play together this year. You know, it wasn't even a question. These guys, you know, are constantly playing together. You can watch them on live, you know, and everything. And it's great to see that their fans are showing up in force. I mean, it's got to be most of this crowd.
Are there any Three Amigos fans in the crowd? I think there might be one or two. Yeah. You know, so they definitely have that. We saw in the Road to BlizzCon video, you know, talking about that home field advantage that AC was talking about. And I mean, this is what he's talking about. You can hear,
really is.
Just, I mean, anytime anything happens for him, insane cheers. But I have to say the crowd has been great. They're cheering for good games. You know, they're like every time Bleach Bones makes a good play, they're cheering for them as well. I like to hear both sides. So, guys, speaking of the Road to BlizzCon video, we're going to show you that right now.
The World of Warcraft World Championship. Players from Europe, North America, and Asia will put their teamwork to the test as they compete for the title of Best World of Warcraft Arena Team in the world. 8 teams are all that remain from hundreds of online contenders, and now all have the championship trophy in their honor. Through Blizzard Entertainment's global qualifier system, teams faced off in regional events to find out who would secure their spot at BlizzCon. In Europe, teams clashed at DreamHack Stockholm in the historic Ericsson Globe Arena to compete in the European qualifier. Fighting for 3 coveted slots, teams battled across 2 days of matches. With a trip to BlizzCon on the line, World of Warcraft witnessed some of the best matches of the year. Skill-capped EU, Playing with Fire, and Bleached Bones secured their spots representing Europe's finest in the World Championship. In Asia, teams from China, Korea, and Taiwan faced off in regional qualifiers before advancing to the Asia Qualifier Tournament. With fierce competition, teams from China and Korea grabbed the 2 Asian slots to the World of Warcraft World Championship. Pop CD No Skill from China secured their nation slot, with Push Push from Korea representing their homeland at BlizzCon. In North America, the best talent on the continent met in the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. There, fans watched on as the best arena teams from the region faced off for the remaining 3 slots. Three Amigos, a team who has been kicking tail in World of Warcraft PvP for years, managed to snag the first slot, with Penny for Your Thought, who escaped from the lower bracket, and Death Innovators grabbing the other two. Despite their home turf advantage, the North American teams will have to give it their all in the quest for the title of champion. The World of Warcraft World Championship. Though their roads have varied, the top 8 teams have their minds, wits, and teamwork put to the test in a gaming event like no other.
So welcome back, guys, and what a journey it has been all the way from their respective regions to Burbank, California last weekend. Amazing matches there, even better ones, it has to be said, this weekend
completely.
In Anaheim, California. It's been such a treat, man. I think this has got to be the most competitive, most exciting arena tournament of all time.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about how strong these teams are when we show up, and it ends up a whole bunch of 3-0s just because they're counter-comped, they don't play well on stage and stuff. But I can't think of one round during this entire match where I was like, well, that was kind of a wash.
Yeah, well, I think last year at BlizzCon was there were so many stomps. I mean, it was like I think every match except one was a 3-0 in the tournament. And this year it's just been every region so competitive, and we saw push. We saw the most insane comeback I think I've ever seen with that reverse 3-0 in a mirror match. I mean, are you kidding me? And it was interesting to hear Zunyaki saying, "Oh, No Lifer was confident we could beat them." Everyone's saying they're like the Koreans are maybe the best team here. And to be confident to mirror them is pretty nuts and speaks highly of Skill-Capped EU. So I was wrong to have doubted them.
Yeah.
And they've definitely impressed. And I think that whoever makes it here, it's going to be an insane grand finals.
Of course it is.
Three Amigos, especially if they can finish off this series, they got blanked by Skill-Capped EU. They did not take a game. They did not look like they were ever close to taking a game. And this is something that they talked to their fans about. They said, you know what, guys, we're going to improve on this. We're going to show good games for North America. They've been doing it so far. They were definitely not pleased with their performance against Skill-Capped EU last weekend. They talked a lot about it. They felt that they could come back, they could make the finals, and they could play them again. And that may be the reality. And I mean, it's kind of funny. We talked last weekend in Burbank about how that could be a preview of the BlizzCon Grand Finals, and it may actually, become a reality. That would definitely be, I think, pretty much the most hyped up match ever. It's like these are the two most popular teams. It's the most popular team from Europe, the most popular team from North America. But of course, we still do have to get through this series, and we have an issue with one of the PCs. It's being worked on, and hopefully it's going to be quick, guys. Fingers crossed. But we are going to get right back into this as soon as we can. And Tiger's Peak, I believe, is still the map pick.
Yep.
So we're going to be going.
We're not going to let them go back on that one.
Yeah, of course.
See you locking that in.
Yeah.
And but it's so amazing to watch the players just want to get right back into the matches. Of course, Three Amigos normally takes their time and will go backstage and discuss and kind of whether it's mind games or not to kind of throw the enemy team off once they've lost that round or not. But most of the other teams are just immediately, when I whisper them, "Are you ready?"
Yeah.
Like Coding was like, "Go, go, 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 go!"
Yeah.
Just like over and over. Let's go, let's go. I want to queue. I want to queue.
And I mean, I think both styles can work and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely one that oftentimes wants to get back into the game. I just don't even want to wait. But I think it is really smart to talk things through. These matches are just so incredibly important for so much money, for so much fame, and it's like you can't risk throwing away a series because you didn't talk it through, because you didn't have your strategy perfectly planned out. And we've seen how many close 3-2s there were. What would have happened if maybe they took that extra 5 minutes to talk it through and say, okay, in this situation, this is exactly what we're going to do, so they're on the same page, because we have seen those 3-2 series decided by overlap C, decided by strategies kind of thrown out the door in the last seconds of the game and things like that. So it's something you have to be so careful of, and I think it's something that Three Amigos fell victim to against Skill-Capped EU last weekend. So I think this is a result of that. They're just trying to be extra careful. They do not want to risk throwing away a series on something silly.
Yeah, and especially when it's this far into the tournament, look at how close these teams are. We know Push getting knocked out, having against the Europeans, of course, and the winner of this is going to have to face a very, very dominant team.
I really love the posters this year, man. I think it's a lot of fun, and I think I've seen more posters out in the crowd than ever before. The fans are still excited. You can see the energy. Everyone banging their noisemakers, and it's definitely an awesome time here at BlizzCon. If you guys have never made it out, you're definitely going to want to try and make it out next year. Everyone who comes, they always want to come back to next year and the year after that. And you end up with all these people who have been here so many years in a row. I mean, it's been like 5 years in a row that I've gone to BlizzCon. For me, I don't know, probably same for you or more.
I've been to all of them.
Yeah, so there you go. So you've been, what, how many have there been?
Oh, what was the first
7,
2004?
8? More? Oh my God,
Yeah.
10 or something?
Yeah.
But
forever.
Pretty insane, man. And they're so much fun. I have to say this one has been the best one ever. The new stages are absolutely incredible. The tournaments are unreal. The crowd is bigger than ever. It's just been so much fun the whole weekend.
Did you get a chance to make it over to the Hearthstone stage?
I did.
Oh man.
I got to go up on stage a little bit, look around and everything, you know. So it was definitely awesome. And there is a shot of those beautiful trophies that our players are battling for. But it's not just the trophies. There's $250,000 in cash as well.
Yeah, there's so much money. I'm kind of torn that when we had the qualifiers that we didn't hand out prizes for that.
Yeah.
But if you're top 3, you get a ticket to BlizzCon, and it was a week vacation too. And it's just so much time that you get to go to California, spend. They got to practice, constantly, landing. Some teams will go in boot camp, before if possible, especially where North American teams, if historically the European esports team have had an advantage that that the language barriers sort of force teams together geographically. So if you happen to be in Germany, you'd play with German teammates who are very close. But North America, you have people from Canada, you have people from East Coast and West Coast playing together, that it's sometimes just not feasible for you to get together a week before the tournament, but all these teams were able to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely makes it a big difference being able to play together in person and play together out of your comfort zone and things like that. And you can see some of the tweets here. So if you guys want, you can hashtag BlizzCon, or maybe you have to hashtag BlizzCon 2014 because that is what it does show there. So probably want to hashtag that. If you want to get involved, so you can tweet to Jared at IMVHell. You can tweet to me as well at AZALWow. And been appreciating all the fun stuff on Twitter throughout the weekend. So fun interacting there.
Yeah, lots of pictures of everything that's going on at BlizzCon, and of course, I've been since we've been on stage, I haven't made it to any of the talent contests or costume contests.
I saw the costume contest yesterday after. It was so fun. Yeah, it was cool, man. There's so many people with insane cosplays here.
The Three Amigos flags. It's crazy. All the signs are so good.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, we are still just waiting on that issue. Hopefully going to be sorted out quick. But we are going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with more information as soon as we have it. Hey guys, welcome back here to BlizzCon 2014, live in Anaheim, California. I am Azil, joined by VHell, and we are told the problems are fixed. I think we're gonna have some World of Warcraft Arena.
I think we are. Of course, 2-1 right now.
Look at all those beautiful nerds out there.
Yeah, look at all of them. So what do you think about this match as it's going in? Do you think that now the momentum has started to shift, that it's gonna look better for Bleach Bones at this point?
I think it could go either way, man. I feel like it's so close. I mean, the first game, yeah, it did go to Three Amigos, but that game could have easily gone to Bleach Bones, and they did just win another one. But at the same time, you know, the one game that Bleach Bones won was like by what, a millimeter? You know, it's like Laguna barely living, Looney barely living. It's so close, and really, the team that wins is going to be the one that can just step it up in these final games. We did see a reverse 3-0 sweep from a European team before. Imagine if we saw 2 in a row.
That would make for quite the tournament, you know, all those comebacks. I love when it goes to game 5 every single time, just because every single little moment mattered. Like in that last round, even though that, you know, Three Amigos not being able to take it, they still have breathing room at this point.
Yeah, they definitely do, man, and they are going to have their map selections. We do know the first map selection is going to be Tiger's Peak. We don't know what their next one would be, but we may or may not find out about that. I mean, if they do win here, we're not going to have to find that 5th map, and if they lose, they're still going to have another map pick to fall back on, but obviously they don't want to put themselves in that situation, especially not when they, you know, their favorite map for it is going to be gone.
Yeah, and you know, they're going to have, you know, their picks, which plays, we talk about this a lot, that, you know, if you do win the early momentum with Nagrand, you can just pick every map that you want. Oh, they are ready. Look at that.
All right, guys, the teams are ready, so we're going to be getting queued up into this. It's going to be Bleach Bones going up against Three Amigos, and it will be Venruki there on the camera. Snuts in the middle. It's going to be Sea-Doo down on the end. They'll be going up against Laguna, Looney, and Laser Chicken. We're going into the 4th and potentially final game of the series. Three Amigos 1 point away from punching their ticket to the finals, where they would have a rematch against Skill Cap DU in what has to be one of the most highly anticipated series of all time.
Oh, of course. You know, if that ends up being, but even if Bleach Bones makes it in, you know, that's going to be such a close matchup. There's those 2 comps against each other. You know, it's scary for both sides.
Definitely very scary. And I'm very excited to say we are into the game now, guys. And we are going to be getting those rolling.
I hope that was just some random guy sitting next to her.
No, I'm sure they're a very happy couple, Jared. That, or maybe they will be after this. Love is in the air at BlizzCon.
Look at that.
But we are zoning on into Tiger's Peak. It's Bleach Bones versus the Three Amigos. Let's hear a round of applause for these 2 teams.
All right, let's watch Laser out of this one. He's just been doing such a dominant job on his team, you know, really landing the CC exactly when his team needs. So right out of the start, of course, he is going to be shifting into his Eclipse and into the Cat with the Prowl, trying to get the good opener, which he has almost every single time so far.
Yeah, extremely patient, too. I mean, he's definitely willing to wait quite a long time to get the opener that he does want. And, you know, Venruki, once again, going to be working up those stacks. We see him already at the 6 stacks. Yes, actually early coming out onto Snuts, which may prompt Snuts to pop the Demon Soul here with his Trinket Prog up. May want to try to get a little bit aggressive. And we can see, you know, Laguna going to be playing Dark Bargain. There's the other side. We are going to have Snuts playing the Souling just for that additional pet HP with the pet stack. And, you know, Venruki, you know, hesitant to push in. But Laser still just kind of prowling around, just waiting, biding his time for that opener that he does so want. And I mean, so far it's been mostly just kind of him sitting all the way back, and now he's going to come in with the clone onto Venruki. Now going to perhaps push forward over onto Snuts. Starfall coming out already. Star Search going to land there onto Snuts, getting that damage rolling early on, but the incap comes over from Venruki over onto Laser. Laser going to be dotted up out of that. Now comes the cooldowns. We do see the Trinket Proc is up. Berserking is up as well. He's going to trigger that Fear. Really wants to get things rolling as he locks out Sea-Doo with the beam. Now into the bash. Big damage coming in on Sea-Doo. The Starfire not going to crit, but look at him getting very low. Down to 100k. Oh, wow. Getting hit so hard. He's in trouble. He needs to pop the Ascendance NS. The Battlemaster comes out as well. And what a surge forward there by Laser Chicken, starting things off with a bang.
Yeah, and there we go. Finally, the heals picking Sea-Doo up, but only to half right now. Snuts did have double trinket dots out right now. Yeah. And look at Looney getting quite low, as he does have Venruki just smashing into him. 16 stacks, which means he's going to wait for his trinket proc and just go extremely offensive. I'm not sure if Snuts has his second Dark Soul available at this point, but Sea-Doo, again, just doing such a great job of keeping his team alive.
Yep, there is the clone, but that one's going to be trinketed. And, you know, they are trying to peel him off. They have not been putting the pressure onto Venfuki, so this is a big change up here from Bleach Bones. They're not pushing him back, and it's going to mean that he's going to have the ability to sit on the Looney for so long, and this could be trouble for Looney as he gets pretty low there, but the Battlemaster comes out, the NS Seal comes out as well. Heart not being used just yet. The stacks, the double trinket were up for Enrique, which is really the kind of scary time for Looney. He does gate across the map as the Hail of Terror comes in. He's going to be able to top himself back up, and now the Heart of the Wild comes out from Laser. He's trying to get aggressive. Clone to follow up the fear onto Venruki. Dots being cleaned off of Snuts by Sea-Doo there, trying to keep his team aggressive as well. The end cap comes in onto Looney from Venruki, and he's going to make the swap over onto Laguna, who's been pushing in pretty heavily. Stampeding Roar coming up from Looney there, trying to stay on top of Sea-Doo, trying to get that clones out as much as he possibly can.
Sea-Doo still trying to keep his team clean right now. His dots are only on Venruki and Snuts right now. Laser's Heart is still up, but Snuts' dot pressure just isn't there quite yet this game. Looney doing a great job of just constantly dispelling it, as we see that there's no dots onto Laser at this point.
Yep, Stoneform going to come out from Sea-Doo there. He can't actually dispel Snuts because he's falling way behind. He's down to 200k. He gets actually the sprint there from Venruki to get out of there. But look at Laser Chicken coming in here with a bash on the heel. He could be in some trouble if he can connect. He's still down to 300k for the in-cap onto Laser. Nicely done by Venruki, breaking that up. Going to keep him safe, and a very well played job there by him. We do see that Looney has the Unleash up, going to try to top himself right back off. His whole team, though, has been clean of dots. He's constantly just topping them back off over and over, doing a great job. And Venruki hasn't been getting out too much pressure, but now he's going to ramp it up as the trinkets do get popped. The stack's going to be used as well by Venruki. He has Looney down pretty low here. Looney could be in trouble. He has no trinket available. This is Fury coming in. We do see the Peel's going to be coming out, though, from Laser. He knocks him away, and he's going to try to CC up Venruki. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. He needs to do it quick because Looney's in trouble. He's down to 200k once again. The Coil comes in on the heel. Laser's at half. Laguna is pretty low as well. There's the Feldom from Snuts. He's trying to get the Feldom CS with that double soul burn. We can see that Looney now, once again, going to have to pop the Spear Archer's Grace. He's trying to heal himself back up. Still struggling, though. He's been low for so long. Out comes the Gateway. Tranquility being popped by Laser there. But Venruki right on top of him. He lands the pummel. Spear Hand Strike comes in. Rushing J-Wind as well. Down to 200k. He needs to be careful. He has to keep himself out of that touch of death range. There's a Tiger's Fury. We see him right back on top. He's so low. He could go down here. 100k. Is the Link gonna have to come out? No, not just yet. But the Triple Howl comes in. No Tremor available. This is so bad for Bleach Bones. 3 Amigos pushing forward. They could go for the win here if they can get a stun. The in-cap comes out on a Laser. Shadow Fury, though, on both the DPS by Laguna. Well played to give Looney a little bit of breathing room.
As Venruki is going to try to stick on to Looney. We did see a great Paralyze coming out on to Laser, which really stopped the CC from flowing out, as the Integrate is landing on the Looney too, because he is down to half mana already. Tiger Eye Brew popped by Venruki. Plus the on-use trigger. Look at how much
the Lake Stream does come in. He's down to half HP already if the Death Coil is available. We do see the Fist of Fury to follow it up. The Nature's Guardian does proc. There is that Death Coil a little bit late, but it is still there, and the pressure is never going to end here. He needs to get away. He needs to heal himself back up, but Venruki is unrelenting. They just have not pressured him hard enough to keep him off their Shaman, but now look at Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo in trouble, has to trinket there. He gets the Tiger's Lust from Venruki. He's trying to get away, and he is going to be able to get away. Stoneform has been popped. Nature's Guardian, Battlemaster up there as well. Looney going to be the target once more. Venruki down to half. Looney finally finding some time to get away. Ascendance comes back up for him. That's going to be key. Venruki, though, down to below half HP. He's down to a third HP. Snuts now being pressured heavily. Laguna and Laser are turning up the heat, and Snuts is in trouble. He's down below 200k. The heals have to come out. Venruki has the Karma. He's at 100k. Sea-Doo is being controlled very heavily. Things looking rough for 3 Amigos. Full Hex comes in. What can they get done, though? We do see that he's top back off. The offensive touch Karma there onto Laser. Laser in trouble now as well. He has to be careful to stay above that touch of death range, and he is going to get top back off here by Looney, who holds on to the Ascendance. He's doing well.
Yeah, the damage pressure combined with the CC, it's forcing Venruki to run most of the time. Snuts doing a great job of keeping those dots up, but unfortunately because Venruki's playing that Paralyzed Glyph, it just cleans them off over and over.
Yeah, Snuts had to trinket there. He's getting low, remember. Has no heals available, not playing Dark Bargain, so he won't have that out. He's going to have to be careful. If they can continue the push, they can get something done here. Nice beam comes in from Laser. It's going to be over onto Sea-Doo. Who else but Laser to get things rolling for the team? He's down to 200k. He's going to have to drop the Healing Tide. Laser in trouble, though. Did he get too aggressive? The Barkskin has been popped. Venruki has his stacks up. The trinkets are active as well. Really ramping up the damages. Venruki, a beautiful leg sweep catches too. This is going to be trouble for Laser. He's down to 200k. Full fear out on Looney. He's got a trinket, but he doesn't want to use it. Looney is trying to stay alive. He's trying to hold on to that trinket. The death coil comes out now onto Looney. MCS over onto Laser. I think that was a mistake. It was meant for Looney, I do believe. But now it is going to be a Hex over onto Laguna. We do see the Ascendance has been popped there. Laser needs to spread out from Looney. He can't just allow Venruki to sit on top of him like this. It's too easy to get those interrupts, to get those multi-man stuns.
Yeah, as Venruki is going to get right back onto Laser. They really need to keep pushing before Heart is going to come back up. 12% into dampening already. It seems like this match just started, but it's been so action-packed that it's going by so fast. Capstun does hit Sea-Doo. That was a great job by Looney to drop that, as Venruki is going to try to stick onto his target. I like that they're choosing to go onto Laser, but looks like they're going to switch it back on Looney.
Over onto Looney. Yeah, he has the Spearhugger's Grace already active. He's trying to get out of there, needs to get himself top back off quickly. It's going to be tough to do so, though. Venruki at half HP, Snuts at half as well. Sea-Doo starting to rock. Looney's the one in trouble. He's down to 100k. He's got to be careful here. How much longer is he going to be able to survive? The Nature's Guardian does come out. Now the Stampeding Roar. Well played by Laser. Star falls up. They're trying to turn around the pressure. A big howl comes out on Venruki and Snuts. He's going to have to sit through it. Sea-Doo in trouble. Into the bash. That's the trinket coming out immediately. Do they have a beam available? No. Spearhawker's Grace. A beautiful clone offensively, though, as Snuts is getting low. Venruki is getting low. And three Amigos in a little bit of trouble. The Karma comes out, though. This is going to be an offensive one. Looney in trouble. Laser in trouble as well. Laser is going to be the target, though. The clone comes out from Laser, of course. Very well played by him. Going to shut down some of that damage from Venruki, giving Looney the critical time he needs to get them top back off, as Looney is down below half the mana of Sea-Doo.
Yeah, every time that they give him a breathing moment, it seems like the team of Bleachbone is just healed to full, as Venruki is in a capstun by himself in the back. Oh, wow.
Venruki goes down with 10 seconds left on his Nimble Brew. His trinket on cooldown as well. He couldn't get out of the stun. The cap stun critically was not taken out, was not avoided. And Looney, with that cap stun, turns it around for his team. The damage ramping up. Venruki too far in behind the pillar. Sea-Doo unable to get to him to heal him back up. And it is a tie ball game, 2-2. And three Amigos have got to be feeling the pressure now.
Wow, Laser, can't say enough about him. He's been doing a great job. Every time Venruki, you could tell he was going to go offensive, and Laser was there with clones non-stop. We saw entire double trinket brews just completely negated over and over in the match.
And I mean, honestly, I've got to question the strategy of going on Laser. I mean, I feel like he's just drawing their pressure because he's getting so much done, you know, offensively and defensively. They're feeling like we just can't ignore him. The clones are so annoying. But when you look at how many cooldowns he has defensively when you go through the Bark Scene, you go through the Symbiosis Shield Wall, you go through the Ursox, he has Displacer's Beast to get away. He's very adept at keeping himself alive, at healing through damage if his healers even CC'd. So I just feel like they're getting so much done when they're on Laguna and Looney, and when they go on Laser, it feels like even if they get him low, it feels very hard to actually ever get that kill. So I feel like they're kind of getting baited into that, and it's really hurting them. I felt like that was not really the right call in this game, but we do have the replay, and let's watch those final moments again. So Venruki going to be hexed up there into the Fury. You can see his trinkets are up. The Tiger's Eye Brew was up there as well. He popped those stacks. Sea-Doo is going to be cloned up by Laser, and Venruki does pop that offensive Karma here. This was, you know, a little bit before the game did end. They had Laser pretty low, but, you know, Laguna is able to be so aggressive, and, you know, this far into dampening does take a lot of damage as well. Snuts veered over there, and this is where Venruki starts to get a little bit too deep. He goes in onto the Shaman there. The capstun not killed off, and the capstun does land there. It's a full capstun onto Venruki, and all that damage crashing in. Starfall popped, all the cooldowns popped.
Sea-Doo was in the middle of the map at that point too, so it was just that capstun just after that, the cascade of damage, and that's it.
I mean, you know, and it's definitely a mistake that Venruki's going to be kicking himself for a bit, because, you know, as that Windwalker Monk, you can take down totems like that pretty easily. You know, like one blackout kick is going to pretty much one-shot that. So that it's you know, it's something that in normal circumstances he would take out, unless I did miss a root or something and couldn't get to it. That's definitely possible as well. But it's definitely something you have to be very careful of, because if you get a little bit too over-aggressive, the game could just end like that. And, you know, before that, they were in a pretty darn good position.
They were, and there was a lot of cooldowns forced out of Bleachbones into those last few minutes. You know, there was many times that they got Laser extremely low. I mean, he was almost in touch of death range a few times during that matchup when cooldowns were not available. But, you know, overall, though, if you look at in terms of the healing cooldowns out of Looney, he really didn't use that many. Didn't have to link, you know, hitting Ascendance just to keep his team, you know, topped and stuff, but overall, it didn't seem like the team of three amigos was pressuring BleachBones as much as in the previous games.
And you have to feel that BleachBones is starting to just get into the swing of things a bit. I mean, they didn't have the games on stage yesterday. This is their first stage match in front of a big crowd ever for all these players. And the first two games, Looney didn't get his link off that they lost. The next two games, he's really stepped up. They've played a lot better. And, you know, it's been more three amigos with the mistakes. And, you know, I have to question, why not hit Laguna more? I mean, Laguna, it seems like every time they get to him, they're forcing bargain, they're forcing heals, they're getting so much done very, very early. But, you know, it just feels like the Moonkin is not nearly as effective. If you're going on the Shaman, you're draining his mana. If you're going on the Warlock, you're preventing a lot of the fears and kind of pushing him back and stuff. But, you know, when they go on laser, it just doesn't feel like they're getting as much done. So, you know, they're going to talk it through. They're going to decide, you know, what really went wrong there. And I think there's not too much to take from that game for them, because I'm pretty sure they feel like we're in a pretty fine spot.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was just kind of an overextension, got stunned up, and, you know, good play by BleachBones, a bit of a misstep by Three Amigos, and that can be all it takes.
So we are waiting on the map choice from Three Amigos. They are discussing what went well and what didn't went well that last match. And of course, especially when it was that one moment at the end, you know, unfortunate series of events, and, you know, BleachBone just landing that cap stun as Venruki was pushing up, you know, and that led to the kill, you know, with Sidu pretty far away. So I'm sure Three Amigos knows that that's what, you know, that's what happened, and they can work their way out of that.
Yeah, definitely. I do believe that it's still anyone's game. You know, it's not like Three Amigos is out of this by any means, but, you know, these series have been a lot harder for them than anticipated. I mean, you know, when you compare historically the matches that they've had against some of these teams versus the matches that they've had here at BlizzCon, just everyone is really stepping up their game, and all these series are so much closer. You know, when you look at the games between Penny Fear Thought and Three Amigos at regionals, that was just a complete stomp. It was 3-0. Every game was like 30 seconds. And then you compare that to yesterday, it was a 3-2. Honestly, could have easily gone in the favor of Penny Fear Thought. I think if they stayed in the room, they had that last game, and they would be, you know, done. And then, you know, traditionally, I know they've played against these guys a lot on ladder, and Three Amigos basically never loses to them on ladder with this comp. And now up 2-0, looks like it was going to be kind of, you know, day in the office as usual, right? Things that they're going as planned. But now, out of nowhere, BleachBones takes 2 games back, and we saw one reverse sweep. Now we're 1 game away from a second European reverse sweep and an all-European grand finals.
Yeah, see? That guy told us BleachBones will come back.
He did tell us. Why didn't you listen, Jared? But yeah, so I mean, they're playing fantastically. Three Amigos needs to be on top of their game. They cannot afford to make any mistakes here in this final match. This is going to be such an important one. Both teams here are already guaranteed $20,000, but winning this one next arena match guarantees you $50,000 with the potential to get $120,000. So, you know, even if you lose in the grand finals after this, you're guaranteed $30K on 1 game of arena.
Oh, yes. And of course, both teams really wanting to face off against Skill Capped, you know, little grudge match all around from there. You know, of course, the team of BleachBones being able to play against them on live on ladder. But now that we've seen big shifts in the competitive scene where, you know, we saw a lot of the Korean players playing on the North American ladder along with the Europeans.
Yep, definitely, and I think that's helped them out a lot. But we are in the game now, guys. It's going to be Dalaran Sewers. Three Amigos tied 2-2 with BleachBones. Let's hear it for these two teams. Whoever takes this one will be going to the grand finals to fight Skill Capped EU next. Whoever loses will be going home in 3rd/4th place. It is a very important one. Everything on the line. No games to give. Looney's going to be playing the Resto Shaman. He's paired up with Laser Chicken on the Moonkin. Laguna playing the Warlock. They're going up against Snuts, Venruki, and Sidu. That is the Three Amigos.
As Venruki doing the same thing as before, just trying to build those stacks early on, and Laser playing way more offensive than he did last match because of how small this map is, with the big fear onto both Snuts and Venruki, followed by the clone. Capstone comes out, Sidu drops and might be hit by it. Sidu in the bash also, as Laser's caught by that Capstone again. But look at the dots already coming out from Laguna, as Snuts isn't able to provide the same amount of pressure so far.
Yeah, not the best start there from Laser. Got out of line of sight into the howl from Snuts that, you know, broke up that bash. Then he gets in cap. Now he gets feared out of LOS. Really kind of a rough start for him. And you can see the pressure though over onto C2. Yeah, he actually dispelled ZUA, I think twice there. Got very low. Had to pop a Stoneform. He's under pressure now. And Laser Chicken's in hot pursuit. He wants to go after him. The NS clone comes out onto him. He's going to try to keep him low. Allow them to set up perhaps out of that. But Laguna gets feared up. He has to retreat as well. Venruki down low. Karma has to come out already from Venruki. That's a very early Karma, but he needed to use it. Laser Chicken though going to feel the pressure as a result of that with the offensive Karma. The dots being ticking away onto Laser Chicken. He has to pop the Symbiosis shield wall. That dark shield wall. We do see that the Shadow Fury though comes down from Laguna. It's actually Snuts decides to trinket the Shadow Fury there. Venruki going to be able to get out of that. C2 now hexed up. He has to sit through this. He's getting low. Venruki down very low as well. He doesn't have Karma. Disperse, the Diffuse does come out there, and he is going to be able to throw those dots back onto Laguna. So a double set of dots onto Laguna, but instead they go onto Looney. He's down 100k. Look at the burst coming in. He has no trinket. He's in trouble. Also. And Laguna's very low as well. Their coil comes in. Dark Regen comes out from Laguna. They're falling so far behind, but can they turn it around? Venruki has no cooldowns. The clone comes out on Venruki. That's the trinket. That's his last cooldown. But they want to get the kill on Looney. They're going to go all in for it. They're chasing him down. Will they be able to finish him off? If the Shadow Fury comes in and connects on 2. C2, if they can get him CC'd up, Venruki could be in a world of trouble. The Fortifying Brew comes out. That is the last of the cooldowns for Venruki. He's got nothing left. Bleach Bone stabilizes, and Three Amigos is in a rough spot. As Venruki is going to port away. Having to DPS through that heart is really tough, even though they were almost able to score a kill. Bash comes out onto C2, who's down to half. Lots and lots of Star Surges coming out from Laser as the Starfall is up too. Looney is now finding time to start dispelling off those dots, but Snuts needs to get them right back up if they want to stay in the game, because there's no dots on the enemy team. Venruki's going deep, but he has his Karma up in 10 seconds. We'll see if they can make anything happen before that. Probably not. He's going to just sit back for a little bit now, rolling forward. He wants to get back over onto Looney. Snuts being pressured heavily, though. Snuts down to 300k. There's Venruki coming forward here. Does connect back onto Looney. C2 now trying to move up in that Ghost Wolf, trying to get back to his team, heal them back up. Fear comes out onto Venruki. Has the Karma available now. Is Diffuse up in 10 seconds also. Those cooldowns do rotate up pretty quickly. Shadow Fury Fear over onto C2. That one's tremored up. We see the in-cap over onto Laser Chicken. Venruki taking a lot of damage now. A nice Hex does land onto C2. Venruki trying to pull back, trying to hold on to those cooldowns if he can, and he will be able to do it with some nice positioning, but Snuts now in a little bit of trouble. No longer as C2 dispels the haunt, dispels the full dots. It's incredible to watch Looney pull the playfield so far away from C2 every time. When Venruki wants to push up, he has to make his way through both Laguna and Laser, and by that point, Looney's already gone. Yeah, and Snuts now does get that gateway. Good patience from him. He gets locked out on the first one, just tries again, gonna land it successfully the second time. And Laguna actually put his gateway right on top of the opponents, which isn't something you would think they want in this matchup, but we'll see how that works out for them. Clone gonna land full onto Venruki. No dots on the team of Three Amigos. C2 has them fully clean right now, but the same is true on the other side. Starfall coming up here from Laser. He wants to get aggressive. Let's see what he can do. Snuts gonna be popping the Demon Soul. Trinket's active for him as well, trying to spread those dots around, doing a good job of it so far. Looney's fully dotted up. He's pulling back though, wants to get away from Venruki, but he's not able to do so just yet. The stun comes in from Venruki. That's the trinket out of Looney. Looney gets the Cenarian Ward, but he's going to be coiled up. He could be in some trouble here, getting relatively low. The Earth Shield goes up. In comes the MCS. Now we see the Fear over on a Venruki. That's the Nimble Brew. He pops the Tiger's Eye Brew stacks as well. Ascendance is popped here by Looney, but can he heal himself back up? For now he can. C2 taking pressure. Snuts being pushed back as well. Venruki coming out of that clone at half HP. Bleach Bones is fully topped, but Looney, he's not out of it just yet. I mean, he's trying to pull Venruki into LOS of his team, but at the same time, that allows him to be an easy dot target from Snuts, and he's taking a lot of damage, but the beautiful knockback, punching both Snuts and Venruki off there by Laser, and Venruki, though, right back onto his target, always chasing after him. Spearwalker's Grace has to come up here from Looney, working through those cooldowns pretty quickly. Now the Karma has to come out offensively there from Venruki. He gets feared up, though, by Laguna. Looney trying to get out of there. He's going to kite away, and he's doing a great job of it. As Laser is going to be rolling back into his cooldowns pretty soon, which is going to be scary for the team of Three Amigos. Snuts, again, the Dark Soul with the on-use trinket, having to Dark Regen there to help out his team. The Haunt is landing on a Snuts. You know that they're going to be going for the kill on there, but Venruki sitting at 18 stacks, which means he just needs to wait for that trinket as the Stormlash Totem comes out too, so it looks like they're going to put a lot of damage into Laguna, but every single time that they do, it's the clone again and again. What a Shadow Fury by Laguna. He catches all three raid on the leg sweep of Venruki as well, completely shutting down that swap over onto Looney, DRing the stuns also, really turning around the pressure. Venruki down to half HP. Snut's going to get dispelled up there by Sea-Doo, so he is okay for now, but he's still sitting at half HP, and Laguna is going to get the dots up on him. Now the clone comes in on Venruki. Sea-Doo's going to dispel the fear off of Snuts, but he does get redotted once more. Just constantly putting out this pressure is Laguna. He's doing a fantastic job of it, playing the Blood Horror as well. Definitely something that, you know, is affecting those target choices from Venruki because he doesn't want to deal with it, but now out come the stacks from Venruki. A quick port though by Laguna. Too fast for Venruki, not able to get the stun before he gets out of there.
As he does get cloned yet again, it was DR'd, so he sat through it, but look at the life of Venruki getting so low with the clone onto Sea-Doo. Diffuse comes out right before that Shadow Fury.
Yeah, but he's not out of the woods just yet. If Sea-Doo could get CC'd up, he could be in trouble. He doesn't have his Karma for about 15 seconds. 10 seconds now remaining on that. The leg sweep though on the Laser. So much damage coming out. Coil over onto Looney. Laser could be in some trouble. He blinks out of there though. With the Displacer Beast, he's going to be safe. And Venruki playing it a little bit careful himself. He knows that his Karma is back available now, so he could go offensive once more.
Drops his port behind, but look, Laser creeping up, trying to get that crowd control out to see if he can catch a Sea-Doo, but Sea-Doo doing a great job of staying behind the pillars constantly. Snuts getting that dot pressure out finally, both on Laser and Looney at this point. Venruki just trying to find the opening from this enemy team, but it seems like most of the match he's spent just chasing Looney around.
Yeah, Laser did pop his Starfall there, but the other team was pretty much on the other side of the map, so a bit of a wasted Starfall there, which can be pretty important. It, you know, it does put out a lot of pressure. Both teams going to stabilize. Looney basically at full mana, though. This is a big role reversal. Sea-Doo has always been the one with a massive mana lead. I mean, they're both close, but the fact that Looney's even, close to even, is very good for them. Venruki going to be going right over onto Laser. Will he be able to get anything done onto him? The Iron Barker, rather the Barkskin does come up. His trinket does proc. Fist of Fury is coming out as well. And there goes the on-use trinket from Venruki. He's getting him pretty low. Nice knockback comes down. The coil over onto Looney. Will that be enough to get the follow-up CC? No, not just yet. Ascendance comes out. Laser's in trouble, though. He does get a big heal. Spearwalker's Grace coming out there from Looney. Venruki low as well. Sea-Doo desperately trying to top him back off, but a nice root beam comes out from Laser. Laser doing a great job. He's going to blink forward. He wants to get aggressive on Sea-Doo. That's the trinket from Sea-Doo now. Venruki's so low. The Karma has to come out. Snuts low. Sea-Doo low. Oh, the NS clone on the trinket there. Beautiful job by Laser. He is shutting this down, and Snuts is in trouble. So is Venruki. They are all in trouble. We do see that Sea-Doo, though, going to pop the Ascendance, trying to top his team back off. He needs to keep them aggressive on the Laser. If they're going to go for this strategy, they need to keep the pressure on before Sparkson comes back up. They have 25 seconds, and they could be in trouble right now. He's going to pop the Symbiosis Shield Wall, feeling the heat as Venruki does get cloned up.
And he has to sit this season. He cannot trinket this yet. You know, he really needs to save it for those defensive times instead of offensive. 10 stacks up onto Venruki, so he'll be waiting for that trinket proc to use it, as Laser does have his trinket up, using the Stampeding Roar to get behind out of position, and they're doing such a great job of kiting on this map. It seems like even though it is Three Amigos pick, it's just Bleachbone is decimating it positioning wise.
Yeah, but Looney into the Howl. Does he have a Tremor available? It doesn't look like it. Laser going to have to pop the Barks in there. We do see Venruki getting a little bit low. He has the Diffuse available though. Snuts in trouble. Snuts down to 300k to make it 200k. Sea-Doo struggling a bit as well. He was into the root beam. He did get locked. Dark Regen has to come out. Venruki held up at 100k. He's in big trouble. What's he going to use? Diffuse comes out from him. Everyone falling so far behind on Three Amigos. Sea-Doo has a lot of work to do. The Healing Tide's going to help, but will it be enough? Triple Shadow Fury coming in there. That's going to force the trinket from Venruki. Feeling the pressure as the bash comes in on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo could be going down here. He's down to 100k. Venruki down low as well. The Link going to get dropped, but is it enough? They're all rotting. Sea-Doo needs to pick them back up, and he needs to do it right now. Heart of the Wild is active. Sea-Doo dispels the way, but his team has got to get out of there. Will he be able to do it? Venruki has to pop the Karma. Sea-Doo needs to get back to him. He's rooted on the other side of the map. Venruki could be going down here. The Karma's about to expire, and he's in so much trouble. Fully dotted up, but they're going all in for the kill. Will they be able to finish him off? Not just yet. Laser gets out of there. Snuts down to 80k. Can he survive? Snuts is at 50k. This could be it for Three Amigos. Oh, he ports out, but he's down to LOS. He's down to LOS. He gets Shadow Fury. This is going to be it, I think. Sea-Doo's trying to give him up, but I don't know if it's possible. The Ueda spell comes in. The Hex. It's going to be it. Oh, no. The trinket comes out from Sea-Doo. He gates out of there, but I don't think Sea-Doo has his gate. Venruki's at 80k. He's alive. They're all alive. And Sea-Doo pulls off the miracle. Are you kidding me? They are all alive. Looney, Lagunia, and Laserkin cannot believe it, but Sea-Doo has done it. He has done the impossible once again, but they are not out of the woods just yet. Snuts down low, 100k on him. Sea-Doo still really needs to top him back off. Snuts needs to get out of there. He's He has no HP. Venruki down so low as well, 20k, 6k. Are you kidding me? Venruki Rookie may go down.
UA
There's
Silence.
so much trouble.
Oh, the Dispel on the Shadow Fury on top of it too. They're all low. Three Amigos needs to pull this out. Look at the man on Sidu. He can do it. He just needs to pump those heals
The
out.
triple howl though comes in, and I think this is going to be it for them. The bash is on Sidu, the full axe. Then Rookie's at 60k. Snuts is going down as well. There's the disperse coming out. The diffuse comes out from Rookie. Sidu needs to stop them all back off. He has his Beerwalker's Grace active. Somehow, some way, they're still alive, but it's 35% damaging. They're all at 100k. Then Rookie's so low. What does he have left? He has nothing. The Karma comes out. Sidu at 20k. Sidu goes down! And that is it. 2 reverse sweeps from Europe, and the grand finals have been set. It's an all-European affair. Bleach Bones will be meeting Skill Capped, and 3 Amigos are going home.
Wow, what a map. That Bleach Bones did an incredible job of kiting that entire time.
I can't believe how well they played that series. Just absolutely incredible. Taking 3 straight games against a team, you know, that was favored against them. Everyone was saying, you know, the Windwalker Lock Shaman is going to beat this comp, and they just played incredibly well. You know, after the first 2 games, you know, no links coming down in either of those 2 games. It looked like it was going to be a quick 3-0, but little did we know they had this in them. I mean, so close in that final game, able to stay alive, you know, for quite a while when it looked like it was hopeless, but still, they just could never recover. And we're going to go to the replay and show you those final moments once more. You know, everyone on 3 Amigos so low, just Sidu unable to pick them up one last time.
And so, I mean, look at the hit point bars. Look at how low Snuts is already. Sidu with the Dispel, he had to dispel it at that point because those dots were so huge. And I mean, look at how low Venruki got on there. And it's just, at this point, because they didn't have the turnaround pressure, and Venruki had 3 stacks and, you know, just nothing ready to turn it around.
And this is really, you know, what sealed it. The triple Shadow Fury into the triple Howl. You know, Sidu gets bashed out of that, and it was that CC. He just couldn't get the heals out. Now a full Hex coming out. Just way too much. I mean, there's a diffuse from Venruki, and they're still alive somehow. I mean, Venruki's not Sidu working so well together. Sidu has the mana, but he never has the time. And they just interrupted him so well, shutting him down, never allowing him to get his team popped back off. You could see he had the Unleash up there, but it was not enough. You know, stacked on top of them, the procs coming out from Laser, from Laguna, and just, wow, incredible play from this European team. And I mean, it looked like, you know, with the matchups, both European teams could get eliminated before the grand finals. Instead, we have 2 reverse 3-0s from the European teams, and we have a grand finals, man. These are the 2 teams. They have not lost a series in this entire tournament. Both these guys went 2-0 in the groups straight through, then fell down 2-0 in their first series on stage, looking like they're going to get blanked. And out of nowhere, we have, you know, the comp switch from Skill Cap DU taking 3 mirror matches in a row against one of the best WMDs in the world. And then to follow that up, we have a team down against, you know, a comp that's extremely tough for them and playing so well, taking 3 straight games against them, a team that, you know, everyone was thinking was going to make the grand finals, and playing, you know, big spoilers to the kind of hometown favorites.
Yeah, and it, you know, it was quite an exciting match. You know, that VOD of the last one, if you play a Shaman at home, watch Looney's positioning non-stop. Laser just did such a great job of letting him kite the entire time.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. But I cannot wait to hear what they have to say, and we have them on the stage with Zoe.
Thank you very much, guys. So, Bleach Bones is in the final, ladies and gentlemen, where they will meet Skill Capped. And once more, before we're going to talk to you, I want to hear a massive applause for the guys from 3 Amigos. What a fight. And seemingly, this is the semifinals of the comebacks. Once more, a team pulls it back after a 2-0. What were your thoughts? Did you feel like, okay, you still got a chance? Because the team over there, looked so dominant the first 2 games. What went through your head right there? How do you think you actually kept the calm to come back there?
I don't know. It wasn't really over. They won the 2 first games, but the first game was really our game, and then we lost because we just did a small mistake. And then we lost the second game because another mistake. And we just got our shit together and we played good and we won.
You did indeed. Now, Skill Capped is the opponent you got for at the finals. What are your thoughts on that?
It's going to be our hardest game for sure.
Well, that's good, because we want to see more of those intense, close games. So congratulations, guys. That was incredible. And I'm so happy to see you guys back in the finals. And before that's going to happen, we once more going to take a look at the brackets so you see what happened today here on stage. As we did have the guys from Three Amigos already playing here just against those two guys, and the game we saw before that was Push Push from Korea, and they unfortunately got eliminated by skill cap, but it was absolutely brilliant. So we are going to head into the grand finals of the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship here, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned. The finals are about to happen after a short break.
often see players focusing their attacks into one member of an enemy team, only to change their target to a different player as soon as the enemy team uses defensive cooldowns to keep the first target alive. This strategy is called swapping and is often the key to landing a kill in an arena. If multiple cooldowns are used to keep one player alive, they won't be available for their teammate, making them a much easier target. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the Arena forums.
And welcome back! This is the grand finals of the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. Are you guys ready? Yes, I take that as a resounding yes. And before we're gonna head into the grand final, which is gonna be a best of 7, so a lot of amazing games coming up for you, we're gonna have a guest here on stage, so please, a warm applause for Brian Holinka, the senior game designer. Brian, thanks a lot for joining us.
No problem, love to be here.
We had so many amazing games.
Yes.
I saw you in the crowd being like on the edge of your chair. Yes. What were your thoughts so far in the tournament?
I'm tired. You guys tired? These matches are exhausting, I gotta tell you. I am just so excited to be here. I am so excited to see all of you. Standing room only for WoW PvP. How many of you are here because you love WoW arenas? BlizzCon is about our players. It's about our love, your love of our games. You support us. Because of your patronage, we are able to do what we love, and that's make amazing video games. So thank you very much for that. Back there, there's players. These are players, and they're just like you. They're guys who love this game. They play their hearts out. They're having a good time. I'm so excited to be here with you to watch it. So who here is pulling for Skill Cap to you? And who here is pulling for Bleach Bones? I think we're gonna have a great match. We've had two of the most exciting semifinal matches in the history of WoW Arena. Those casters are telling you about it. They're pumping you up. I want you guys to shake this stadium. I want you to let everyone else know that WoW Arena is exciting. You love it, and we're here to make it happen. Thanks very much.
And I think with this crowd, that is going to happen. So Brian, thanks a lot for joining us here.
Problem.
Can't wait to watch the games with you later.
Thank you, everybody.
Brian Holinka, everyone. And now it is time to get the players on stage. And let's start this off with Bleach Bones, ladies and gentlemen. And in this grand final, they will be going up against Skullcapped EU. Those are our finalists here for the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. You guys look ready? Yeah, you guys do look ready. How ready do you feel, though?
Super ready.
Super ready.
Can't get more ready.
Good, good. That's what we want to hear. Now, you guys just watched them pulling an amazing comeback as well, which you just did before them. How do you think the game is going to pan out between the two of you?
Honestly, I think it's going to be really, really close. Like any of the games, any of the series they have played have been so close. Of course, it's going to be some dampening games most of the times. So we're a bit against the clock, but we have some pretty good strats for most situations. So hopefully we can make the best out of it.
All right. You seem prepared. You guys seem as ready as can get. You guys are ready? And so are we. So please hand it over to our casters.
Hey guys, we are here at BlizzCon 2014. We have the grand final set. As you heard, the crowd is ready. The players are ready. Are you guys?
I am absolutely ready. I am every bit as ready as Bleach Bones at this particular moment in time. They sound like they could not get any more ready. Of course, Skill Capped looking fantastic as well, ready to go into this. That was some just crazy series. Both of these series that got them here, just ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, who would have expected to see 1 3-0 comeback, you know, and let alone 2 in a row? I mean, it's pretty insane. The stage has been set for the most crazy grand finals that we have ever seen, and hopefully these matches can live up to the ones that we've seen all day.
Yeah, it is going to be a best of 7, so we're going to have a lot of matches ahead of us, at least 4, and I really doubt that we're only going to see 4 matches.
Yeah, I don't think
between these two teams. It's going to go longer than that.
Of course, and both teams just playing an absolutely impeccable games to get here. We talked about both teams going down 0-2 and just coming back, and Bleached Bones, just incredible last 3 games.
Yeah.
They were absolutely crazy. You know, we had the crowd favorites, 3 Amigos, go down to them, and I mean, that last Dalaran Sewers round was like textbook LSD2.
Yeah, they played so incredibly well. But at the same time, skill capped, I mean, it's like, if these two teams are playing at the level that they each played in their last 3 games of their series, I mean, who even comes out on top? I don't even know, man. It's like two perfectly playing teams, basically. It's just been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we saw some jitters, some mistakes from both teams in the opening games of their series, but those are also, to be fair, the first matches that they played on stage. You know, the no links from Looney, the no block from No Lifer, and things like that. But that's out of their system now, I think. And we do have Bleach Bones on the screen, one of your European representatives in the grand finals. Closest to us, that's going to be Laguna. In the middle, that is Laser Chicken, and on the far end, that is going to be Looney playing the Restoration Shaman. And you know, they all have been playing incredibly well, but Laser Chicken to me is the standout player of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. I think he's the big reason why they were able to defeat 3 Amigos, just doing a crazy job of crowd controlling Venruki nonstop.
Yeah, and not just Venruki, but Sidu also. Snuts when it was important. He was just doing everything that needed to be done, filling those holes. And we do see now skill-capped EU on the screen. It's going to be Zuniaki closest to the screen. In the middle is going to be Talbytree, and on the far end is going to be No Lifer coming back, you know, having the guts to go into a mirror against Push Push, who was just dominating them, you know, in their main comp. Go into a mirror, win 3 games straight. You know, what a confidence boost from that. And they even said, you know, Zuniaki speaking to No Lifer, being confident even before they started playing against them. They were down 0-2, and he said they're confident to win anyway. And I mean, that speaks a lot to this team. You know, this team has a lot riding on it, especially No Lifer and Zuniaki were in the grand finals last year where they got blanked by skill capped. They do not want to have a repeat of that. They want to show you what they are made of and finally claim that elusive world championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like this match is just about to get started here. The teams are queuing in. We will be getting underway here very, very shortly. Bleach Bones versus Skill Cap. These are 2 names that have been around in WoW Arena for ages at this point. Very well-known names in the community. Very well-known players as well. I cannot wait for these matches. How about you guys? Are you able to wait for these any longer? I didn't think so. We're going to get underway here in just a second. The doors will be opening very, very shortly. And then we're going to be heading into these grand finals.
Yep, guys, we're going to be starting off on the Grand Arena. Bleach Bones going up against skill-capped EU, the 6 best players in the world sitting down to do battle here for $250,000 in prizes. The victor going to take home $70,000 more than second place. Each win worth about $15,000, $20,000. Pretty insane. Laser Chicken going to be starting things off. Starfall comes out. Root Beam down there onto No Lifer. Talbytree already in the clone. We can see that Laser Chicken just going to be pushing forward. The bash comes out onto Talbytree. No Lifer in a lot of trouble already, taking so much damage from these dots. We do see Looney getting low. No Lifer getting low. The clone offensively comes out. He gets recloned on his trinket, denying those heals coming in. But Looney already has the link. No one's getting in. And there's so much trouble for Looney. He's silenced up. He may go down early on here. The link was completely ineffective. Neither of his teammates got in. Now it's going to be the gateway. Ascendant's already coming out. Link already coming out. Trinket already coming out. A brutal start for Bleach Bones.
Yeah, they did say that they thought a lot of these matches were going to go into dampening, but if we keep with openers like that, that may not be the case. Tons of damage and cooldowns coming out in the opener there. Just absolutely ridiculous damage coming out of Skill Cap EU and coming out of Bleach Bones as well. Both teams had very, very tense moments there. And yeah, we're just going to continue on from here. Laguna now in a Cyclone is going to come out of that as well. They're both just sort of pulling back a little bit here. They want to build back up and get ready for another big push like the one we just saw a second ago. Cyclone now coming out, goes on to Zuniaki. They're going to start putting some damage into No Lifer here. He's got the Incanter's ward up. That's going to help out a little bit, but I don't know that it's going to be too much longer, or to be able to help him out for too much longer. But no, it looks like Bleach Bones is actually going to pull back from this and wait for another opportunity.
Yep, definitely smart to do so. You know, they know they can play the long game. Why force it early? No reason to take the risk. You know, Talby doing pretty well on mana, but he is a little bit behind Looney, and it's only going to get harder going further into the game. But we know the amount of burst that can come into this team, and Looney's still sitting without a trinket, without a link, without ascendance. You know, he's going to be that target they want to get to, but with his positioning, will they ever be able to do it? Talby and Zuni both getting caught by that Shadow Fury. The dot damage coming out of Laguna here is massive. Laguna and Laser Chicken just doing a crazy job pushing them back. Here comes the deep freeze onto Looney, but do they have the damage coming in? Now the Psychic Core, will the Silence follow that up? The Orb comes out. This could be it. They have the Silence. Silence does come down. Laser Chicken is cloned up as well. He's still alive though. The Heart of the Wild heals coming out. Nature's Guardian is proc. He's so low. Devouring Plague comes in, but Laser Chicken with the massive heals from the Heart of the Wild, able to keep his Shaman alive, and that is going to mean Trinket and Link are going to be back up before he needs them again. So a critical juncture there in the game, and that may have swung the tempo too far in the favor of Bleach Bones for Skill Cap TU to recover. The full howl comes out on Talby Tree, and Zunyaki's in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. There definitely were a lot of cooldowns used by Bleach Bones in that, but like you said, Looney's Trinket is now available. His Link will be up very soon as well. And if they keep going on Looney, he will obviously have his Nature's Guardian available as well. Zuniaki now taking a lot of damage. Talby Tree actually getting pretty low as well.
Yeah, Talby's taking a lot of damage. I liked that choice. They did get a good Fear followed by a Bash with a Star Surge on top of it to drop Talby pretty low. But I like that they're spreading it between Zuni and Talby, just making sure that Talby is going to have to spend a lot of mana.
Look at Looney though, the deep freeze into the Psychic Horror, followed up by that Silence. Now he's going to get feared on his Tremor, taking a lot of damage as the Orb comes out. They do force the Trinket once more, and they are working through these cooldowns. But look at the pressure coming back. Talby Tree in the Howl, no life or low. He needs to keep his team topped off so they can continue to get to the Shaman over and over. Urzok's now coming out of Talby as he's getting dangerously low. He was down to below half and did have to pop that. No life for sitting about 2/3 HP. Gets out of the Shadow Fury. Talby still being pressured so hard here by Laguna and by Laser Chicken. Looney pulling back to the other side of the map, and Skill Cap TU just has no pressure right now, but they know they don't need to do the damage. They just need to set up the perfect swap onto Looney. If they can get there, they could just 100-0 him. There is no Heart of the Wild or Trinket on Laser Chicken. There's no Trinket on Looney. Those are the cooldowns they need to survive. They need the deep Psychic Core Silence. If they can get it, they could win the game in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, No Life are actually using a lot of his mana to spell steal there as well, which is really, really awesome in this juncture because Laser Chicken is tossing out those rejuvenations. Being able to steal them for himself and just put a little bit of extra healing on his own team is fantastic. Talby Tree now silenced. He's gonna be, looks like they're gonna be okay for just now. No big push coming out of that. Looney now in a full sheep. He does
Here they go. They're gonna set up out of this, man. They're looking for the ring. The deep's gonna come out that. 5 icicles available. This could be the game if they can get the proper setup. Will they be able to do it? Disrupting Roar over on a Laser Chicken. So much damage coming out. The Silence will follow. Surely he's gonna go down, but no, not just yet. He gates out of there. He's still alive. The Tranquility coming out for Laser Chicken, helping massively there. The Battle Master as well. The Unleash Healing Surge will top him back off.
I don't know how Looney hasn't died yet. This is amazing that the fact that he's even able to stay alive through all of this. Laser Chicken, like you guys were saying just before this, is just doing a stellar job of assisting in those situations where Looney is not able to get any heals off.
Now, No Lifer did use a block there to stay offensive when he was crowd control, but Zuni taking a lot of damage as he's behind the pillar, back with Laser Chicken, who did have the Celestial Alignment up that's just going to fade right there. So his dots are doing a lot of damage right now. No Lifer down to half. Also, Talby doing a great job of keeping his team topped, but it's costing him his mana.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Looney with the Trinket back once again, something they'll have to work through once more. I mean, he has the Ascendance, Trinket, Link, everything coming back off cooldown, and, you know, Skill Cap TU with these brilliant pushes forward, but it's, like I said, it's a race against the clock when you're fighting this LSD2. They know they are just a burst team. They cannot stand toe-to-toe with a sustained DPS, and look at that beautiful knockback by Laser Chicken. The deep comes in, but he's just going to knock Zuni away, so they can't get the setup. Now No Life are trying to go for that ring, but he's just going to get cloned up once again off of his Trinket. Looney going to be sheeped up. Now the fear comes in on Laser Chicken, the silence onto Laguna. They're going to try to set it up onto him. We do see Zuni just trying to solo him up, but No Lifer can't actually get there. Now he does come in. He's out of LOS of Looney. He could be in some trouble here. The orb comes out. A lot of damage is going down, but Laser Chicken just healing through it. The Symbiosis Rejuve's coming out as well, and you can see he is being topped off very quickly.
Yeah, just again, great play by Laser Chicken, being able to fill in there when Looney is stuck in those crowd control chains. It's just really what makes this LSD2 comp just so strong. There's the deep freeze onto Looney, into the Ring of Frost as well. Damage coming in on Laguna, actually. They're going to focus on him for the time being. Fear onto Laser Chicken as well. Not looking too scary. There's a silence on Laguna, but it looks like they're trying to turn it around onto Zuniaki. He's actually taking a bit of damage, dipping down to around half health. Does have a good round of hots on him, but those are actually starting to fall off now. Talby Tree, he's getting those back up. He's doing his best he can, but he's getting so low on mana, he is not going to be able to hold on to this for much longer.
Now, what do you think about the target choice of going on Laguna over Laser Chicken and Looney during this match? You know, even though we're only about 9% into dampening.
I think that Laguna, you know, definitely is the right choice there. I just feel like with the Barkston on top of everything else, that it's going to be too much to work through. And Looney is going to get silenced up here. Laguna ports back, resummoning that Observer once again. They have been killing that off pretty consistently. Clone over onto Laser Chicken. Zuniaki taking a bit of pressure himself. But Talbytree has done a great job to stabilize his team. And he's going to be drinking right back to full mana here. He has been sat down for so long. He is going to stand up with a ton of mana, but is he waiting too long here? No Lifer back behind the pillar. He stands up 240,000 mana. Great job by him. And now here comes Laguna, pushing in hard. He gets the Shadow Fury into the Howl of Terror. No Lifer starting to rot as those Demon Soul double trinket dots are active there from Laguna. What do they have for Talby out of this? Nothing just yet. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, Talby got so much mana out of that drink. That's really a game changer for them right now, as he's going to be able to continue pumping out those massive heals, which he desperately needs as they're getting deeper and deeper into dampening. Now Deep Freeze coming in onto Looney. Talby taking a bunch of damage. Full Sheep onto Looney as well. He does have his trinket. He's choosing to sit through this Sheep. He does not feel that Laser Chicken's in too much danger, but I don't know. He's dipping kind of low at the moment. He does have that Devouring Plague ticking on him as well. Laser Chicken now going to try and heal himself up. Does get the Cenarian Ward off on himself, but he does get feared off into a ring. Looney now in a Cyclone as well. This is actually looking like Skill Cap EU might be able to try and make something happen here, but it's going to take a little bit of time for Zuniaki to build up those orbs again and get another Devouring Plague out for that big push of damage.
Yeah, I mean, and they can force cooldowns with that, but the problem is Bleach Bones has the cooldowns to give. Yeah. They need to be constantly working through them. If you're not forcing Trinket, if you're not forcing Link and these big cooldowns every single time you go, you're not going to get anything done. Now they're going over onto Laguna, the deep into the Sheep onto Looney. They're going to be trying to pressure this Warlock as dampening does ramp up. It seems to be a good strategy for a lot of teams in this tournament. No Lifer though caught in the clone. Talby starting to fall a little bit behind on himself, but there's not really any dots out. They're going to be okay. Silence now over onto Looney, and the clone over onto Laser Chicken. 3v1 onto Laguna. He's going to get the Shadow Fury though, going for the Fear on Talby. He does remove the Fear Ward, but he gets locked on the next one. Now the ring comes down. It's going to catch two. Well played there by No Lifer to CC the Shaman, but they are going to decide to pull back.
Azuni's taking a bunch of damage right now, as is Talby. Bleach Bones just doing a great job of keeping that spread dot pressure up. Laser Chicken able to push up and CC just non-stop this match, doing a great job. And the thing to note is he's going to have his heart back up the next time that Skill Cap is going to push very offensively.
And Talby actually silenced, dipping kind of low back over here. He is standing in his mushroom, so he should be okay. But that was actually a scary moment there for him for just a second. Bleach Bones, again, just doing a great job with this spread pressure. That's really the scary part of this LSD2 composition, is there's just dots on you constantly. Talby's doing everything he can to try and keep that going with the dispels, with the constant hots going out himself, but they're not going to be able to hold on to it for too much longer. 26% into dampening. This is starting to look scary.
Definitely is, and it's only going to get more and more scary from here. So, you know, it's that sinking feeling sometimes when you're playing against a team like this, and they're going to have to pick their opportunity, and they're going to have to go hard for it, see if they can, you know, get a kill. Laguna has been their target for the last little while. They've kind of given up on Looney as it has moved more into dampening. There's a deep, but it is just going to be for the ring. Can he follow it up? He does land the ring. Fear onto Laser Chicken. They've got the 3v1 they want. Silence onto Laguna, but no damage really coming out from No Lifer just yet. Now the follow-up Sheep. Do they have a clone after that? There's the Roar. They're going to be looking for that Sheep. MCS over onto Laguna, getting a lot of damage out now, but it's going to cost him the heals. Looney's cloned up. They're still continuing with the clone onto No Lifer out of that Fear. He cloned him on this trinket and really shut down a lot of the mage's damage there, you know, kind of just destroying that push forward. Laguna does get cloned up, but going to use the Unbound Will, just going to get out of that and continue pumping out that damage. Talbytree getting desperately low on mana now. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to continue this for very much longer.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a great job of Laser Chicken tossing out that the Cyclone to prevent Looney from having to trinket there, so he still has his trinket available because he was able to sit that full duration Cyclone.
Yeah, very few cooldowns actually used by Bleach Bones in that last push, and now Skill Capped is looking like they're going to have to start using some cooldowns themselves. Talby at low health in a Cyclone. Zuniaki and No Life are both low as well. Looks like they're going to try and turn it over onto Zuniaki. He's taking a bunch of damage. They're actually pinging back and forth between No Lifer and Zuniaki at the moment, just spreading that pressure like crazy, making it so hard for Talby to actually keep them alive. Talby now getting stuck out in the open here. That's very, very dangerous. He pops the innervate, but I don't think he's going to be able to live much longer.
I think we're at the point of no return. He's going to get into the ice block there, out of that Shadow Free. Will stay alive for now. The Ursox does get popped as well, but look at these dots just rotting everyone down. Looney pops the Ascendants, wants to keep them offensive. Laguna now, Demon Soul active, Trinket up there as well. Starfall comes crashing in. Look at Talbytree getting dangerously low here. There's the bash coming in from Laser Chicken, looking to finish things off as No Lifer is going to get sheeped up there. The meta reflect coming in key. UA dispel caught by Talby, but he is redotted by Laser Chicken very quickly. Zunyaki now pushing forward. Deep freeze onto Looney. They're trying to force Laser Chicken back, but he pops the Heart of the Wild. Now the clone going to land on Laguna. He decides to trick that from Talby. Wants to keep the dots up as best as he possibly can. Talby is dotted up now. Maybe going to look for a drink. He wants to desperately, but he just doesn't have the time. No life for so low. Zunyaki so low. And if they can get any more CC out, this could be the game. The double howl comes in. Fear Ward replay stop onto Talby. Zunyaki in so much trouble right now, but Talby's going to go down, I think 10K, 3K, and he will fall. And Bleach Bones take first blood in the grand finals. 3 games away from $120,000.
That's a pretty big chunk of change for 3 more games that they got to win here. That was looking very, very strong for SkillCapped actually very early on. They made a couple of really good pushes early, but against this comp, they really have to capitalize on those early pushes, pull out all the cooldowns that they possibly can, and grab that win early, because as we just saw, the longer this game goes, the harder it gets for SkillCapped.
Yeah, I mean, they had that one kind of window of opportunity where they maybe could have killed Looney off early on, where there was no trinket on Laser Chicken or Looney. There was, there was no Heart of the Wild. Most of the key cooldowns were down, and they did get him low. But the Nature's Guardian, the Hellstone, the Battlemaster, everything came out during that silence, because you can still use all that stuff while you are silenced up.
Yeah.
So he was able to survive through that, got the gateway across the map, and doing a fantastic job to survive there.
Yeah, so I do think we have a replay here. Yeah, here it is, in fact. The last few moments of that last game.
Just look at his mana. Like, Talby didn't have much to do at this point. The double howl comes out on the DPS shortly after, but, I mean, he was basically trying to find a place that he could sit down and drink, and he didn't have any time, because look at the life bars of his teammates. It's just, at this point, there wasn't much. It was a great job, but he spread himself out from his team at this point, and then...
Yeah, I mean, it really just is a race against the clock. This team cannot go toe-to-toe damage-wise, this late in the game. And, as Laser Chicken comes in here, that's going to be the end of it. You see the Star Surge come crashing in. No chance for Talby. He does fall. And that is, the first point there on the board for Bleach Bones, who have been looking so good. They were one of the teams that really impressed me most. They actually were the team that impressed me most in the European qualifiers. SkillCapped EU really stepped up their game from the European qualifiers till now. I think they've been playing a lot better. Although they did go straight through in the European qualifiers, they look kind of shaky in some of those series, and a lot of the teams that they did beat didn't look like they were playing their best either. But here they've been playing fantastically. But Bleach Bones is playing a little bit better, at least in that first game.
And these teams are absolutely ready to get back into it. Both of them immediately telling me that they're good to go, and you can tell that the confidence is high. They didn't have to sit and talk about what was going on. They knew the strats, like Zunyaki was saying on stage. They know the answers, they just have to execute them well.
Yeah, I don't think there were really any surprises for either team in that last match. It's just a matter of the longer it goes on, the easier it gets for Bleach Bones, the harder it gets for SkillCapped. But SkillCapped does have plenty of chances left to make a comeback over here as we are about to go into this next match. Bleach Bones up 1-0 versus SkillCapped EU in these grand finals. Best of 7, 4 games to win it. We're just about to get started here. These two teams are looking ready. I think everybody's ready for this one.
Definitely, guys. So if you would like to see Bleach Bones go up 2-0, let's hear it. And if you want to see SkillCapped EU tie it up, battle back here in game 2, give them a cheer.
So we're going to follow Zuni out of the gate so far. I really like that SkillCapped does use a few cooldowns right from the start to try to earn early trinkets and just start the pressure on their end. It paid off in some of the series against Push Push, especially at the start where they almost killed the mage immediately out of the gate. And it looks like they're going to hang back a little bit more. This map choice lets them kind of play the field and spread things out.
Yep, definitely does, and we'll see how that's going to work out for them. Right now, they do kind of have Looney pinned back in the entrance, and he's going to get sheeped up on the shelf. They're going to go hard onto him. Deep Freeze immediately trinket, but he gets Psychic Horde before he can do anything. Out comes the Orb. The Silence going to land as well, but the NS heal from Laser Chicken is massive. He's going to get cloned up, though. Still in trouble is Looney, getting dangerously low. He gates out of there 100K. The Roar hits 2. Will they be able to catch back up? I don't think so. If he can land this heal, he's going to be okay, and he will land the heal, but now the offensive clone, a bit of a miscommunication there. Talby comes over with the offensive NS clone, and
they actually kind of did some damage into that. Spirit Grace now being popped. We see the Battlemaster going up there as well. The Water Elemental going to be killed off by the LSD as they start to turn things around. Laser Chicken, though, caught in the fear. It's a triple fear. Beautiful play there by Zuniaki. The Deep Freeze overlap perfectly. We see the Devouring Plague coming out. Looney down below half. Out comes the Ascendants. He's trying to stay alive. He will do so.
Talby has hard up right now, just trying to keep his team up, using the cooldown early. And as with the Ascendants up, Looney's able to pick himself back up. And we do see the dots coming out from Laguna with the Dark Soul up, plus Celestial Alignment out from Laser Chicken too. So they are going to be putting the pressure back onto the team of Skill-Capped.
Yeah, for sure, but BleachBones did have to use almost every cool. I think Link was actually the only cooldown that didn't go out in that. Even Laser Chicken used his Heart of the Wild, which immediately got cloned, so he wasn't able to get much out of it. So BleachBones looking a little bit in trouble if they, I don't know if they're going to be able to survive another push like that first one, but they're just making sure that Skill-Capped doesn't even get the opportunity. Tons of damage coming in onto No Lifer there. Now into a clone, going to keep him from getting super topped off. It did come in a little bit late to catch him at really low health, but there's the follow-up clone as well. Zuniaki into a fear. Looks like BleachBones starting to pull back a little bit.
Yeah, they are really trying to just delay the burst as well. They see him with the 5 icicles. They're trying to get out of there. You see Looney actually, oh wow, a beautiful life grip there, pulling him right over to Looney. He's going to look for the deep freeze. Will he be able to get it? Now out comes the orb. There's the proc. The icicle's going to get unleashed here, but a beautiful clone. There, of course, by Laser Chicken. Now the Psychic Aura to follow that up. Will we see the silence? It does look like we will not just yet. The Link is going to come down. Zuniaki unable to get that silence off as he was cloned up, and that could have been the game.
Laser Chicken wasn't able to get in to the Link, however, so it just normalized Laguna's and Looney's health.
There's that silence, though. Look at his HP. Out comes the Devouring Plague down below 100K. He's in trouble. Can he top himself back on 70K, 60K, HP 40K? Will he go down? He's desperately trying to stay alive, but he falls.
Every single last CC possible chained beautifully to be able to make sure that Looney fell in that particular engagement. Skill-Capped, they just lined up everything that they possibly had. It was a very much a fire everything sort of moment, and it absolutely paid off for them. Looney falls, and they've tied it up 1-1.
And the ring on top meant Looney couldn't go anywhere. It was great, and you know he didn't have a trinket available, so he couldn't just walk out and trinket that off. You know.
Yep.
Just so much trouble.
Yeah, nothing he could really do at the end there. And I mean, the ring was just brilliant from No Lifer, but Talby Tree also taking advantage of the team kind of dogpiling in, trying to help out their shaman. Hits a triple disorienting roar on their whole team.
Yeah.
You know, it just really stopped them from being able to CC or peel, do anything for him. And the damage just getting pumped out so hard. You know, he was trying to stay alive with instants, with Riptides and stuff like that. He didn't feel like he could cast because he knew No Lifer was sitting on that CS ready to lock him out. And just such great play there from Skill-Capped TU. You know, showing the potential that they do have. That really was the best healer killing map though. And we do have a replay here. We can see that Psychic Horror is up, and you know, he wasn't able to get the silence off here because of that clone, as we did talk about, but it became a big deal, you know, shortly after that, because Looney feeling a little bit safe perhaps, you know, maybe holding on some cooldowns a little bit longer than he should have.
There's the ring.
And I mean, the trinket is up here from Looney. He sits the silence though. This is where things start to go bad. I mean, he pops the stone form feeling like he's going to be okay, but where is he going to go?
Yeah, maybe trinketing the silence and getting into the room may have been the better option at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he died with his trinket still up, so at that point, you should have used it on something at the very least, either the ring or the silence or anything really. Could have made a big difference in that engagement. Looks like we are just about to get this next game started, so we'll be getting into game 3 here very shortly. But that was a great couple of games so far.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But, you know, I think it was one of those things where, you know, Looney was saying, okay, I have to worry about the deep freeze. That's what I need to use my trinket for. I really need to be concerned about that. And because the silence, you know, the chain got broken up, he kind of felt like he was out of the woods. And that's something we talked a bit about yesterday with the Frost Mages. The damage can come out from anywhere. It doesn't just have to be deep freezes. It can be procs. It can be, you know, like brain freezes and the icicles being stacked up and stuff. It's not just during deep freezes. So, you know, with that silence coming out there, even though it was split up from the rest of the chain, it was more than enough to put them ahead to a point where Looney couldn't recover. So, you know, sitting through that silence was just a little bit greedy, and I think it's an understandable decision though, because, you know, he does have to be so worried about this long chain. I mean, they're doing the same chain every time. It's going to be, you know, the deep into the Psychic Core. He fears silences on top of that, and it's just such a dangerous chain. So he's trying to say, okay, I need my trigger for this. I can't blow it, you know, and then die later. but in some of these scenarios, you have to make that hard choice and use it in a less than ideal situation.
Yeah, which is what may have let him live at that moment. But both these teams doing a great job. Both maps so far, just incredible amount of skill shown. The CC overlaps were almost nothing, except for when it was totally intended to by the team of skill caps to prevent any other things happening.
Things like that,
It's great. I mean, this is, if you play these comps, I mean, these are both very popular comps, especially where the Moonkin fits in this comp very, very well. Like, if you are playing a Moonkin, you're probably playing this comp.
Yeah, this is without a doubt the best Moonkin comp. And, Shatterplay, one of the best comps in the game as well. The Druid Mage synergy is massive. It's, this is kind of the battle of Druid Mage versus Shaman Lock. Those are two of the kind of like the cores that make up a lot of the best comps in the game. And we're seeing why. I mean, these players are playing at the highest level, and it is kind of the battle of the Druid Mage versus the Shaman Lock. Oftentimes the Shaman Lock is the one that kind of really likes going later into the game. It is, kind of the more slow-paced style, kind of rot them down as the Affliction Warlock, kind of just drag it out sometimes. More defensive play. You don't really have the big burst capabilities. Whereas Druid Mage is all about the setup. It's all about getting the cross CC and just erasing someone off the map.
Yeah, especially with that priest too. They can really bank the orbs. They can sit on the procs. They can just be absolutely ready for when the mage has his altar time, his icicles, everything, all his procs also. And towards the end, when we were watching No Lifer, he just sat there and spammed ice lances into him, and it was just doing so much damage.
Yeah, even without even without like the major procs, it still hurts quite a bit. But obviously, with the frozen orb and whatever else in there, you can do quite a bit of damage with those. So we will be getting underway here very shortly. Just waiting for one last little thing to get organized here, and it actually looks like the match is just about to spin up.
Tolvaron Arena is the selection here from Bleach Bones. We are all tied up 1-1 in the grand finals. Remember, it is a best of 7, so they still have quite a ways to go here. Both teams are going to need to secure themselves 3 more victories if they want the title of BlizzCon champion.
And we've just seen so many amazing plays already out of this skill-capped team. I can't say enough about that WMD series with Push Push. They just showed that they can flex and do anything. I don't see them changing anything from these comps, both teams, just because this is their tried and true. This is what they qualified with. This is what they know really well.
I would be absolutely shocked, actually, if anyone changed anything up at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
I just don't think there's any chance of seeing that in this series, especially. So, two teams, just chock full of confidence, rightfully so. They've made it all the way to the grand finals, both guaranteed at least $50,000, which is quite the payday already. But they want to be playing for that first place. They want the trophies, the 120K, and the glory. And now Laguna going to be getting that gateway down. This is going to be an exciting game. We do know that Bleach Bones likes to drag it out. They like to play safe, pull back, and this is a fantastic map to do that on.
As with the clone with the root beam on top of No Lifer, not able to do much against that at that point. As you see the empowered dots coming out from Laguna with the double trinket and the Dark Soul already, with a sheep onto Looney, and Laser Chicken also falling up with damage.
Here's the setup, though. There is that deep freeze out with the orb coming out. They're going to be going very hard onto Looney. There's the Psychic Core. Will the Silence follow it up? Laguna, oh my god, look at that damage coming out, but massive NS Heart of the Wild crit heal there from Laser Chicken, brings him right back to full.
Yeah, very scary moment, very well handled by Laser Chicken. He really has been doing just a fantastic job helping out in those situations. Now turning it around onto Zuniaki. He's taken a bunch of damage. Is going to get topped off there by Talby Tree. Talby trying to get back over here, out of line of sight, dropping down that mushroom, wants to try and build back up again, let Zuniaki get his orbs back up again so they can come in for another push here very soon. Laser Chicken actually out in the middle of the open here. He's just doing everything that he can out here, putting out tons of pressure, not really in any danger whatsoever. Looney keeping him alive, no problem, not even having to spend much mana to do it either, so that's a fantastic opportunity there for Bleach Bones just to continue this ridiculous pressure. Now Zuniaki in that clone, Talby in the fear, and it looks like they're trying to start pushing some pressure onto No Lifer.
Here comes the fear over onto Laser Chicken. Now the deep freeze onto Looney. This is a setup they do want, but do they have the damage to make anything happen with it? No. The Psychic Core comes in a split second too late. Looney's going to be able to gate out of there, but they're in hot pursuit. The Shadow Fiend comes out. They want to commit. We just see the sounds going down. He's moving forward to try to get that link off. Will he be able to do it? He's actually going to get cloned up offensively now. They're going to look for the setup. The ring comes down. This is a repeat of last game, but will he make the same mistakes? Will he be able to survive? The Ascendance is up. It looks like, wow, a big heal comes out, and he is going to be just fine.
And the fear onto No Lifer at the correct moment. moment with a clone onto Zuni, so they're doing a great job of protecting their healer. Here comes the deep, as we do see the orb is spinning. He is getting procs. He is trying to make something happen on to Looney, but Looney's doing a great job of keeping himself alive while he makes his way over to that pillar.
Yeah, and they're just not able to use that orb in a situation where it's going to keep hitting people for a long period of time. They just the orb comes out, it hits one person, then it slows down and just sort of stands there being the saddest thing in the universe. Zuni dipping pretty low there for just a second. May have to get a disperse out here. Nope, looks like he is going to be fine. No dispersion just yet. Talbytree able to keep him stable. There is a silence on Zuniaki, but otherwise relatively stable on the skill cap side. Still taking a ton of spread pressure from Bleach Bones though.
Yep, and they are going to continue to do so throughout this entire game. Yeah. I mean, we haven't hit dampening yet, but it is going to be coming up pretty soon. And, you know, it's got to be wearing on skill cap to you a little bit that they haven't even gotten the trinket yet from Looney this whole game, even with those great pushes forward. Zuni's going to be cloned up now. We do see that the UA dispel caught there by Talby, trying to keep his team clean of those dots as much as he possibly can. But it is a tough line to walk. You know, you have to be keeping the haunts up. The silences do put you behind as well, and he's going to get feared up now. He's going to be falling behind for sure, as No Lifer's going to get bashed on his blink. He was trying to move forward for the aggression, and now there's the Palm Sheep. They're going to set up out of this. He needs to get the ring into the deep now for this kill. Will they be able to do it? He has the 3 icicles remaining. There's the Psychic Core. They're going to try to deep freeze off that. He blinks. He blocks offensively actually now. There's the trinket immediately out there, as well as the gateway. Looney is gone, and so is their chance at a kill.
Yeah, no risks taken there by Looney whatsoever. He said, nope, I'm out of here. Trinkets takes the gateway, no problem whatsoever. Completely shut down that push by skill caps. Talby actually in a DR'd clone there, keeping a pretty heavy clone on him there at the moment, trying to wear him down at this point in time. Looks like he is going to be able to get out of line of sight over there again and start to heal back up a bit, but he's not going to be able to keep this up for too much longer.
Laser Chicken did use his Symbiosis shield wall, so that was a bit strange. Maybe they can take advantage of that, but I'm not sure that they're going to want to try to commit to going on Laser Chicken. And No Lifer once again has the 5 icicles. They are going to go on Laser Chicken. They're going to try to take advantage right now, and they may burst him down immediately. He's down to 100k. There's the silence coming out. Do they have the CC for Looney? The sheep comes out onto him. Laser Chicken in a lot of trouble. I think that silence may have been meant for the other guy, but I'm not sure. Laguna's going to trinket up there. Looney has no trinket available. He is sheep now into the clone. Laser Chicken looks like he's going to be okay, though, as he gets around the corner and almost paying for that accidental Symbiosis shield wall.
Yeah, and he pushed up with Celestial alignment earlier, so he's not going to have that cooldown for damage for quite a while. Starfall out again, as we do see the healer of Looney just trying to pick his team up.
They're
doing
doing
a great job.
Laser Chicken, man. They're looking for the CC on Looney, the fear out on Laser Chicken, trying to get the setup, but they are falling so far behind. No Lifer getting very low. Talby going to be re-feared. The block has to come out from No Lifer. Is it going to be an offensive one? Hex now over on a No Lifer. It is an offensive block. There's the deep freeze. They have the MCS on a Looney. Laser Chicken's going to have to trinket. He blinks out of there, back to Looney. Another trinket forced, but still, it's not enough just yet. They need to get more.
Yeah, the bash onto Talby right there, because he was playing very, very close to both Looney and Laser Chicken on the corner of that pillar. He is down to half right now. We'll see if we can get some follow-up CC. It doesn't look like it. Zuni getting kind of low on mana, but getting those dots back up, because Looney's just doing such a great job of controlling his team, getting all the dots off constantly, but Talby's life just dipping down so low, forcing his team to play back in defensive.
Yeah, and the dampening is starting to ramp up. Time is ticking away for skill capped at this point. They need to make something happen very, very soon here. They've had a few very close pushes that might have gotten themselves a win, but they just don't get. They're not going to have too many more opportunities to actually pull that off. Looks like the the big AoE heal that the Druid, I'm blanking on the name of the ability right now because I'm bad at this, but he did get that out there very briefly, and it did.
Yeah, the Tranquility, it was kind of a preemptive Tranquility on there just to make sure he can keep his team going up, provided that they're going to start going into dampening, which they know is a very scary situation playing against this team with the Moonkin. Just the dots will be everywhere.
Here's the setup though, silence on a Looney, deep freeze on a Laser Chicken. Devouring play comes out, he's getting very low. Looney's holding onto that trinket, but is the right choice. The Ascendance NS does come out. Now the Palm Sheep gonna land over on a Looney. Laser Chicken though, spamming out those healing touches. Talby's drinking up in the background. Wonder if he should have been there for that offensive push.
He might have been able to set something up, but they may have also wanted to use that offensive push to give Talby time to drink, because look at his mana now.
Yeah, he's going to need that as we are starting to ramp up into dampening even further. But there's going to be a point here very soon where his hots won't even be able to keep people alive. Look at it already. We're starting to see him having to struggle a little bit to keep his team topped off. Zuni dipping low constantly. No Lifer dipping a little bit as well. Talby looking fine at the moment.
Here's the deep freeze. This could be big. Icicle's getting unleashed. Taking a lot of damage. MCS over on Looney. Is there any follow-up? No. The Devouring Plague comes out. That is not going to be enough. The clone is going to have to be used offensively.
As the Siphene is there, trying to get some fears off, but it is banished right away. Laguna's been nullifying every single one of those with the banishes, which is great. Celestial alignment back up for Laser Chicken, as he is going to dump some dot damage, and look at the, wow.
Oh my God. The Star Surge crits, and Laser Chicken says, get out to Zuniaki. He is gonna fall.
That was so fast.
Yeah.
That damage.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see them laughing about it. They know. I mean, those crits, man, when you get the proc and crits with your cooldowns up, it is just insane. And no chance for Zuniaki to actually disperse there. I don't think you can really put any blame on him for that one. That one just was so out of the blue.
143K.
Yeah, 143,000. I mean, it's like against the dot team, yeah, sure, you could say, oh, well, he should have done it, he died. But the thing is, I don't hold him responsible for that one at all. I mean, it's so much damage that can just come out of nowhere. And it's like, if you waste your disperse anytime you're around 200K or something, then you're not going to have it when you really need it.
Absolutely. So that does put BleachBones up 2-0 against SkillCapped in this series. We said it was probably going to be. I'm sorry?
2-1.
2-1. Yeah, sorry, I said that backwards. That does mean that we are going to probably see. Do you guys think we're going to see a Game 7 out of this?
I definitely think we could. I mean, you know, that is a very spread out map we've seen so far. You know, Nagrand, pretty spread out map. BleachBones takes it in dampening. Then we had, you know, a very compact map. Runes, SkillCapped EU battles back, takes that one. And then Tolvaron, you know, the most spread out map. BleachBones, of course, going to feel comfortable there. So I think it's just going to depend on, you know, if SkillCapped can really just force it out and take their maps, because they have to make sure that they're going to do that. And the other thing we have to take into consideration is if we go to the 7th game, you can start repicking maps. And, you know, because BleachBones won the first game, they're going to have that advantage. And they're going to be able to have Tolvaron a second time if they think that's their best map, or Nagrand or whatever. So, I mean, it's so important now that SkillCapped wins this one. They need to win. It's probably going to be like a Sewers or maybe like a Tigers.
It is going to be on Dalaran Sewers. And they're excited and ready to get back into the match immediately. Both these teams are matched very well together. You know, that last round, just the Star Surges absolutely destroying Zuniaki.
Yeah.
But at the same time, No Lifer was also extremely low too.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think they had almost no chance of winning that game from the position they were in. You know, BleachBones had almost all their cooldowns, and there was just nothing was happening for SkillCapped EU. I mean, they got some people low for sure, but everything was back up, and they never got through really the most important cooldowns. They never really kind of got to the point where it was like, okay, next deep freeze they win. So I think that they are going to be in a much better position here on Sewers. It's going to be harder for BleachBones to kind of turtle it out to play as defensively as they would like to. And, you know, if they can get in the face of Looney, if they can really kind of take advantage of the fact that he can't get away from them, it could be very pivotal here. It's going to be Game 4, guys. This is the grand finals here at BlizzCon. Let's hear it for these two teams. So on the left, it is SkillCapped EU. On the right, BleachBones, well, it's opposite now, but BleachBones going to be on the left of your screen here. It is going to be Looney on the Resto Shaman, Laguna playing the Warlock, Laser Chicken on the Moonkin, and for SkillCapped EU, it's Zuniaki on the Shadow Priest, No Lifer on the Mage, and Talby Tree playing the Restoration Druid.
As we already see the dots coming out from both Laguna and Laser Chicken with the procs up, and just a lot of damage coming out from the Dark Soul dots also, both unused trinkets used by Zuniaki and No Lifer already, as the Icy Veins and the Orb is up. But look, they're not doing that much damage to Looney, but they were able to force a trinket out.
Yeah, that is important. Last game, they were not able to get the trinket with the first surge forward or the second. So, you know, a victory there, I would say. You know, even though they didn't get them that low, they forced the trinket. So good cross CC to be able to get that done. And, you know, if they couldn't get a good swap onto him and CC up Laser Chicken, the next time they go, they'll have a good shot at it. But Laser Chicken is always going to have that Heart of the Wild active. You know, he's going to have that Heart of the Wild NS for the next one, and that's probably going to be what they're relying on.
Yeah, No Lifer actually used an offensive block in that exchange too, which I actually kind of like that choice. He hasn't really needed it too much, at least not this early in the game so far. Laser Chicken now taking a whole bunch of damage out of this. Zuniaki in a fear, just trying to limit that damage a little bit here. And it looks like BleachBones has no issue with this damage whatsoever. SkillCapped just not quite ready yet for another push.
Yep, but here they come. Zuniaki going to be surging forward a little bit, looking to get something set up. Drops the Siphene one side. He's going to go on the other side, trying to get the fear over onto Looney if he can. They need to continually get these swaps swaps if they're going to go for them now. We see the icicles onto No Lifer. He's looking to surge forward. The ring does go down. Laguna going to trinket up there. Looney still, though, has not been able to get connected to.
As Laser Chicken does get feared away. Looks like a NS clone came out onto Talby. Looks like they're going to dump some damage into Zuni, but he's full health right now. No Lifer was their target of choice before. We do see a Palm Poly coming out onto Looney with the cross CC. They might be going on to Laguna with the orb.
Oh, here it is on Looney, actually. They're going to set up on him, but he got the pre-Mantle Blaster before the deep, and that's going to help him a lot. The Psychic Horror does come out now. Nature's Guardian going to proc. We did see that silence was a split second too late, it looked like, and he's getting healed up so heavily by Laser Chicken. Heart of the Wild active is there when they need it. And I mean, the delay tactics by Bleachbones, you know, pushing back skill cap over and over, made it so that No Lifer didn't have icicles for that swap, and it just wasn't nearly as effective as it would have been, you know, 15, 20 seconds earlier, because Looney now has his trinket, so, you know, they only got one more swap in that whole 2 minutes.
Yeah, skill capped has to get through all those cooldowns if they want to be able to score a kill against Bleachbones here, and Bleachbones knows it. That's why they're delaying so much, so that they will always have those cooldowns available.
Wow,
Zuni dipping low. Wow. Yeah.
Just so much damage onto Zuni that the Laser Chicken with those Star Surge procs, you see one after another, and look at him dip low again. It's just so much damage coming out from this Moonkin.
Yeah, and I mean, spamming out the shrooms, just the AoE damage coming out from him is pretty insane. And we do see, though, Talby Treach stabilizing his team, going to be allowing them push forward once again. Zunyaki going forward. They do drop the ring. There's a Nova over onto Looney as well, but Zunyaki gets feared up now. He's going to be cloned. That's a quick trinket from him. He knows he needs to get there. They do take out the healing stream totem, but still unable to really get to Looney. He's just putting himself in a difficult position to get to, but there is the deep freeze. No damage coming out just yet. Psychic Horror, it does go down now, but No Lifer is not connected at all. The silence is going to be used anyway, but still No Lifer not getting that damage out. Now is he going to be able to connect? The Devouring Plague comes down. He's getting pretty low. The Roar comes out. Ascendant's going to be popped here by Looney. He's going to go for the heal. Will he be able to get it? Looks like he's going to be fine. Now the Pet Nova comes in. Is there a Shatter available? It doesn't look like it. Looney goes back to full, and No Lifer just got shut down so hard during that swap. He didn't get a single Ice Lance during his deep freeze.
Oh yeah, and it was a great job by both Laguna and Laser Chicken to prevent that. It's, as we saw, Zuni also got feared right when he was trying to hit the tail end of that burst. You know, the Ascendant's just absolutely keeping his team completely topped.
Yeah, and all 3 trinkets still available for Bleachbones as well, so it's going to be very difficult for Skill Cap to set up another nice push here at any time soon. They just have to get through those cooldowns and have not been able to.
Yep, Zunyaki also was sitting briefly at 200 mana. He's basically completely tapped, and you know, it's one of those positions where sometimes you might even have to just disperse just for the mana if you get too low. He's trying to get the VTs up everywhere, and he has one on the whole team right now, so that is going to be helping him out quite a bit. Talby into the clone, but his team looks okay for now. The trinket comes out from Zunyaki. They're going to be going hard onto Looney, but a nice defensive beam back behind the pillar. They can't even do anything with this. The deep freeze comes down, but No Lifer not getting that much damage out. There's a clone onto Zuni as well. The MCS comes out. They're still trying to commit to it. They know they need to, but they can't even get the trinket. Oh, but beautiful defensive play, and Zunyaki is now down very low. Looks like he's going to be okay, but still such a beautiful defensive beam from Laser Chicken, just shutting them down on the corner there. They couldn't do anything.
And No Lifer blocked during that exchange too, so he's used both of his blocks offensively so far, which means he could be a target from Bleachbones, especially when it goes later into dampening.
Yeah, for sure. They've definitely been doing a great job of shutting down Zunyaki, though, just really not letting him get his mana back at all. There's only one VT out, and that's actually just fallen off for
Looney,
Zunyaki.
though. Here comes the setup, and Looney is going to be into the deep freeze. Here comes that Mind Blast. We're going to see the disarm out of that. There it is. 3-orb disarm. Triple Fear comes down. Are they going to have the follow-up silence? They're not going to come out just yet. He actually gets the Dispel off Stun Iron Ward as well, so he shouldn't bother with... Oh my god, it was actually a meta reflect silence onto Zunyaki, and that is heartbreaking.
As Talby is going to pick his team back up. Doing great on mana this time around, but we do see the Celestial Alignment with some dots coming out from Laguna also, as that is going to fade. But look at how much damage they're doing to Talby right now. Stuck in a bash, Barkskin comes up, trying to clone, gets knocked back during the clone.
Once again, though, Looney going to be in trouble. He does trinket late. There's the Link to drop down as well. They are all going to get inside. He will be okay, but a quick trinket Link having to come out there, and he could be in trouble on the next swap, as Zunyaki should have his silence available.
Yeah, and Nature's Guardian procced in that engagement as well, so Looney definitely just does not have much left. I believe he should be getting his Ascendance back soon if he doesn't have it already, but that's going to be like the only thing that he has to keep himself alive.
They need to do it now, though.
Yeah, they have to.
I mean, Laser Chicken, no trinket, Looney, no trinket. This is their kill opportunity. If they don't get it in the next, I'd say, 30 seconds or so, I think there's going to be no chance to get it later. So they know they need to push. They need to get over to Looney, but he knows it too. Look how far away he's playing. He's standing on the gateway on the other side of the map, knowing that they have to get to him, but knowing how hard it will be for them to do so with him this far back. Here comes the ring now, down from No Lifer, trying to push him off the pillar. No Lifer going to be feared up, though. He does have his icicles ready. He desperately wants to get there, but will he be able to do it? There's the blink forward from No Lifer. Palm Sheep comes out. This is the setup that they want. Zuniaki going to be coming in now. They're looking for the deep. The orb comes out. The deep freeze does land. They're getting this setup. Zuniaki, it needs to get that damage out if he can do it. They could have a chance to get the kill. The clone over on Laser Chicken, he's getting very low. The Battlemaster comes out. There's a triple roar. Silence of all of them. I think he's going to go down. 80k. He still ain't goes down. And we are all tied up. Skill cap to you. They had the smallest of windows to win the game, and they set it up perfectly. No Lifer, the mastermind, getting the Palm Poly out. So many players would have just deeped there. The Palm Poly allowing Zuniaki the time to get there, allowing Talby the time to get there, to get the roar into the clone on Laser Chicken, so he couldn't help out. For the team to get that perfect setup, they had one chance, they capitalized, and they're tied as a result.
And I am so glad he held on to that deep for as long as he did. It was great seeing him blinking with that Palm Poly, giving Zuniaki time to come over and help out. And that silence, I mean, we even saw the Druid getting involved with the roar. Just everything went perfect for that setup.
Yeah, for sure. Not much more that can be said about that. I think you guys said it pretty well. Just absolutely perfect CC chain there to be able to score that kill.
I've got to say, man, every series, I keep watching a series and I say, okay, well, it's all downhill from here. We can't beat this series. And then the next series comes and I'm like, okay, well, come on. You're being ridiculous. It can't be better than this series. And now we're in the grand finals. We're tied 2-2 on the back of some ridiculously high-level play, some ridiculous games, so back and forth. And, you know, you can't ask for anything more than this. This is, without a doubt, in my opinion, the best World of Warcraft tournament ever. We have the best crowd that we have ever seen as well. You guys have been fantastic. Couldn't ask for any better people to commentate with either.
Oh, yeah.
Aww.
And we're going into Blade's Edge, it looks like, as it's going to be the 5th map. So this is so back and forth, and the maps, we're coming down to a very small amount of maps that they can pick from at this point. So if it does go to the Game 7, of course, it's going to be free reign for whoever gets to pick it.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal, and I mean, the real key thing here would be if Skillcap DU could take a win from Bleachbones on their map pick, because I think they're really going to want to avoid going back to Tolvaron Arena, which probably would be the selection, that or in a grand for Game 7. You know, Tolvaron especially, though, Bleachbones looked so dominant. They never really got close to dying at all. So, I mean, knowing how bad that map was for Skillcap DU, I think they have to be desperate for a win here on Blade's Edge, because, you know, you give up another win, that means that they're always going to keep the map advantage for the rest of the series. This is the last chance in the series for them to take the map advantage back. So they're feeling very up against it, I think, here to get this win. If they don't, they have to win on Tolvaron, which is going to be, you know, a feat in and of itself. But we are zoning into the game. It's going to be Blade's Edge Arena. We are all tied up 2-2 between Bleachbones and Skillcap DU. We're going into Game 5.
And I think what we need to see for Bleachbones to start to dominate this series is we need to see the Laser Chicken that from the earlier matches. Like, he really set up all the kills as the gates are about to open. 2 seconds for what could be the next map decision for these two teams. It's just so much, it's so important. It's coming down to who can pick the map next if they're going to lose, because the maps, we have like none left after this point.
So much on the line here. 3 more potential games to be played. $120,000 for the victor. Starfall being popped early on. Laguna going to be getting aggressive. Pops the Unbound Will. Clone over onto Talby Tree. They're trying to amp up the pressure. There's the sheep over on Looney. This is the setup they're looking for. Will they be able to get the correct one? No Lifer with the orb coming out. There's the deep freeze. He's going to decide to sit through this. Laser Chicken is MCS. This could be trouble for Looney. There's the roar coming out. Can they fall off the CCS? The clone comes over on a Laser Chicken. Link going to be dropped. I like the choice, but Trinket had to be used as well, which hurts for Looney.
Yeah, and Nature's Guardian proc too. So he is definitely running short on things, again, just with that Ascendance, and I believe he still has his Dwarf Racial, his Storm Form ability available, but it's only like a 10% damage reduction. Not a big deal, but 10% could mean the difference if it comes down to it. Now Skillcaps having to pull back again, Bleachbones having to pull back as well. They need to try and set up another push like that.
Yep. Critically, though, Laser Chicken did not panic Trinket, nothing like that. So he's going to have Trinket, Heart, NS available. You know, he has his NS in 10 seconds. His Heart should be up, and he will have his Trinket. So that is key. That is, you know, pretty much a big out, just as big as the Link, really. During these deep freezes, we've seen the potential heals that are coming out. But once again, No Life are sitting back, building up the icicles, looking for the setup. They're going to try to continually work through these cooldowns. And if they could get the potential proper cross CC, they maybe are able to stop Laser Chicken from getting up healing out to keep Looney alive.
As No Lifer is going to post up in the middle of the bridge right now, just stacking those icicles up as he's going to let them fire off one by one at this point. But, you know, he's doing a good job of constantly trying to keep his pet alive with the healing touch and healing it with the Frostbolt, because this enemy team of Bleach Bones has been killing his pet over and over and over this series.
So look for him to go forward here. Palm is now active. He's going to blink in. There's the Palm Sheep going to be coming out. Yep, does land onto Looney. Now they're going to be looking for the damage onto him. Will they be able to set it up out of that? Another Polymorph coming out. The Trinket's already active. So is that Temporal Shield. We do see that there's the Deep Freeze coming in. Big damage going to be coming over onto him. Can they get the cross CC? MCS and a Laser Chicken disarm over onto Looney. Cenarian Ward is up. They may need the NS Shield. Battlemaster comes out. There is that Heart of the Wild NS Shield out from Laser Chicken like we talked about. So another key cooldown has been worked through. Looney will have a trick for the next one. You know, 2 deeps from now, if they can set it up properly, that would be their kill opportunity.
Oh, but look at No Lifer. He has the block. He's on hypothermia. Oh, the offensive block to keep him out of that beam. It was just crazy. Wow, that so much damage. They put it right back onto him when they saw the hypothermia, and
they look so happy about that.
Oh yeah.
You know, Laguna putting the exclamation point on that one. I mean, they are able to punish him, and you know, it's one of those things that No Lifer kind of has to do it, though. He can't afford to get interrupted during these burst combos. One Fear is going to shut down all their damage during these attacks forward. So he's using the Ice Block Glyph. He's even altered timing it when he does have that available for the double magic immunity. You know, he is able to use that to kind of just not be interrupted during his combos, but obviously the downside of that is you can be susceptible to these attacks forward, and he hasn't been punished at all in the series so far for it. And then now, you know, out of nowhere, we've seen, you know, Laser Chicken can just put out such massive amounts of damage, and it's like, it's pretty scary to deal with. I mean, he hit him for 150,000 at the end.
Well, that's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage, man.
Wow, yeah.
And that's 2 of the wins that they've had have just been on the back of those massive Moonkin crits. You know, they got, you know, 145K crit on Zunyaki earlier. Admittedly, it wasn't a game they were probably going to win anyway. But this one was, you know, definitely anyone's game. It was going quite good for Skill Cap to you, honestly. And 150,000 Star Search.
Yeah, it's so much damage that, like, even if he had the block, who knows if he would have been able to get it off in time. It's just such a huge amount of damage to actually try to deal with in that short amount of time.
Yep. And now, I mean, you can see, you know, maybe the nerves a little bit starting to set in as they realize the situation. They have to win 2 in a row, and it's going to be on their opponent's map pick if they can even force that final game. You know, they will have their map selection now. It's going to have to be Tiger's Peak.
It has to be Tiger's Peak.
The only one left in the rotation. So we're going to Tiger's Peak. They need a win on Tiger's Peak, but not just that. They would need then a win on the map selection of Bleach Bones, which would probably be Tolvaron, you know, judging off of how dominant they were. And here is the replay of those final moments. They are going to go aggressive on Looney. They had the proper setup. They do force out the Heart of the Wild NS. There was a nice beam, but see, with that Ice Block Glyph, he's immuning the sounds from the beam. He's getting out the damage that he needs to. So this is something he has to do. You know, even using the Alter Time, as I spoke about, for the double Glyph there. And Talby now, this is where it starts to go bad. Into the Shadow Fury, the Howl hits all 3 there. They're very grouped up, and look at that damage just flying in. He just gets spiked down so fast.
Yeah, really, really tough for Talby to deal with at that point. I don't know that he would have been able to save him through that ridiculous amount of damage. If he had the Ice Block, there was a good amount of time that he would have been able to use it. So yeah. But like you said, it makes so much sense for him to use it offensively in that situation.
I mean, if he didn't Ice Block offensively there, their swap would have literally done nothing. He would have got beamed. That would have been the end of it. Looney would have been sitting at full HP, and we would have been saying, you know, what a terrible swap that was. It's not a mistake. It's not like a fault to do that. He had to, you know. But just such good CC and such a good burst back from Bleach Bones. I mean, they got a triple Howl. The Shadow Fury hit. They had a Hex out of that. I mean, it was just like Talby didn't have his trinket. There was nothing he could do, and Zunyaki was caught in the fear as well. So there was no support system for No Lifer to survive.
Yeah, and that's really how this LSD2 comp wants to play, is finding those opportunities, like making the game take as long as possible so that they can just sit back and wait and say, okay, right now is a good opportunity for us to get a kill at this point in time. Or, you know, we'll just wait forever and eventually win. Yeah.
But Laser Chicken, once again, playing very well there, being a key player for his team. But all three have been playing fantastic on both sides. It is now 3-2 match point here. Potentially the last game of the BlizzCon 2014 World of Warcraft Arena Tournament. And Bleach Bones, they're one game away from securing the trophies and the $120,000.
And how fitting is it that it could possibly end on Tiger's Peak, the arena that came out in this Pandaria?
Yeah, good point.
For sure. So we will be getting into this game here very, very shortly. Like you said, this could be match point for Bleach Bones. If you want Bleach Bones to take this victory right here, give them a cheer.
I think this audience has switched who they're cheering for. I think that they earned
cheering.
It could be that. I think they earned a lot of respect from that last match against Three Amigos.
Let's find out. If you want Skill Cap to come back, take 2 games and the finals, give them a cheer. I don't know, man. It's sounding pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, I think these guys are just having fun, man. I'm having fun too.
Absolutely.
Been so many incredible games, but it's going to be Tiger's Peak. It's 3-2 lead for Bleach Bones. Playing for Bleach Bones is Laser Chicken on the Moonkin, Looney on the Restoration Shaman, Laguna playing the Affliction Warlock, and their opponent's going to be Skill Cap DU, Zunyaki on the Shadow Priest, No Lifer on the Frost Mage, Talby Tree playing the Druid. They need to be perfect in this match if they want to force Game 7.
Yeah, and every single one of these guys has been playing their class as close to perfection as humanly possible. Unfortunately, they're not robots. They can't perform everything completely perfectly, but as much as a human can, it's been absolutely fantastic. Just really a thrill to see these guys
Here
playing.
they go. There's the blink forward. Palm Sheep onto Looney. This is the setup they want. MCS over onto Laser. Will they get the resheep and get that set up? There is that resheep down onto him now. They're going to be looking for the damage. Out comes the orb. The deep freeze to follow that up. Zunyaki trying to push forward. He gets cloned, but he's going to trinket that. He gets recloned on his trinket. Laser says no, and they are going to get nothing with this first swap.
Yeah, that clone coming out on Laser just a split second too late to stop that cross CC and prevent that damage going out. And now Bleach Bones has given themselves a commanding position this early in the game.
Oh, they have, and Laser has lots of damage coming out. The Troll Racial plus Celestial alignment with Starfall, and look at the damage that he's just dumping into Zuni. The clone onto Talby is going to fade. He does have Hard Up also, helping out with a little more heals.
I mean, the issue here for Skill Cap to use is they have the one move. It's their one punch, and that's all that there is, and they're getting so used to dealing with it now. Talby getting very low. They're going to have to pop the Ursox. He was down about 150k, but Laser getting so good at stopping that, knew that Zunyaki was going to have to trinket to go forward there, instantly recloning his trinket, and just it's getting harder and harder for Skill Cap to you, I think.
Yeah, and I love that Bleach Bones is taking the opportunity to go on the offensive here. They're totally a comp that could just sit back and wait this entire time, but they're seeing they saw that they got the better of that initial exchange, and they know that they can then push out and make things extremely scary for Talby in these moments, and make Skill Cap a little bit more nervous about trying to push in the next time.
And I mean, look at Looney. Looney sees No Lifer even moving slightly towards him, gates across the map. He knows every second he delays them on these swaps is a second that Bleach Bones, is getting further and further ahead. But here comes the Palm Poly. They're looking for the setup now. There is Laguna. He's going to get locked on his Sphere, though. The Water Rally coming up, but he gets locked on the Water Rally. Resummon. He's not going to even be able to get a deep. Palm Poly is wasted. They get nothing again. This is looking horrible for Skill Cap DU. Bleach Bones in such an amazing position.
Yeah, and one thing that we actually haven't pointed out yet so far is that Bleach Bones switched to Horde for this team, or for this game. They've gone over to the Horde side so that they have that Orc Racial, I believe, to be able to deal with that deep freeze a little bit better.
Yeah, but now the swap over into Laser. There's a silence on a Looney. Laser taking a fair bit of damage. Barkskin is up. He's reducing quite a bit with that. But the clone now to follow it up on a Looney. Laser just trying to heal himself up as best as he possibly can. Gonna hold on to the Heart of the Wild. Does get roared up now. The roar connects on Looney as well. Do they have anything else for him? Not just yet. Heart of the Wild coming out from Laser. Does land the healing touch on himself. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, really just looking fantastic out of Bleach Bones so far. Skill Cap is doing everything that they can, but so far it just hasn't been quite enough. Laser does take a bit of damage, and he is going to gate out of there. Looney and a Fear as well, but again, Bleach Bones just doing such a great job at disengaging from every single attempt that Skill Cap makes.
And there's a deep right there with the orb on top. Even the stun coming out from Talby to help out as he is going to dispel the UA, and he's silenced. But look at how low he's getting. That was a pretty big heal. Back up to full almost instantly. Gigantic Druid heals coming out from Talby right now, but he's still taking a bunch of damage. These dots really doing work on the team of Skill Cap DU.
Yeah, they definitely are, man. No Lifer now dipping down to about half HP, getting it feared up. Talb trying to keep his team offensive, trying to give them the hope in this game. I mean, it's got to be slipping away for them as Looney, still is sitting on his trinket. Laser's still sitting on his trinket as well. They forced nothing this game. Every swap has been completely slapped down. They need to figure something out, and they need to do it fast, or their chances of winning this BlizzCon championship are going to go down the drain.
Yeah, every single second that passes by, a $sign falls out of SkillCap's eyes. This is just taking too long for them. They need to make something happen here very soon.
Here's the setup coming, though.
Yep.
They do have that Palm Poly. They're looking for the ring. Can they land it? A nice knockback into the ring. Are you kidding me? Well played there by Talbytree. Into the deep freeze now onto Looney, but Zunyaki not able to get there for the follow-up. The link comes down. The silence is too late.
Yeah, and both Laser and Looney still have their trinkets as well. Looney dipping really low, does have to trinket there.
He just trinketed nothing, I'm pretty sure. I think the silence had already expired. I didn't see anything on him at all. I think he just panic trinketed in NS there, and that is a big deal. Looney may have just cost his team, cost some team the game if they can get back to him, but they need to survive until that point because Talby is in a lot of trouble. Talby getting very low. The Howl does connect on him. He's getting down to about half HP. Zunyaki low as well. Laser in some trouble. Looney gets into the sheep. Now comes the swap, I do believe. No, we don't see any procs available, and it's going to be a Windwalk totem coming out for the Nova, so No Lifer cannot get that deep freeze off.
Yeah, just really well played there by Bleachbones being able to react to that situation. They did try to put the offensive clone on the Laser Chicken, I believe, to get him low. No Lifer now taking a whole bunch of damage, and Talby just doing his best to try and keep him up. There is the roar coming out onto Laguna, trying to limit this damage. Talby desperately trying to get a Cyclone out. He does manage to get one out, but it's so heavily DR'd, barely does anything. Now Talby into a full fear, does not have anything. No, excuse me, it was actually broken early. He's going to try and get back behind the line side here.
They're going on Laser, silence on a Looney. This is risky play going over into Laser when he still has those cooldowns available. It's a full clone on Looney. They need to continue the CC. The Symbiosis shield wall is up there. Nice clone over on a No Lifer. He can't get the poly off on Looney, but a good offensive clone from Talbytree, striking back, denying the incoming heals onto Laser. They need to get something going though. The Palm Sheep comes out. They need to get the damage on Laser. They're not doing it just yet, but he is feared up. They have the Sheep. Will they go back to Laser? Will they go over to Looney? The dots coming out onto both now, so it's hard to tell what they want to do. Looney does get sheeped up again. Laser now into the clone, and it seems like SkillCap's a little confused on what they want to do too. The deep freeze does come in now, but there's no damage. They already kind of like split everything there. That was kind of disastrous.
Strange. It seemed like they were just going back and forth on who they were actually CCing. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. Talby now finding himself in trouble, trying to get out of line hand over here. He's so low on mana. He does have that Innervate ticking away on him, which will help out a little bit, but even getting rooted over there, taking tons of damage.
Here they go once more though. Laser in trouble. The clone comes out. Still no trinket available for Looney. If they can get back to Laser, he could be in trouble, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They may decide to swap to Looney instead. The roar comes out on him. Talb, Tree is so low on mana. He's got 30k right now. Gonna get re-feared up. The orb comes out on a Looney. This could be one of their last chances of the game. The MCS off of that, but Zunyaki's not there to follow up, and Looney just gates away to safety. I feel like SkillCap is getting into a bit of a panic mode.
The bash onto Talby, having to Ursock at the right moment. That was a scary situation if he had not been able to get that Ursocks off. As Laser is also really low with the clone on to Looney. He does have a trinket, but he's just gonna sit there because it looks like Laser is out behind the pillar with Looney right now.
Full ring though onto Looney. That could be pretty important. They need to get something done. They know they have to. No Life are going to block offensive, but there comes the deep freeze. Could it be going down here? There's a sheep onto Looney. They have any follow-up CC. The ground gets dropped, but he's not going to be able to get the follow-up that they need to finish off Laser.
Wow, that was a great play by Looney right there. Laser surviving to fight another day, as No Lifer did have to trinket and block very recently. He could be a great target for them as you see them stacking up all the dots on him again with that hypothermia up. Heart of the Wild comes back up for Talby, but he's also taking a ton of damage. If there's just back and forth damage onto both Talby and No Lifer from the team.
They get the full poly though. They're committing to the Moonkin. There's the deep freeze. The orb comes out. He has to trinket, but he's still sitting in the orb. Lots of procs going to be coming out, but they do have a bash back on Talbytree. They're trying to turn around. Could this be it for Talbytree? He may be going down here. 80k HP. Laser down is low. They're very, very low. The Ursox comes out. Silence over on the Looney. Zunyaki low. Talbytree low. The Shadow Fury connects on two. They see the clone onto No Lifer now. He's going to have to sit through it. Doesn't have a trinket available. They have stabilized somewhat. Very close game. Extremely tense, but Talbytree is just running on fumes. The longer we go into dampening, the worse it's going to get. He's sitting down for a drink. This is huge, and his team needs to defend him. Laser trying to get aggressive. Could he be pushing in too far to stop this? They may be able to set something up. Looney and Laser with no trinkets on either one of them. They need to get something rolling here, though, and they need to do it so fast. Zunyaki now low as the Star Surge does crit. Could he be in trouble?
Yeah, dipped very low there for a second. Was able to be topped back off briefly by Talbotry, who is now channeling that tranquility as well, just to try and top his team off, doing absolutely anything he can, but he's running on fumes at this point. We're 21% into dampening. Talbotry will not be able to keep up much longer. No Lifer looks to be the target of choice for the moment, but they're just... Bleachbones doesn't need a specific target. They just need to keep putting out damage on anything they can see, and before long, Talby's going to be out of mana completely and just not able to keep this team up.
Zunyaki's really hurting on mana too. He hasn't been doing a great job of keeping his VTs up. Looney's just been chain dispelling them, doing a great job as they do Cyclone Zuni with the double Shadow Fury. Looks like they're going to set up onto Talby though.
Yeah, he's in trouble, and I mean, they need to go, and they need to go now. I mean, Looney is going to have his trinket very, very soon. They haven't been able to get a deep freeze out in the last minute or so. They haven't been getting that setup, so he has his trinket available now. That is massive. No Life are going offensive here onto Laser. They're feeling the pressure, knowing they're running out of time. Innervate up onto Talbotry. Will they be able to pull something out, pull a rabbit out of the hat as the silence does go down on Laser? They're deep freeze onto Laguna. They're trying to pull off a miracle swap onto him. He has no trinket available. Is he going to be able to survive? He does get the heals off. There's the roar onto Looney. They're looking for the follow-up CC. It's not there as it does get grounded. Talby trying to get out of there now. Has a sprint up. He's trying to get back to a pillar, trying to heal his team back up, but Zuni is low. No Lifer is low, and I think we have hit the point of no return. Talby is down to 6k mana. Dampening is up to 30%, and Zuniaki is looking like he's in a world of trouble. I believe that was the disperse coming out from him there, and it in fact was. Talby now is literally on 0 mana. The offensive block comes out from No Lifer. There's the Palm Sheep on a Looney. They're going on a Laguna, but he trinkets. He gates out of there. No chances taken. Talby, though, he's sitting down for a drink. Are you kidding me? Will he be able to actually get this off? His team needs to let him, and he's drinking for so long. He gets back 100,000 mana. It's going to give him a new lease on life in the game.
That was a great drink right there. Knowing his, looks like No Lifer had to block during that engagement too, having the hypothermia up, but Talby able to get the drinks off. If he wasn't able to get a drink at that moment, it would have been completely over.
Yeah, so that's why that's just a good block out of No Lifer, just making sure that he gives Talby that time he needs to get that mana back, but it's only so much mana. I don't know how much longer it's going to last at this point. No, Fear on a No Lifer. It looks like they're trying to get themselves in a position to set something back up. We're going to be watching for that. There's the deep onto Laguna. You could be seeing something come out of skill capped here, but the deep just goes nowhere.
Silence followed up, though. They're committing. We'll see if it's going to pay off as Laser is cloned up. Looney is still free. Talby really low on mana. Looney's starting to hurt on mana as well, though. If Talby could get out of there, he did have to blow his trinket on a Fear. Perhaps he could survive, but for how much longer? Starfall comes crashing in. Talby starting to really struggle here. Tries to fake TCS. Laguna won't bite. He's down to 200k. He has 20k mana as well. The Fear comes out defensively. CS onto Laser. They know they need to stop the Starfall, as Talby can just not heal through this for any longer. He's trying to get back. He's looking to look for the drink, and he is sitting down. He gets the meld drink off. We'll see if he's going to be able to get much from it. They're holding them back. He's actually getting quite a bit of mana here, and this is huge. He does get 100k once again. He refuses to let his team fall.
And No Lifer and Zuni playing very defensive for him, but look at that triple Fear going off. Talby is in a world of hurt coming up right now. As actually turns it around, Zuni taking so much damage, just running around the pillar trying to stay away from Laser.
And the orb came out. It whiffed completely from No Lifer. They got nothing with that. I don't know if they're going to be able to live till another one. Looney is in the deep freeze. There's a Fear onto Laser, but this is desperation time for skill cap to you. Their damage is just not there, and they don't have the proper setup to silence the Fear, and the Sheep are completely overlapped on the Looney. They're trying to go on Laser, but their coordination is fading as they start to get into panic mode here, realizing they have almost no time left in this game. Talby with the full tranquility, it's going to heal them back up. Laser actually starting to rot down a fair bit. Going to use the Symbiosis shield wall, but Looney, he pops the Ascendance. He has half mana. He can spam it out. No Lifer is getting so low. Another triple howl from Laguna. No Lifer is in trouble. He's trying to get out of there. We do see the damage being swapped over onto Talby, though, as the Iron Bark went up onto No Lifer. There's a big Fear, though, coming out. Can they set anything up off this? Looney still with his trinket. All three members, actually, from Bleachbone still with that trinket. Talby down to 150k. No mana remaining. Zunyaki tapped on mana. He's at 200k. They need a miracle, and they need it now. Laser Chicken pops his Heart of the Wild. They're going to get offensive. They want to finish off this game. They sense the victory. They feel that championship. It's within their grasp. Will they be able to do it? No Lifer trying to pull back. Temporal Shield is up, but Talbotry, he has nothing. He blinks forward. This is their last chance. There's a deep freeze on the Laser. Sounds over on the Looney. What can they get done? The Fear to follow it up, but No Lifer, he blocks offensive. He's at 100k. Zunyaki's at 100k. Talbotry's trying to keep them up. Full Sheep over onto Looney, but they just have no pressure. And Talby's at 20k. He's gonna go down. That is it. It is all over. You have your champions, the global champions. It's gonna be Bleachbones. They take in the wild one, 4-2 over Skill Capped Europe.
Just a beautifully played match out of Bleachbones. Very by the book all the way through. Not really ever in any huge danger from Skill Cap that whole time. They just played that flawlessly.
Just incredible play from them. What a story. Laser Chicken was a last-minute replacement at the European Regionals. They had to sub him in. Their player could not get a visa. They bring him in. They 2-0 get through to BlizzCon from the European Regionals. They 2-0 their group. They go through undefeated, no losses in the European Regionals or in the BlizzCon Championships with a replacement. That is just absolutely insane. And not only do they have that replacement, the replacement, in my opinion, is the MVP of the tournament. Laser Chicken, just absolutely dominant, but Laguna pumping out 26 million damage, out-damaging the other team that game. Just incredible stuff all around. Looney with fantastic positioning. Incredible stuff. We have Zoe on the stage.
And those are your winners of the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. Please give it up for Bleach Bones. Skill capped, fought well, but in the end faltered underneath the guys from Bleach Bones from Europe. Brian Holinka is handing over the trophies, and of course they also will be rewarded with $120,000 prize money. That was an insane day. We had so many great games, amazing plays in the semifinals and the finals. It was absolutely amazing. We see some very happy guys. So congratulations to you. And we want to thank all of you for watching, all of you for coming here into the hall, watching the games here on stage. And of course, give it up for our casters, Josh, Jared, and Isaac, who did an insane job casting all those games. We thank all the teams for participating. It's been a blast. So thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you again next year.
Good morning, Los Angeles. How's everybody doing? Chris, thanks again, man.
Pleasure, man. It's so awesome.
Kind of crazy little gig, you know?
Yeah. Dude,
What's the quickest way to the lobby from here? Just straight down that way. Thanks, man. It's a hell of a thing to have grown up geek. I had friends around me that were geeky. We played D&D, and we'd talk shop about comics and things like that. But you know, my family was not geeky. My immediate, my siblings, they didn't understand.
Sweet, thank you very much.
All good, man. Good to meet you. What's your name?
Eugene.
Good to meet you, man.
Nice to
What'd you
meet
think of that?
It was awesome. It's great.
Yeah, it was kind of kick-ass.
Yeah, I love the way like.
Being called the rise of geek culture. As a lifelong card-carrying member of that group, I just kind of think everybody else is catching up. But what I do think is great about it is that whatever you're passionate about, you know, whether you're a Star Wars fan or a Star Trek fan or a World of Warcraft fan or a Marvel fan, whatever it is, I think what we've started to see is people celebrating things that they believe in and they're passionate about.
Literally tears in my eyes. It felt like it brought us back. I mean, the whole series.
That's all I want to hear, man. Especially even the Lords of War thing. I'm just geeked up.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Can you send a picture of me?
What was that? Yes. We only rarely ever built games to please ourselves. I wanted to work on World of Warcraft because I wanted to play in a world like World of Warcraft.
I knew from the age of about 14, this is what I wanted to do with my life. This was back in the day when it took one programmer and you could make a game by yourself. Think of games like Berserk or Asteroids. Really simple. That's kind of where I started. So while at UCLA working on a computer science degree, I knew that I wanted to start Blizzard the day that I graduated. I think our class was around 300 students. But there were maybe 10 of us that would finish our 2-month projects in the first week and spend the next, month and a half optimizing our code. And I took these guys and started to show them the vision I had. Instead of being sapped off to the Microsofts and the IBMs of the world, that we could try and do something, a little different.
Blizzard has been around for going on 24 years. When we started, a development team could be 2.5 people. The experiences that we deliver to our players today require hundreds, arguably thousands of people.
One of the things that Blizzard has always done so well over the years is take types of games that had previously appealed only to a narrow audience and make them accessible to a broader audience. They had done that with real-time strategy games. They had done that with action RPGs. And so that's really their particular genius, and they did that with World of Warcraft, taking a type of game that previously had only appealed to a really narrow audience and making it much broader.
We dreamed about bringing Warcraft to life, so instead of being the top-down real-time strategy game, you would actually just be a character running around and battling and teaming up with your friends to fight increasingly difficult bad guys. That was sort of a dream that wasn't really in reach until, until Origin came out with Ultima Online.
I remember installing it on my work computer, expecting that I was just going to take a quick look at it. I ended up staying all night long playing Ultima Online and never left my office chair and never slept that night. EverQuest took Ultima Online and extended it to the next level. The game was that much more immersive. You could play it first person. I still contend to this day that for its time, EverQuest was the best game ever made.
EverQuest became this massive inspiration for a lot of us. We loved the game. There were things about EverQuest, however, that were kind of hardcore.
You couldn't help but play it and say, well, this could be improved, or we could spin the content this way. It really, in me, reawakened the desire to make the next great game.
At the time, I was on the project called Nomad, which was a third-person, real-time strategy RPG. It was everything, but we couldn't really develop it. It just was crap.
There's a lot of passion and work, that blood and sweat that went into it, but it really didn't coalesce into something that people got or really got behind, because there was no other game out there at the time that it was trying to, be like.
When we make something, we're gonna plan how that works and how that looks. We're gonna do a zone layout, and we're gonna be like, this is perfect, we love it. Then we start building the world, and we make everything with that world, all the trees and the rocks and the buildings, and we build the whole world, and we look at it, and we hate it. And we're like, okay, this just didn't work. So we'll take all of it and we'll scrap it. We'll start over and build a completely different world. Sometimes you need to do that.
There were people on the team that were definitely hurt or disappointed that Nomad was not going to be anymore, but I think everyone understood we just weren't getting the traction we wanted with that game. And we were playing EverQuest, Ultima Online, and we thought, you know what, we could do that. Why don't we make one of these? This is awesome. I mean, why don't we make a game that we love?
Ultimately, it was Alan Adham who stepped in and said, hey, we got to rethink the direction that we're going. We should be going, more towards World of Warcraft and less towards this idea of Nomad. As we were working on World of Warcraft, I started archiving cool moments from the game. Here is an old map of Eastern Kingdoms. So it shows, something up here called the Dragon Isles Raid, which was actually in production, that doesn't exist. The players will also notice that when World of Warcraft first shipped, the game only went to a level cap of 60, and you'll see zones like Eastern Plaguelands here going 60 to 70. We had a zone called Airy Peaks, which later got renamed to Hinterlands. This is Stormwind, the first day that it ever existed in World of Warcraft. There's no statues around it. The road doesn't exist. And then later in this screenshot, you can see the statues were starting to get built by the art department. And when something comes into World of Warcraft, at first, if it doesn't have a texture on it, it shows up as completely green. So we had these giant green statues for some days sitting in Stormwind City. This was the moment that we placed Onyxia in the world. Later, we had some really great designers and artists work on this. As you can see, Onyxia looks totally different in this screenshot than she does today in World of Warcraft. An artist named Roman Kenny would later come in and make that model look like the beautiful model it is today. Alex Afrasiabi and Chris Metzen were the primary drivers behind the story of things like Onyxia.
When I got hired at Blizzard, the computer stuff always really was very intimidating to me. So I started writing, and the boss kind of saw what I was doing and went, I think this kid has some potential.
I've been working with Chris for a long time. Heck, we were just college kids, got a job at Blizzard. Heck, next thing we know, we're getting paid to do art like crazy. I think that was one of the most exciting times about Blizzard, right? Is a lot of kids coming together, throwing out ideas, not knowing the rules, and just not even know if we're taking a risk. But we were so naive and so hungry, it didn't matter. We'll just chase it.
All the artists, we played Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2, but we had all these questions about the world. So we bugged Chris so much. And he broke out these acrylic paints. We looked at him and we're like, what are you painting? And he painted a map of Azeroth on the wall. And it was just his way of saying, guys, this is the map of the world. He just did it.
The mythological underpinnings of that world, it wasn't just about bits and bytes and wireframes. It started with words and ideas and feelings and people.
I never in a million years dreamed that we'd build the bones of a world and hills and trees and rivers.
I don't think anybody had any idea, really, how many people or how much time it was going to take to make World of Warcraft. People started to realize, okay, if we're really going to hit these goals, we're going to have to add more people. So the team started to grow.
By the time I came on board, the team was about 60 people, which at the time seemed big, right? At the time I was thinking, 60 people, that's a really large team. I was coming from Ultima Online where we had about a 30-person team.
We realized our estimate of doing 500 quests just isn't going to cut it. We're going to have to do like 5 times that for this game to be awesome.
We wanted to get everything into the game. There were many nights where many of us would be here 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
The longest we'd ever taken on a game was Warcraft 3, which I want to say was 3 years. The World of Warcraft took about 5 years by the time it went out the door.
The weeks and months were going by like they were hours. I remember at the time it seemed impossible that we would actually be able to launch the game in a state that felt complete by the end of 2004.
The 11th hour before the game shipped, we were getting in massive pieces of content like the Onyxia raid. We made Molten Core in 1 week, and the whole time, as we were even delivering on those pieces of content, we're thinking, this isn't enough, this isn't enough. So it was a really sort of terrifying experience.
We were tired. People were kind of beat up. It had been a long, long stretch of highway. But we were playing it, and we were testing it, and we were looking at each other in the eye going, it's super fun. We're super in.
No one knew what it was going to do, but there was a sense that this is really fun. Hopefully people are really going to like it. Hopefully we'll sell a few.
At the time World of Warcraft came out, the Lord of the Rings movies had also just come out and had really taken the first big step in bringing fantasy back into the cultural mainstream. You also had the Harry Potter movies, also starting around the same time. So the cultural time was right for this kind of product to come along.
It was announced that we would do a developer signing at Fry's. One of our producers called us and said, you guys aren't going to believe what's going on here.
We got off the freeway and there were police everywhere. There were crowds of people walking down the street. It looked like Mardi Gras. And then I thought, did we somehow mistakenly do this on the same night that someone was having a big event? And as we got closer and kind of turned the corner, I realized, no, actually, this is our thing.
What do you mean they're here for us? Like, I thought a couple people would show up to get their boxes signed, not 6,000 or whatever crazy number that showed up.
Some people literally didn't know what was in the box. You know, it was just sort of a leap of faith of, you know, hey, I've played Blizzard games before, Warcraft was great, StarCraft was great, and this game's gonna be awesome, so I just wanna meet the people who are here. It was the most amazing experience.
As a passionate Blizzard fan myself, I feel like I saw a lot of myself in the audience, right? I saw, you know, a community of gamers that was very much like the group of developers that were sitting on the opposite side of the table.
We were there till 4 or 5 or 6 in the morning signing every single box that came through. And that was the easy part. One of the things they felt really, really strongly about was not to sell more boxes of the game than we could support on our servers that we had at the time, because they didn't want people to have a bad experience where the servers were bogged down, you couldn't log in. And it turns out all of those boxes that we had projected to last for a couple of months sold out within a day or two.
We had planned to have 1 million users within the first 12 months of the game. We had those first 1 million users within like 3 or 4 months. So all of the equipment and servers that we had planned to deploy, we had meticulously planned every month we're going to deploy this many and this many. We basically deployed them all. We just said, put them all up in the first 2-3 months.
Day one, we were actually shouting for correct numbers because the numbers that were coming in were so large that we thought that they were incorrect numbers and that the monitoring that we had in place was bogus. There was actually a time before WoW launched that we thought that we could probably get away with supporting World of Warcraft with 12 to 20 employees total. And we were a little bit off the mark there.
We went from a company of like 500 people to, you know, at one point we were over 5,000 people because of World of Warcraft.
When I first came on to WoW, WoW had shipped about 6 months before that. There was this buzz and this energy and excitement and trepidation as well. It was like, okay, now what do we do?
It was truly amazing as how big a success it became. I think that caught everyone off guard. I mean, we all thought, okay, you know, hey, this thing could get 1 million players here. You know, I mean, this is really special. But when it went up to 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 million worldwide, it was just unbelievable.
We live at a really interesting crossroads right now, where the games industry has grown so fast and so huge, but Warcraft, I think, is the daddy of them all.
Come on, we have to finish the quest in Stonehaven.
Stan!
Hang on, guys, my dad wants something.
Stan!
What?
You've been on your computer all weekend. Shouldn't you go out and socialize with your friends?
I am socializing, Artard. I'm logged on to an MMORPG with people from all over the world and getting XP with my party using TeamSpeak.
I'm not an artard.
This role-playing game, out in 2004, returns to the world of Azeroth, where heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle.
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Oh my God, he just ran in. You could actually say that the Leroy Jenkins situation was one of the first great internet memes of any kind, and actually became a verb. Leroy means to rush headlong into a situation of extreme danger with no regard to the potential consequences.
Stick to the plan. Oh, gee. Leroy, you were just stupid as hell. At least I have chicken.
Once you start hitting in the pop culture and for it to resonate with this many people, that's where you can say, wow, we've done something pretty amazing here.
I chose to race orc, and I chose them because they're big and strong.
Dwarves, all about, the power, just go straight for it.
Rogue Blood Elf. Because first of all, it's Horde, and I relate more to being a misfit who's misunderstood.
Paladin was kind of the guy who was a lot of times saving the day, fighting for God and country. I could relate to that.
I've always wanted to live in this fantasy world. I've always wanted to be a hero. I play a warrior because I just want to wield a big sword and be the guy leading the charge.
I love gnomes. I think they're the technological core of the Alliance.
I had a bunch of friends and they were all nervous. They said, we need someone to take axes to the face. I said, what the hell, man? I'll do it. That's who I am. Why else would you be anything but orc? They're beautiful.
Being a warrior is about just fighting with everything that you have.
It's not World of Peacecraft. It's World of Warcraft, baby.
I played a human priest. She may just be a character, but she brought me out of my shell.
I was like, okay, what is the least amount of clothes I can wear in this game? So I obviously became a Blood Elf Paladin.
The reason I picked Undead is because I wanted the ugliest race.
I have a little 90s shaman, and its name is Dyslexic. I named it Dyslexic because I myself am dyslexic, so dyslexic I have to wear 2 different colored shoes to tell my left and rights.
I've been playing human paladins since I was 12 years old, and I don't see any reason to change that up now. Justice ain't gonna dispense itself.
I've always been drawn to elves. There's something about elves that I just really like, and the Blood Elves in particular have this fascinating story because they're survivors. And when I started playing, I had just suffered a terrible accident. Every doctor that I met said that I should either be dead or paralyzed. So I had a neck brace on, and I was banished to life in a couch. I started the game and I played a Blood Elf, and as I was questing, I found a lady's necklace. I had to return the necklace to Lady Sylvanas Windrunner. She's the leader of the undead. And she takes the necklace, she throws it down, and all of a sudden she starts singing. The more I got into her story, it changed my perspective. You see how much she suffered to get her body back. And for me, having lost my body, that was a story that really, really resonated. It meant a lot to me, and her story helped me heal.
There are so many players of our game who talk about it the same way they would speak of their favorite summer vacation with their family, or meeting their significant other and their first date, and their song that was playing on the radio when they realized they were falling in love. And that sort of thing happens in the game all the time.
One of those moments, I think everybody had one of those moments like, oh, now we've made it. And that was BlizzCon.
We put the announcement for BlizzCon into the World of Warcraft launcher, and it sold out within like a day.
One of my favorite moments, BlizzCon had not opened yet, and there's just this sea of people at the Anaheim Convention Center waiting for the doors to open. I'm going up the escalator, and as I'm getting to the top, I just yell, "For the Horde!" And the whole audience lights up. For the Horde! For the Horde! You hear, for the Alliance! For the Alliance! Go for the... And they just start, raging on each other. How cool is that?
It's overwhelming and humbling to us when we go to these events like BlizzCon. Doing it is as important for us as it is for the players, and it recharges all of the Blizzard team members' geek batteries.
Seeing all of these people here just to see World of Warcraft and realizing this is something special.
Link auction houses in every major city.
This is these people's lives. I mean, some of these people came from all over the country, all over the world to come together to meet some of these players that they've met in the game.
It was just a blast. And we've been doing it almost every year since.
You do have a fan base that is not only dedicated to this world, but they're passionate about it, they're opinionated about it.
Falstad Wildhammer was going to be on the Council of Three Hammers, but it's not in the game at all. What happened to him?
Isn't Falstad dead? From Day of the Dragon?
He survived, and in fact, he was the leader of Airy Peak in Vanilla WoW through Wrath of the Lich King.
Right, of course. Right. Yeah, Alex, what's up with that?
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Thank you.
You bet.
Blizzard has taken the time to really speak to their players. They have people on the ground. I get feedback from hundreds of players who are oftentimes in my guild and say, hey, this doesn't work here. Oh, if you go to this section here. And we're pretty sure that's invaluable for Blizzard because we're able to say, hey, as a unified front, this is great, this needs some work.
WoW fans don't mess around. I mean, they take World of Warcraft seriously. We always say there's kind of two main characters of World of Warcraft. There's the player and the world.
WoW just has that loving community that's always there to support you, always there to help.
The one thing that keeps me playing and keeps me coming back would have to be the people that I've met there. It's just an awesome place to belong.
My youngest son was diagnosed with leukemia, and the community helped us get through it, so thank you.
My mom's actually handicapped. She has MS. It was a really awesome way for my mom to feel like she could get out and really experience the world.
As a veteran, for myself, it gives me a second home.
I've made tons of friends to the game. I've made many different friends, speaking of which.
What's up, dude? How are you? I know you're on camera.
I'm in costume. You know the South Park episode of World of Warcraft?
The most meaningful relationship that I've developed thanks to World of Warcraft has got to be my marriage. One thing led to another. A couple years later, we're married with 2 children.
我是被朋友拉去玩的，可是很高兴能够在魔兽世界里面认识现在的老公，就是他。
Meeting my boyfriend Jackson or Bajira.
Oh, muscle and metal, baby.
You guys provided a medium for us to meet when we were states away.
She server transferred IRL so that we could work on establishing a garrison together.
My wife is somebody that I met in World of Warcraft. We started to play together more and more often, and eventually we started dating, and the rest is history.
It's the community, it's the people that I play with. We have so much fun. These people have become my family. I've never seen a game be this powerful.
It's funny, you don't realize your limitations when you don't know. And that was really one of those moments where I just had no idea what I was getting myself into.
The opening of the Gates of Encourage was really a huge moment in Warcraft history. It's interesting because it isn't one that we've really repeated, yet it has such great kind of historic value. We wanted to capture a lot of what we had seen in EverQuest or Ultima Online with these major events where one person on the server could be the hero for a day.
The whole server would come together, or would have to come together, to unlock this dungeon in this raid. The door was this crazy door that twisted and rotated, and these roots would kind of untangle and it would open. And I had a sense where I said, this is only ever going to happen one time, ever, per server. And I thought that was pretty damn cool. We just didn't realize how many people would actually show up to this thing. I expected people to show up. I didn't expect everyone to show up. Turns out that you should totally be talking to your server engineers when you have a plan like this.
Focusing all of that in one area turned out to be not a good idea, especially all at once, because at that point we had CPUs max, we had databases max out.
It is an event that actually a lot of players kind of look back to and say, this was really, really cool, but it was very, very stupid.
Every single server converged upon Silithus, which is the zone that Encourage was in, and proceeded to basically repeatedly crash the entire world server over and over and over again until people just said, I can't even remain awake anymore, I gotta go. And when finally it came down below enough of a threshold, they were able to actually open it.
But it was something that we ended up learning from and actively avoid going forward. This is one of our US data centers. We have 17 worldwide, and this is where we host World of Warcraft. All of the data for your characters, the world that you interact in, is all contained in the data centers. We usually push 100 gigabits per second. We would be able to download 4 HD movies per second. There is a high level of security. Whether it's malicious or accidental, we want to make sure that people stay outside of our areas. This is actually the first time that we've actually allowed cameras into our cages. So this is what one of the blades looked like for World of Warcraft. So this particular one is Tichondrius, one of our more popular realms. It's the CPU, it's the memory, it's essentially what creates the world and sends it back out. There's tens of thousands of these worldwide. All of these are designed so that the developers can take advantage of the game. They have the world servers, they have instance servers, and those make up realms. This is what we call the GNOC, or the Global Network Operations Center. It's essentially where we monitor the heartbeat worldwide of all of our games. This one in particular is taking a look at various security threats worldwide. Every once in a while, you'll see this light up significantly, which is a pretty large attack. This screen that we're looking at here shows all of the logins worldwide for the various games that we have. Each pop that you see on the screen is somebody logging in to play the game. And then these two screens, we are monitoring streaming feeds. It's an early indication if we ever have any problems from the player's point of view. We push the boundaries of the technology as far as we can. We try not to tell the developers no unless physics gets in the way. You know, so far to date, we can only push light so fast, and we kind of have to say no at that point, but otherwise we try and figure out a way that we can make the vision come to life.
After we had launched the service in 2004, we kind of were in panic catch-up mode. We were in a very reactive mode where we were patching. We knew we wanted to deliver cool content to players, but we couldn't seem to get our feet beneath us.
We spent, all of our time really just trying to get things under control, and I would really say it was about 9 to 12 months after launch before we were like, I guess we should make an expansion for this game.
World of Warcraft experienced such explosive growth in its first year and 2 years. And the real question was, could Blizzard sustain their momentum? Would the first expansion, Burning Crusade, really be able to live up to the level of quality that they had established in vanilla WoW?
Where do we go next? Warcraft had always been in the interactive space of video games, kind of compared to Tolkien or other fantasy settings, that we had all grown up, playing games within, Dungeons and Dragons, things like that. And man, I had a fire in my gut, desperately wanting to prove that we were not old hat, that we were not the same old thing, that our world could stand up and take you to places that you would not expect. We developed this story whereby the player walks through this ancient portal and is transported into this broken, shattered world. It was definitely not the same old thing. And it was funny at the time, kind of walking the team through this idea, especially the artists, and they're all just going, what the hell,
The guys at Blizzard were so awesome to archive a lot of this for me, so now it's not all bent up in a drawer. Here are some images that were sort of the firsts. This is a picture of a paladin I had drawn for some friend's card game that never got used. And we ended up using this in Warcraft as our paladin Uther. Notice his eyes are covered, he's blind, but he's carrying the Book of Honor and Virtue. Well, we didn't want a blind paladin because he's supposed to run around with a warhammer, right? So we took the mask off of the paladin, and what I did was I put it on this character here, who was my inspiration for Illidan. And this was the very first Illidan picture that was done back in 2000. He had carved out his eyes to have the demonics, sense the demons. He used demonic energy against the demons. This was back when Illidan was somewhat of a good guy.
course, Burning Crusade was a huge success, and they really were able to not only maintain the level of quality they had established in vanilla WoW, but even raise the bar.
I look back on that first expansion, I believe it did exactly what I hoped it would do. It just socked people in the teeth and reset their expectations. I think our players began to understand that we weren't in this just to sleepwalk through, you know, some kind of classic plain rap fantasy thing, that we were definitely looking at it like artists and challenging ourselves and them to kind of take this journey where anything was possible.
In the years around Burning Crusade, this is when you really started to see the adoption in Asia and in Europe that made World of Warcraft not just an American phenomenon, but a global phenomenon.
不仅是玩游戏吧，还可以有交到很多朋友，就不仅是游戏里面的朋友，就是已经可以延伸到你的现实生活中了。然后我觉得还蛮好的。
The beautiful thing about a game like World of Warcraft is that it crosses cultures very well. In China, for example, internet cafes are so popular. It's always been a one-child policy. Kids, they don't have siblings, so then they need to go to a place where they can get that social interaction. It's an experience. You sit down and you play games with your friends, and everybody's, you know, screaming and playing.
为了部落，为了联盟，为了部落。我们联盟是高贵的，所以为了联盟。
It's really a social experience.
魔兽世界
I'm not sure that we necessarily realized we would have the global reach that we ended up with. When we released the game in Europe, we created a market that people said didn't exist because it blew up 10 times.
I really like hardcore raiding.
I played Druid, didn't fit me, Paladin, perfect.
I made a guild and I'm still in contact with loads of them. There were loads of people from like across the UK and Europe.
At the end of the day, the beauty of a game like World of Warcraft is that you are connecting everyone together, so you are kind of diminishing, you know, the cultural differences between the different people.
That became the fascinating lesson to us, was how similar players were regardless of where they were globally. Once they were living in the world of Azeroth, they were just sort of citizens of Warcraft.
The most memorable moment I've had playing World of Warcraft came when I was playing a Gnome Warlock. I was headed into Ironforge for the very first time.
The first time I ever went through the gates of Orgrimmar.
I was walking up the path, guarded by dwarves on either side, entering this massive doorway that was carved into the side of a mountain.
As soon as I walked through those gates and the drums kicked in and the music changed and I saw an entire city to explore, I knew I was hooked.
Nagrand. It's just rolling hills and you can look off into the distance, and then this giant elephant just walked right past me, and it was the way they make it feel like a real world that is my favorite thing about World of Warcraft.
Watching the sunrise, any sunrise, and the reason for that is something that we did differently. We have a real-time clock. We call it time is time. Time is part of a person's sense of immersion. It's subtle but important.
In Northrend, there's an area where the Forsaken buildings are. It's in this kind of snowy, moody area, and the light is really, really nice at around 5 p.m.
The only time you see a sunrise in World of Warcraft is if you're up during sunrise. So they're rare and unique and beautiful.
My most memorable time playing this game had to have been in BC when I was a rogue and got server first dual warglaives. Those were good times. Man, it's good being a nerd, isn't it?
We decided to have a hot tub party in one of the moon wells in Duskwood.
The moment at the Wrathgate where you pick up Bolvar's shield. I almost shed a tear because after picking up the shield and everybody else saluted.
I go on the forums and I make a post saying, "We are raiding Heroic Halion on Monday, October 11th. If you have work, call out sick. If you have plans, cancel them." And that night, we killed him. My God, the nerd screams were amazing.
Probably my most memorable moment in game had to have been our first takedown of the Lich King.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
defeating Arthas, aka the Lich King?
Arthas, I think. It's just legendary.
To see him go down was like nothing I've experienced in a video game.
I remember screaming and yelling with my friends on Skype so loud that the neighbors started banging on the walls.
Finally getting him down was the kind of euphoric excitement and celebration that, I mean, it's happened so rarely in my real life.
Trying to figure out what the next thing for After Burning Crusade was going to be was an interesting process. We knew that we were going to fight the Lich King. We knew we wanted to make the Lich King a much more prominent figure in our storytelling. We wanted to have 2 zones that players funneled into for Alliance and Horde, not just the one go through the Dark Portal kind of moment. And then we wanted to have skiing. We're gonna have all this snow. We're gonna have all these mountains. Skiing, that's gonna be a feature. We still do not have skiing in World of Warcraft, but that was an idea at one point.
I think one of the things that Blizzard did in Wrath of the Lich King that they hadn't done before was really take their storytelling to another level, including in-game cinematics like the Wrathgate sequence that really brought the players into the story in a way they hadn't before.
Blizzard has actually been on the forefront of game cinematics pretty much as long as they've existed. Blizzard cinematics did inspire me greatly from my very, very young child days, which they hate when I say that here because I'm about 13 years younger than most of the guys who were doing this at that time. So I was like, oh yeah, Warcraft 2, I loved playing that when I was 13. And they just all go, ah!
Seeing the fan art and the way people respond to the game that we've created and how it inspires them towards their own creative outlets is inspiring to us. I remember the first time after the game had been out for a few weeks or a few months, people were video capturing their footage while playing it and editing it together, creating movies that took the established storyline to the next level. And I think that was really interesting that this game, this entertainment experience, turned into sort of a creative medium and an outlet for other people. The first machinima experience that I saw online that totally took me by surprise was Return, done by Taryn Gregory.
Home. The sweet sound of that word had sustained me through battles beyond all counting.
My friend Ezra comes to me one day and says, oh, by the way, have you seen that Blizzard is putting on a movie contest for BlizzCon? I'm like, that sounds interesting.
For 30 long years, war. Endless war.
And we created a 6-minute movie called Return, a Warcraft motion picture, and submitted it not thinking it would go very far, only to find in a couple weeks that we had won that contest. Ezra and I drew our resources and flew down to BlizzCon. So we walked right up to Chris Metzen on the main floor and we introduced ourselves, and seeing Chris Metzen's face light up. You guys made that movie? Return? Wow! When they started sending that around the company on the internal drives, everyone was watching it, everyone was talking about it, and both my friend and I were just sitting there. We're supposed to be geeking out on you, man. Why are you geeking out on us?
Yo! Yeah.
And that's when the lines between fan art and real arts kind of started to blend for us, and even for them when they started saying, hey, how would you like to come and do this kind of thing for us? And now, my title is Project Director for Cinematics. So we've got all 6 cutscenes to review today. We can go over the Velen and the Frostwind scene, even though those were close to final last time.
Your place is with our people.
Most players may or may not recognize major franchise characters, Thrall and Arthas and King Varian. Depending on the faction that you're on, you may or may not have ever interacted with those, very popular characters. But the one thing that unites all players is the land. The world itself is probably the key character.
My favorite WoW zone has got to be Nagran. It was my favorite zone ever. So many things to kill, 12 of this, 10 of that, 8 of that. It's just like a Warcraft 12 Days of Christmas.
There's gotta be Karazhan.
Winter Spring.
Molten Core.
Icecrown Citadel.
Australia, where I was filming Superman Returns, the time when WoW first came out, and we played a lot. I have fond memories of Westfall for sure, and then Stormwind City.
I remember walking through those gates, and my jaw just fell to the floor. I could not believe how big the place was. And you know what? That moment has stuck with me right through to this very day.
Ironforge, I would always dance on top of the mailbox.
Gilneas.
Frozen Throne.
Hellfire Peninsula for sure.
Thousand Needles. This canyon of endless red rock reminds me of when I was growing up, seeing these majestic rock formations.
Honestly, it's got to be a SHIRE. It was just the feeling of the zone, the red leaves. It was just really, at the time, beautiful to look at. And I'm talking old school SHIRE, before Deathwing did what he did.
The craziest thing about this franchise is that the world itself is probably the most key character. I mean, that's crazy, right? It's very, very cool. So the powerful idea with Cataclysm was, what if we imperiled the world you know?
Chris is like, I want to break everything. And I remember thinking like, dude, like what? Like, is this the end of Warcraft, right? And you know, he's pitching the idea and everyone's kind of like got this like, really? Like, the game's doing really good, you want to break it?
And they said, we want to have this big moment, this big event, where the players log out and log back in, and the world is all different. That was probably the scariest thing I ever heard. We didn't quite know the extent of our madness. And then we kind of realized, like, holy shit, like, what are we gonna do? Like, how are we gonna even do this? My team and I sat down and we did 48 hours of analysis of all of our data and tried to figure out if we could make this effect happen. And we came back with a definite maybe.
That was one of the more complicated things that we've ever done in the history of WoW. Incredibly complicated from an engineering perspective, from a patch delivery perspective.
We figured out a way to deliver 2 versions of the world. So you're standing somewhere in Kalimdor and you log out and you log back in and the world was destroyed.
Even though it's now covered in water in a very different place than it used to be, I'll never forget my first time in there.
Players seem to really become so invested in the time that they've spent and what it means to them and the friendships they've made. It was interesting to watch the emotional waves of people engaging with the content, but really it's always that way. You know, all of these expansion sets, all of these games.
I think with any product like this, both the creators and the players mature and grow together. And you see that in the kinds of stories that they like to tell to one another.
When he was 3 years old, I put him on WoW and he played an undead, remember that?
Yeah, I got to level, I think 10 or 11.
And his favorite part was making the campfire, remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember how to make the campfire.
We have to go back and figure it out. What's your favorite part, Connor, about playing the Warlock?
Summoning demons.
That's good, that's what I need to teach my son. Our whole family plays, except for my 5-year-old daughter. We haven't let her summon demons yet. We're waiting on that one. So, thanks so much, guys.
We might do that tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I think with Mists of Pandaria, they were taking a slightly different approach where it wasn't just about defeating one big bad guy. It was about really exploring a whole new culture. The Asian themes, very different. The storytelling was much more philosophical.
Why do we fight? For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?
And maybe that reflected the fact that the people who make these games and playing them were frankly getting older and more mature themselves. And maybe there's a little bit more sophisticated kind of storytelling that you can engage in as a person and as a player.
I was heavy into the martial art movies of China, Japan. My daughter was born, so I made sort of an Asian-inspired panda. So there's a little kid, there's me, big fat guy on the hill. People really started enjoying these guys, and eventually they ended up becoming a race for Warcraft, and is actually just a Christmas picture to start with. I think I might have printed out the picture and gave it to someone. They're like, oh, this would be like just a cool race to do for Warcraft. And we're like, nah, it seems kind of weird for Warcraft. And they go, well, we have an April Fool coming up. Let's make this an April Fool thing. So we put a little bit of history to them, added some more pictures, and April Fools, the new race in Warcraft 3, the Pandaren. And everyone's like, oh, that's so cool, this is great, this is gonna be so awesome. And we're like, oh, they actually like it, what do we do now?
Mists of Pandaria, I think, shows how much we can continue to drive the visual look of our expansions. What's really been awesome is just seeing what Chris Robinson, who's the art director, and what that art team is able to accomplish when they're just given the time to craft, art.
Everything has to be about the idea. So what we try to support around here is don't focus on finish, don't focus on rendering perfectly and making sure that every pixel is in the right place. Focus on this first part and make sure that if the idea is amazing and the structure and the foundation is amazing, we'll get to the rendering part.
As a technical director, it's a lot of collaboration with the art team. When we were thinking actually for doing the Pandaren for Mists of Pandaria, they wanted to make a character that is much more alive and is able to emote better, which required facial animation type of technology. We actually had to build kind of custom technology to make sure that the actual face shape can change. With the technology that you provide, you tend to kind of give artists and designers the tools that they can use to bring the world to life. So Engine kind of tries to enable creative people to do very creative things.
Our bond is iron, our will unbreakable. Who will stand against us?
Every new expansion, we are trying to push our storyline forward. We're trying to offer new types of gameplay experiences that you've never been able to have before. In Warlords of Draenor, we're saying, hey, you wanted to build a base in the world, maybe? Your interest in Blizzard franchises harkens all the way back 20 years ago. Well, now you can have a little bit of that flavor in your World of Warcraft also.
Wouldn't it be cool if we went back to Draenor before it was Outland? What if we were able to encounter these warlords that we've heard about in Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 and these stories in Warcraft 3, but have never actually played with in World of Warcraft?
One of the things I really love about Warlords of Draenor is that it gives us the chance to kind of go back to a place and an era in the history of the world that no one's seen. And what comes with that is, all the super nerdy, kind of layerings of like, whoa, you're gonna break the timeline. We can't go back in the past. It's like Marty and Doc and the time machine. We're gonna break it all and my parents are never gonna meet. And what are you doing to the space-time continuity? We had to think through all the fiction and we had to think through all the consequence of what happens if we screw it all up.
So today's the day that we open up our first couple of raid bosses for testing on the beta servers. One thing that I think is really a hallmark of World of Warcraft betas is that really players are getting a chance to be invited into the creative process and to see things while they're not really finished. Well, Midwinter has 10 people here, so that's enough to test. For something like what we're doing right now, where we have a brand new expansion, Warlords of Draenor, it's a closed beta test where we send out waves of invites. The two designers that are up at bat today are Jason, who made the Butcher fight that's in Highmall, and Candace, who worked on Gruul in Blackrock Foundry. Is this pretty much what you're expecting in terms of their positioning? And the first step is we put a raid boss up for testing, but we also open a thread for feedback.
It's just too much for 3, I think.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. We actually often err on the side of making things a little bit harder, because when something is tuned to be more difficult than we ultimately want it to be, we can then at least see how far people make it. When something's too easy, they just go in and win, and we don't know how much harder we need to make it to actually get it to the right place. Remind me what the mechanic is? I thought you want your range to soak it because your melee are usually soaking his other thing that has the stack.
Exactly.
Okay. So they're just doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
Like he knocks everybody away, so they're just running back in.
Here they go. $5 that wipe to overwhelming blows again. Everyone seems to be wiping to overwhelming blows. Oh, and tank's down.
That took 6 seconds.
Well, you're supposed to split the damage from that ability, and I don't think they know that yet.
We get to watch a fraction of players that are actually testing the encounter with our own eyes. But then we get to read what hundreds, if not thousands, of people are saying about it and sharing their experiences, what they found frustrating, what they found hard to read, hard to interpret.
Jason, there's actually some genuine feedback posts with a couple of links on the US forum.
Okay.
If you go look at the EU feedback thread, you'll see some things, but not necessarily feedback.
Usually the consensus from the feedback is pretty accurate and really serves well to inform us in the overall direction of the fight. We use that to craft and to tailor the experience and to improve it in a way that's going to make for a better experience for them when the game goes live. On our ends, like, raid testing continues, started mythic testing this week. The big thing I'm working on personally is fixing our dungeon tuning. We've kind of left it for a while. Like, our dungeons, I know, are ridiculously too hard across the board. Our normals had been about where heroics should be, and heroics were about where challenge should be, and challenge was probably literally impossible.
Basically, I feel like game designers are deviant psychologists. Like, we're trying to manipulate your emotions and motivate you to do things, but not for some higher calling, just so you have a good time and have fun.
We also just made a change for bonus roll tokens, which you guys should be aware of. If you do gold, you can do gold for 500 gold the first time. But then you can also, once you do that once, it escalates and you can do this, you can get a second one for 1,000 gold or a third one for 2,000 gold.
We're just moving back to gold, which is the original universal currency. Like, it's this currency that you get from doing anything in the game.
We're
and
concerned
so
about inflation.
Yeah.
No.
People often ask us, well, did you hire an economist to figure this out for you? And we really didn't. I mean, what we did is we kind of said that, well, if there's stuff that people want and a currency that has value because it has guaranteed value because of what you can buy from the game with it, and that currency is tradable, we'll have an economy. And sure enough, it kind of works like that.
I just can't help but think of it as a giant equation or this panel of knobs and dials, and you just turn one a little bit and it has this butterfly effect throughout the entire world, and you could screw up an entire economy for a virtual economy for millions of people. It's a complicated task. That's why I work on the art team.
This has been a huge expansion, just physically in terms of the amount of world space that kind of exists. It's huge in terms of the garrisons feature and the amount of technology that has kind of had to be invented in order to kind of deliver that.
Which one are you going to show?
Well, I've got a few layouts that we could take a look at. Here are our large plots. Here's our medium plots. We've been getting a lot of feedback that a lot of these garrison layouts are pretty sprawling, so we might be cutting back on some of that stuff as well.
Yeah. The designers came to us with the idea to create these garrisons, both human alliance and horde orc garrisons. And the designers, came to us with the pitch that, look, we already have all these things that we can reuse, so we won't be as much of a impact. And what would you say, Rhett? How many buildings have we done? 120 buildings later.
As soon as you come in your front gate, we want you to really resonate with this. We want to integrate the garrison into the questing experience. We want to make it a part of the story. We want it to be important. We want it to matter.
We're trying to create a world that feels different than what you kind of see in everyday life. It is handcrafted, and I think that's what helps make WoW so special.
I am so proud of Warlords of Draenor. The game looks amazing. It's so polished. You look at vanilla, you're like, oh, I wish I could just redo all of that stuff because of all the things we've learned, all of the techniques we can now do that we couldn't do then, That's the part I really like, is the pushing. Keep pushing the tech, keep pushing the look.
The people who make World of Warcraft pour so much of themselves into the game. They're trying to create games that they want to play.
Even though we've grown, the thing that's always remained is that feeling of tribe and that feeling of creative, crackling energy.
I've done this work my whole, adult life. And what an impossible blessing it has been. I was 19 when I walked in the door. It's family.
I've basically known those guys since they were kids. Their personalities remain unchanged through all of it because they haven't let their egos get out ahead of them. We want to create amazing artwork or content or music or stories or quests, and to think that this game affected people is awesome and humbling.
Give a round of applause, even if you're in the Alliance!
We earnestly believe we're making something special.
I don't think we'll ever stop pushing the boundaries of what we want to do and what we think is cool.
As long as people play it, we always want to support this game. We never see a horizon.
There's really not a precedent that we can look to. I think that we're charting new territory.
There's no end to the experience. That's kind of one of the beautiful things about it. The players have never really ever finished playing World of Warcraft.
The phenomenon that people probably wanted to be a part of, J.R.R. Tolkien's universe, found themselves able to experience it in World of Warcraft. That, I think, is going to pervade through the world as far as, like, I don't just want to watch it anymore. I want to be a part of it. I want to have impact.
All the ideas and the love and everything that we had to give it, we gave it, and it was all about, will they like it? Will they come and play with us? It's goofy stories at the end of the day, but it always struck me as we share them, when we share them, it becomes infinitely bigger.
Hi, I'm Christopher Guest. I'm the dad, Tom Guest's dad.
I'm Tom Guest. My favorite part about rolling a Warlock is that you can probably one-shot someone with your Chaos Bolt, even if you're in PvP.
Tom is the real player in the family, although my wife, Jamie Lee Curtis, has played.
I'm not really a player because I can't get the whole up, down, left, right part, you know, where you're moving people. I need people to like stop and freeze before I kill them. But I'm a big supporter. I think it's a great game. I'm really a proud mom of a WoW player. Go Horde.
The aspects that keep me coming back to World of Warcraft is all the magic training I'm receiving for when I become a real magician and learn how to stamp my enemies out and crush them like dirt under my boot. The social interaction and that feeling of communal spirit.
We're sitting on 10 years of World of Warcraft now, 20 years of Warcraft lore altogether, and we still cannot cook our own bacon. We need to cook our own bacon.
The funniest reaction I've ever gotten when I told someone I played World of Warcraft was, "You're a girl." Jerks.
I'm here working late a lot, and my wife, I miss her, and so I take a little time out, and I have my Tauren, and she has hers, and I just meet her by a lake at sunset, and we'll just go fishing and watch the sunset. And like, to me, like, that feels like we're there, you know, like for a few minutes, I can share that moment with her.
The one thing I really want to see in World of Warcraft is a unicorn. I don't care if it doesn't exist in Azeroth right now, but come on, we need unicorns with like flying rainbow tails. Think of Nyan Cat. We need like Nyan corn, right? Right?
The things on my wish list for World of Warcraft's content updates would be to explore the continent in southern Draenor where the ogres are native to.
You have dragons, you have everything else, but you have no unicorns. You need unicorns.
To see the islands in the Great Sea like Zandalar and Kul Tiras.
Unicorns. Murderous unicorns, flying unicorns, unicorns I can ride.
Or to revisit Azjol Nerub, as it wasn't really explored that well in Wrath of the Lich King.
I do have to admit that I have a secret, kind of shameful wish for WoW's future. Unicorns. Lots and lots of unicorns.
In the outside world, I am a simple geologist. But in here, I am Falcorn, defender of the Alliance. I've braved the Fargo Deep Mine, defeated the Bloodfish at Jared's Landing.
Looks like that guy just killed you.
What? Why?
If this documentary sucks, it's not my fault.
Paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall. Take the last group of refugees to safety! Go! Now! Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever. To me, BlizzCon is community.
To BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Drink, Hellstream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die. destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor. Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
Of course, you could forget all that and just have fun!
Well played.
Hearthstone! Heroes of Warcraft!
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished. And you should all run. Malthael. Stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Lives. Kargath had earned his reward. like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena. The promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Draenor
poses unthinkable danger. Yes, but you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the war song, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be war song.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellscream. The warlord with the iron will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us. She's not dead! Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust